Chapter 1. Task Rewards. The mecca of the first generation in the Fox prison of Country M, within a dimly lit cell. A young man with black hair and yellow skin fervently scribbled at a table, the paper adorned with an array of dazzling symbols. Nearby, a lanky, tall African-American inmate peered over from the top bunk, his eyes widening in bewilderment at the intricate symbols that eluded his understanding. "Joe, are you conjuring spells? Aren't you from a distant and enigmatic eastern land? I've heard that your people possess extraordinary martial arts skills, capable of defying the laws of gravity. Is it true that by inscribing such symbols, you could escape from this prison? Or perhaps become invisible?" The African-American, named Glenn, gazed at Joe with a look of revelation, as if he'd stumbled upon a remarkable secret. Having shared a cell with Joe for 2 years, Glenn had watched him diligently writing and drawing. Now realizing that it was a form of magic, once completed, it could facilitate an escape from confinement. Joe Young turned to glance at his fanciful cellmate, momentarily speechless at the man's naivety. Such a level of intellect was truly touching. Returning his focus to the paper, Joe penned the final lines. As the last symbol was inscribed, an abrupt voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have discovered the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations. The system is now activated, and rewards are being dispensed." The pen slipped from Joe's grasp, clattering to the floor. After 2 long years, from the moment of his incarceration to this very instant, Joe had finally uncovered the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations, commonly referred to as the NS equations. This set of equations, regarded as one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems, describes the motion of fluids and has vast applications in weather simulation, stellar movement, and the design of aircraft and vehicles. The scientific community has long sought to elucidate the smoothness of solutions to the NS equations, aiming to identify a general solution amidst a multitude of particular ones. The discovery of this general solution would elevate the application of the NS equations to unprecedented heights. The difficulty in finding this solution is underscored by the NS equation status as one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems established by the Clay Mathematics Institute, which awards a prize of $1 million for the resolution of each problem, while the monetary reward is merely symbolic. Anyone who can resolve one of the Millennium Problems would earn the reverence of the academic world, achieving unparalleled honor. Now, a mere inmate had achieved the feat of uncovering the general solution to the NS equations, effectively solving a Millennium Problem, an announcement that could indeed startle many. Yet Joe Young was not an ordinary individual. He hailed from Country C, with both parents being experts in military technology. Tragically, during his childhood, spies from a rival nation abducted his parents in a bid to extract confidential military research. Despite threats and inducements, they refused to divulge any information and were ultimately murdered by the enemy. At that time, Joe was already aware of the world around him, and upon learning the truth of his parents' demise, he vowed to carry on their legacy, dedicating himself to research and striving to make Country C the most formidable nation on the planet. Under the auspices of the nation, Joe Young entered a youth program at an early age, displaying remarkable talent. By 18, he was sent to Princeton University in the United States to pursue a Ph.D. in physics. At 20, he graduated with his doctorate in physics and commenced his studies in mathematics. By the age of 23, he successfully earned dual doctorates in both mathematics and physics. After working for 2 years at a physics research institute and accumulating ample experience, Joe Young resolved to return to his homeland, intending to utilize his extensive knowledge to serve his country. However, a sudden misfortune struck. Joe Young was falsely accused of stealing and leaking valuable experimental data from the institute, leading to his imprisonment for 10 years. A once bright star had fallen like a meteor. Yet, as fate would have it, on the very first day of his incarceration, he unexpectedly awakened a system, the Omnipotent Technology System. To activate the system, he faced a challenge: to find the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations within 3 years. This was one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems, and while Joe Young prided himself on his genius, he hesitated to assert he could resolve it. Nevertheless, his intuition told him that this system was his beacon of hope for liberation, prompting him to devote 2 years wholeheartedly to the study of the Navier-Stokes equations. Fortunately, the system provided him with a specific research direction. Although it was merely a guiding principle, its value was unparalleled, akin to a lighthouse for a lost sailor, illuminating Joe Young's path. Without that guidance, even a decade might not have sufficed for him to tackle the problem. Perseverance bore fruit. After 2 years of fervent research, Joe Young achieved success. He was eager to discover the reward the system would bestow. Minutes later, he heard the system's voice announcing the reward. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the manufacturing technology for a first-generation mech." Instantly, Zhou Yang held his breath in astonishment. Mechs and manufacturing technology. Was this real? It felt as if a wealth of knowledge had materialized in his mind. As he concentrated, an overwhelming influx of information flooded his consciousness. Indeed, it was the technology for mech construction, not merely a blueprint instructing him to follow a design, but comprehensive insights into every aspect of mech manufacturing, detailing even the methods for producing a single screw or wire, along with their technical principles. A mech epitomizes the pinnacle of technology, encompassing energy systems, power transmission systems, and control systems. Every component, even a single screw, embodies manufacturing processes that surpass current technological standards. Zhou Yang couldn't contain his excitement, raising his fist in triumph. If he could fully comprehend these technologies, he would elevate the scientific research capabilities of Country C to unprecedented heights. The successful construction of a mech could potentially establish Country C's dominance on Blue Star. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Main quest. Please construct the first mech within 5 years. Task reward, unknown. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow. Building the first mech within 5 years was no trivial endeavor. Although Zhou Yang has acquired all the technology related to mecha manufacturing, this creation is a product of an era transcending technology, with each component imbued with advancements that surpass contemporary understanding. For instance, the high-density integrated chips are not the mainstream silicon-based chips currently in use. Silicon chips have gradually approached their limits. The academic community is exploring and researching alternative chip materials, such as graphene, carbon nanotubes, and single-crystal germanium. However, the mecha manufacturing technology Zhou Yang possesses includes chips that are far more complex, biomimetic cellular chips. The manufacturing processes for these materials are detailed within the system, yet possessing the knowledge does not guarantee the ability to produce them. It is akin to being informed in a primitive society that purified sand can be transformed into chips, even with the specific methods laid out before you. The manufacturing remains unattainable due to technological and craftsmanship limitations. Thus, the aspiration to construct a mecha within 5 years is no trivial endeavor. Chapter 2. Self-rescue begins with a letter. The immediate challenge facing Zhou Yang is his impending release from prison. He still has 8 years left to serve. While the system has only allocated a 5-year time frame, it is inconceivable for him to manufacture mechas from behind bars. Pursuing legitimate avenues for his release is equally daunting. Reflecting on his incarceration, Zhou Yang perceives the entire sequence of events as meticulously orchestrated. A tip-off leads to the FBI's intervention, who then discover stolen data and classified documents within his home, even uncovering evidence of communications with buyers on his computer. Astonishingly, millions of dollars have inexplicably appeared in his bank account. This entire episode unmistakably points to a conspiracy against him. Upon further contemplation, it seems likely that this ordeal is connected to a crucial material Zhou Yang encountered during his experiments. The research institution involved specializes in high-strength, flexible materials primarily for military applications, such as bulletproof vests. Zhou Yang inadvertently stumbled upon critical data during his experiments, which undoubtedly holds significant research value. It is conceivable that certain individuals sought to monopolize these findings, or perhaps some officials feared that Zhou Yang might bring this research back to Country C, prompting them to orchestrate his downfall. Thus, the likelihood of navigating conventional methods to secure his release appears almost non-existent. The only viable recourse lies within his homeland. His country must come to his aid. Following his incarceration, Zhou Yang's friends had sought assistance from the embassy, which did attempt to advocate for him, hiring expensive lawyers and the like, yet to no avail. The embassy, after all, cannot resort to extraordinary measures to rescue him. Ultimately, Zhou Yang is merely an ordinary individual. To compel his country to act on his behalf, he must demonstrate his worthiness. With this in mind, Zhou Yang began to formulate a plan. He intended to compose a letter to his homeland, affirming his value. However, this letter could not be dispatched by him directly. Despite the passage of 2 years, he remained uncertain whether he was still under surveillance, and he feared that the letter might be intercepted if sent through official channels. Therefore, for reasons of safety, Zhou Yang turned his gaze toward the individual sharing his cell. Glenn, you were indeed correct in your assumption. I am, in fact, drawing a talisman. However, this particular inscription is exceedingly challenging, and I fear I cannot accomplish it alone. If you could assist me in a small matter, I would be glad to impart this knowledge to you. Once you grasp it, you will possess the ability to become invisible and make a clandestine escape from this prison. What do you say? Zhou Yang proposed. Glenn, exhilarated, leapt from his bed and exclaimed, Zhou, I knew it. You are indeed drawing a talisman. The wondrous magic of the East. I'm at your service, whether it be a small favor or even something as trivial as blowing your ink. Zhou Yang shuddered at the thought and quickly replied, no need for that. All I require is your assistance in sending a letter. Before long, a letter was dispatched by Glenn to one of Zhou Yang's friends. Subsequently, with the help of this friend, the letter traversed oceans and arrived at the communication room of the Aerodynamics Research Institute, affiliated with the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Country C. The recipient was none other than the institute's director, Lin Peiyuan. That morning, Lin Peiyuan arrived at his office, where his secretary briefed him on his schedule for the day, a series of significant appointments that could not be postponed. Finally, the secretary placed several letters on Lin Peiyuan's desk. Although communication had largely transitioned to email, some individuals still opted for traditional postal correspondence. Typically, these letters consisted of invitation letters for lectures from various universities or requests to be judging panels for awards, matters of little consequence. Thus, Lin Peiyuan did not feel the urgency to peruse them immediately. He opened his computer and began his work for the day, casually arranging tasks within his work group. After brewing himself a cup of fine tea, he finally picked up the letters and began to sift through them. As expected, they were the usual monotony of invitation letters. One from Country M. As he flipped through, Lin Peiyuan's attention was suddenly captured by a letter from America. Hesitating momentarily, he decided to open it. The envelope was not thick, containing merely a single sheet of paper. Upon a fleeting glance, Lin Peiyuan was rendered speechless. The letter contained the proof of the general solution to the Navier-Stokes equations. Good heavens! At that moment, tea spewed from Lin Peiyuan's mouth, his initial reaction one of disbelief. Who on earth would send a letter proclaiming the proof of the Navier-Stokes equations? Such an assertion would have made headlines worldwide, garnering extensive coverage. Yet, as Lin Peiyuan unconsciously skimmed the subsequent content, he found himself captivated, unable to look away. The secretary knocked on the door and said, Director, it is 10 o'clock. We must depart. However, Lin Peiyuan seemed not to hear. When prompted again, he waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, Do not disturb me. The secretary, taken aback, cautiously remarked, Director, this meeting is of great importance. If you do not attend, it cannot commence. Then let it not commence, Lin Peiyuan retorted without hesitation. After a moment's thought, he added, By the way, cancel all my appointments for today, no, for tomorrow and the day after as well. The secretary was utterly shocked. Lin Peiyuan's schedule was notoriously packed, and to cancel everything was simply absurd. Director, is there something amiss? The secretary discerned Lin Peiyuan's unusual demeanor. However, Lin Peiyuan remained silent for a moment before abruptly rising to his feet. Find out how long it takes to get the fastest flight to City W, he commanded. The secretary was taken aback by Lin Peiyuan's sudden urgency. He had just mentioned canceling all appointments, and now he was to rush to City W. Flustered, he fished out his phone and responded, Director, all flights to City W today are fully booked. The earliest one is at 8 tomorrow morning. Shall I book you a high-speed train ticket instead? No, that is far too slow. Lin Peiyuan shook his head vigorously. After a moment, his eyes brightened. Go find Colonel Chun from the neighboring aviation group and have him arrange a helicopter to take me to City W immediately. The secretary nearly thought he had misheard. Arranging a helicopter to City W. What pressing matter could Lin Peiyuan possibly have that warranted such haste? Enough with the questions, just go. If anyone asks, tell them it was my directive, Lin Peiyuan ordered, dismissing the secretary. As an esteemed academician, he certainly possessed the authority to commandeer a helicopter. Soon, a helicopter ascended into the sky, carrying Lin Peiyuan directly towards City W. In City W, at the Supercomputing Center, Director Lu Guangdao received an urgent message stating that a helicopter would land on their helipad in 10 minutes, carrying an important figure. It was clear that anyone arriving by helicopter was not an ordinary individual, prompting Lu Guangdao to act swiftly. He gathered several key personnel from the center and proceeded to the rooftop helipad. This location had seen fewer landings than fingers on one hand since its establishment. Director, who are we waiting for? Someone inquired. Lu Guangdao shook his head, uncertain himself. At that moment, the sound of the helicopter's rotors filled the air, and a camouflaged military helicopter appeared on the horizon, flying straight towards them. Lu Guangdao's mouth fell open in disbelief as his mind went blank. This was supposed to be a civilian helicopter, but what on earth was a military helicopter doing here? Chapter 3. For the sake of validation. No matter the cost, not only was Lu Guangdao in shock, but everyone present shared the same stunned expression, overwhelmed by the unexpected sight. The presence of a military helicopter signified that this was no ordinary visitor. As the military helicopter descended, its imposing frame exuded an intimidating aura. The door swung open, and an elderly man with white hair stepped out briskly. Director Lin. Upon recognizing the man, Lu Guangda was taken aback once more. This was none other than an academician from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a distinguished figure in aerodynamics, adorned with countless accolades and honors. Typically, such esteemed visitors would provide advance notice, allowing the supercomputing center to prepare adequately. This surprise visit, especially arriving via military helicopter, was unprecedented. Lu Guangdao's first thought was that something monumental must have occurred. Let us skip the pleasantries. I need to know if your supercomputer has available computational power. Lin Peiyuan inquired directly. Behind him, the military helicopter ascended into the sky. If it weren't for the turbulent winds, everyone would have felt as if they were lost in a surreal dream. Lu Guangda suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly remarked, "It should be unavailable, right?" Whether there was computational power or not, he was uncertain. Such trivial matters were generally beyond his purview. However, the supercomputing center in W City boasted the nation's most formidable supercomputer, the Great River's Light, which had been undertaking national scientific research computational tasks since its establishment. The notion of idle computational power was utterly non-existent. Contemporary scientific inquiries often required extensive data processing that ordinary computers could not handle, necessitating the use of supercomputers. Furthermore, the more complex the research, the greater the demand for computational capacity. Even standard supercomputers might falter in such circumstances, rendering the unique supercomputer, the Great River's Light, overwhelmed with tasks scheduled years into the future. Thus, Lu Guangda could surmise, without inquiring further, that computational resources were indeed scarce. Lin Peiyuan had evidently anticipated this scenario. As he descended the stairs alongside the others, he stated, "Director Lu, I have a critical computation to run. Could we pause some less important tasks and allocate some computational power to me?" Pause. Lu Guangda's eyes widened in astonishment as he instinctively replied, "That seems rather inappropriate. Those who utilize your computational power have paid for it. Regardless of which research institute's tasks are paused, it would surely offend someone." Lin Peiyuan, however, appeared unfazed and retorted, "What is inappropriate about it? There are priorities in every matter, and mine is of greater significance." As they arrived at the supercomputing control center, various screens displayed the operational status of the supercomputer, which, as expected, was functioning at full capacity. Lu Guangda cautiously inquired, "President Lin, what exactly are you intending to compute that necessitates your personal presence?" He found it perplexing. If it were a routine computational task, Lin Peiyuan could have easily entrusted it to someone else, or even made a phone call, or sent an email. "How much computational power do you require?" Lu Guangda asked, recognizing Lin Peiyuan's esteemed position and feeling obliged to accommodate him. It could be paused, provided it wasn't an excessive amount. Stopping one or two tasks was manageable. "How much power?" Lin Peiyuan pondered briefly before responding. "Let's start with 50%, and if that proves insufficient, I'll request more." Lu Guangdao's mouth dropped open in disbelief. 50% of the computational power? Was he jesting? The Great River's Light boasted a computational capability of 93 quintillion operations per second. For those unfamiliar with the term quintillion, it could be equated to billions. 93 quintillion translates to 93 billion operations per second. Utilizing 50% of its capacity meant executing 5 billion operations in just 1 second, a figure that was truly astronomical. The other leaders present exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. What could Lin Peiyuan possibly need such immense computational power for? There hadn't been any significant projects reported from the Institute of Aerodynamics recently. "President Lin, are you serious about needing 50% of the computational power?" Lu Guangda chuckled awkwardly. Lin Peiyuan frowned and replied sternly, "Am I joking, Director Lu? I traveled a great distance, arriving by military helicopter. Do you truly believe I would jest with you? It is you who are jesting with me." His words left Lu Guangda's face flushed, rendering him speechless. Lin Peiyuan let out a soft hum and continued, "Do you know what I am about to calculate? I am verifying the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations. Do you comprehend the significance of this?" Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd was taken aback. Each individual present was a distinguished professor, a titan in their respective fields, and they were all familiar with the formidable reputation of the Navier-Stokes equations. Some had even conducted research on them. Yet now, Lin Peiyuan boldly declared his intention to verify the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations, leaving the audience in disbelief, almost questioning their own hearing. Did I hear incorrectly? Has someone truly derived the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations? I have heard nothing of the sort. If someone had indeed solved it, the news would have spread like wildfire, leaving no room for doubt. Indeed, this was the Navier-Stokes equations. one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Whoever resolved it would undoubtedly secure the field's medal, the pinnacle of achievement in mathematics. Often likened to the Nobel Prize in the field, Lu Guangda suppressed his astonishment and stammered, Director Lin. Are you suggesting that you aim to verify the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equations? Lin Peiyuan nodded. Am I not clear enough? No, Lu Guangda hastily shook his head. What I mean is, this concerns the Navier-Stokes equations. Has someone proven it? Who? You? The absence of any international news reporting on this matter made it clear that Lin Peiyuan had personally come to verify the general solution, which could only imply that he himself had derived it. In that instant, Lu Guangdao regarded Lin Peiyuan with a mix of awe and respect. After all, he was an academician, a luminary in aerodynamics, capable of tackling such formidable challenges, an extraordinary feat indeed. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Peiyuan shook his head and said, "It is not me." Then who? Professors Qiu and Yin? Lu Guangdao was momentarily taken aback. The most prominent figures in the domestic mathematics community surely included Professors Qiu and Yin. Lin Peiyuan continued to shake his head, preparing to speak when he suddenly recalled that he had been so engrossed in reviewing the proof that he had overlooked the identity of the sender of the letter, as well as the one who had provided the proof. This morning, I received a letter from M country, in which the sender claims to have proven the Navier-Stokes equations. I have reviewed the proof, and my intuition tells me it is correct. However, the final general solution requires verification through supercomputing. As Lin Peiyuan explained, he took out his phone and sent a voice message to his secretary, instructing him to preserve the letter from M country and to inform him of the sender's identity later. The audience exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. They had initially assumed the proof had been made by a fellow countryman, only to realize it was from a foreigner. Yet Lu Guangdao interjected, "Wait, Director Lin. If this was proven by someone from M country, it makes no sense for them to write to you specifically. They would have published it directly in M country. I believe the proof must have been made by one of our own." The crowd soon understood. Indeed, if the proof originated from M country, there would be no reason for it to be sent directly to Director Lin. Thus, it was highly likely that it was a scholar residing abroad who had sent it to Lin Peiyuan for his expert review. At this moment, Lin Peiyuan waved his hand and said, "Enough. There is no need to delve into who provided the proof. The paramount task now is to verify his assertion. Director Lu, could you allocate some computational power for me?" Lu Guangda, regaining his composure, nodded vigorously. "Let us not limit ourselves to just a portion of computational power. Today, I will take charge and halt all ongoing computational projects, mobilizing all available resources to expedite the verification of this proof. Previously, we were unaware. Now that we know it pertains to the NS equation, there is nothing more to discuss. To ensure swift validation, we shall cease all current projects without hesitation." Chapter 4. The proof is irrefutable, and the individual is imprisoned. Lin Peiyuan's secretary, Yang Mu, was organizing meeting minutes when he received Lin Peiyuan's message. Upon reading its contents, he was momentarily taken aback. The sender's information? Typically, any correspondence that Lin Peiyuan had perused, unless explicitly instructed to retain, was promptly shredded and discarded by Yang Mu. That previous stack of letters had long been obliterated and cast into the trash bin. "By heavens!" Yang Mu exclaimed, bursting from his office and darting towards the trash can with astonishing speed. The modest receptacle was now empty, having been diligently replaced with a new bag by the cleaning lady. Yang Mu felt an overwhelming sense of despair, quickly seeking out the custodian responsible for the director's office, only to learn that the refuse had already been disposed of at the centralized waste station. Upon arriving at the waste station, Yang Mu was met with hundreds of bags, all uniformly encased in black plastic, piled high. The prospect of locating anything within such a vast sea of refuse was maddening. Nevertheless, Lin Peiyuan's orders were paramount. He had to recover the sender's details and the content of the message, and the directive was unequivocal. Taking a deep breath and bracing himself against the acrid stench, Yang Mu plunged into the refuse, commencing his search. Hours passed, and as many staff members took their midday stroll, they were horrified to discover the esteemed secretary rummaging through garbage. "What on earth are you doing, Secretary Yang?" someone inquired, astonished. Yang Mu, disheveled and on the verge of exhaustion, murmured, searching for something. The individual silently pondered what could possibly warrant such a desperate search that would compel Yang Mu to personally sift through the refuse. This was a highly confidential aerodynamics research institute. Critical research materials were typically handled by designated personnel, shredded, and incinerated, even the ashes meticulously disposed of. The discarded items here were merely common household waste. Thus, the observer found it impossible to fathom what could be so significant as to drive Yang Mu to such lengths. Why not enlist a few more people to assist you in the search? Yang Mu paused, struck by a moment of clarity. Indeed, it was folly to undertake this alone. Why not delegate the task to others? You there, seemingly unoccupied, come over and help me search, he commanded, pointing at the individual who had spoken. The person felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for his careless words. However, when the director's secretary issued a command, there was little choice but to comply, albeit reluctantly. As he stepped forward to begin sifting through the refuse. Find it first. I will call for assistance, Yang Mu exclaimed, turning and vanishing in an instant. Soon, he had recruited a dozen security personnel from the research institute, along with several logistics staff from the offices, to assist in rummaging through the refuse. With a multitude of hands at work, it wasn't long before they unearthed the debris Yang Mu sought. As they emptied the contents to reveal a crumpled mass of paper, a chill ran down Yang Mu's spine. What are you staring at? Get to work, he commanded. Fortunately, the letter had been sent from the United States, and its envelope was distinct enough to be easily identified. Before long, Yang Mu managed to restore the envelope and discern the sender's information. There was an address, but that was all. He quickly noted it down and checked the location on his phone's map. It indeed existed. Confirming its accuracy, he sent the address to Lin Peiyuan, though there was no immediate response. Meanwhile, at the supercomputing center, Lin Peiyuan and Lu Guangda were anxiously awaiting the verification results of the NS equation. The proof process provided by Zhou Yang was clearly articulated, presenting a general solution. However, whether this was the true general solution or merely a particular solution required validation through the supercomputer. It was akin to having the answer and then utilizing the supercomputer to iteratively solve the NS equations under various conditions. The entire process demanded an immense amount of computational content, requiring extraordinary processing power. Fortunately, Lu Guangda had halted all ongoing computations to dedicate the supercomputer, capable of nearly 1 quintillion calculations per second, for verification, allowing the overall process to proceed rapidly. Director Lin, why don't you take a break while I keep watch here? Lu Guangda suggested. Lin Peiyuan, however, shook his head and replied, rest? In matters of such magnitude, how can I afford to rest? You must understand, solving the NS equation represents a monumental shift. It will fundamentally alter the entire field of fluid mechanics and various related studies. In this context, how can I leave? The NS equation is, in essence, a pure mathematical problem, yet mathematics forms the foundation of numerous scientific disciplines. Solving the NS equation transcends merely addressing a mathematical conundrum. It provides robust theoretical support for a plethora of scientific inquiries. For instance, aerodynamics plays a critical role in the design of fighter jets, the maneuverability of missiles, and the ascent of satellites, all of which hinge upon understanding fluid dynamics. Any breakthrough in technological applications is inextricably linked to theoretical advancements, which invariably begin with mathematics. Thus, resolving the NS equation holds profound significance for Lin Peiyuan's research in aerodynamics. In moments like these, even the thought of death would not deter Lin Peiyuan from witnessing the birth of the final result. Lu Guangda opened his mouth to speak, but decided against further persuasion. They waited for a full day. With all computational power engaged, the verification process of the supercomputer was remarkably swift. As the program completed its run, Lin Peiyuan leaped to his feet, urgently inquiring, what are the results? Has it been proved? The researchers promptly displayed the computational results. Lin Peiyuan, upon glancing at it, was momentarily rendered speechless, while everyone present stood in astonishment. Incredible! It has indeed been proven. After a while, someone among the crowd shouted out, cursing without hesitation. No one reprimanded him, and at that moment, an impulse to unleash expletives surged within everyone present. It seemed impossible to contain the excitement without expressing it vocally. The Navier-Stokes equations, a Millennium Problem, had, astonishingly, been validated before their very eyes. If this news were to be made public, it could send shockwaves throughout the world. Director Lin, it's true, Lu Guangdao exclaimed, his enthusiasm as if he had personally proven the Navier-Stokes equations. Lin Peiyuan clenched his fist vigorously, his exhilaration palpable. After a lengthy pause, Lin Peiyuan finally regained his composure and stated, the next crucial matter is to ascertain who has proven the Navier-Stokes equations. Lu Guangda nodded emphatically. Given that supercomputers had already verified the results, the most pressing question remained. Who conducted the proof? If the letter from the United States indicated that it was a foreigner who had made the discovery, their excitement would be in vain. Certainly, advancing theoretical knowledge is beneficial for the scientific community, yet who would not desire to claim the honor of such a historic achievement for their own nation? Let me see, Lin Peiyuan said, retrieving his phone. Yang Mu, on this end, should have already investigated the sender's identity. The phone displayed a wealth of information. Lin Peiyuan opened it, glanced briefly, and was instantly taken aback. The sender was imprisoned? Lin Peiyuan was momentarily stunned. Chapter 5. One letter is not enough as a secretary to a leader. It is always wise to be vigilant. After sealing the envelope, Yang Mu scaled the wall and searched online for the address, while also attempting to locate the home phone number, even calling it personally, yet to no avail. By this point, he had gathered the basic details and could have simply informed Lin Peiyuan, concluding the matter. However, upon carefully considering Lin Peiyuan's request for the sender's complete information, Yang Mu found himself restless. The message indicated that Lin Peiyuan required all the sender's details, revealing that his collected information was insufficient. Moreover, when one looks beyond the surface of events, it became apparent that this single letter prompted the esteemed director of the Aerodynamics Research Institute, a national academician and a prominent figure in the field, to personally summon a military helicopter to hasten his journey to W City. All of this transpired due to one letter. Therefore, the content of this letter, or rather the identity of the sender, assumed immense significance. A mere basic investigation would surely disappoint Lin Peiyuan. Consequently, after much deliberation, Yang Mu decided to call the Embassy of the United States, requesting their assistance in personally visiting the sender's residence to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the letter. To facilitate this, Yang Mu leveraged a connection with a colleague at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, incurring a favor in the process. Several hours later, Yang Mu received a return call from the embassy, learning the full story behind the letter. The sender was named Chang Bin, a doctoral student working in the United States. The pivotal revelation followed. According to Chang Bin, he was not the one who sent the letter. Rather, it was a friend who had asked him to mail it. This friend, named Zhou Yang, was currently incarcerated. The embassy officials, exhibiting their commendable diligence, also undertook an investigation into the circumstances surrounding Zhou Yang. Yang Mu meticulously noted down the details, gradually forming a preliminary impression of Zhou Yang. His parents, esteemed experts in military technology, were tragically assassinated by spies, leading to state support for him. Displaying remarkable scientific aptitude from a young age, he was sent abroad for advanced studies, where he obtained dual doctoral degrees at an impressively young age, heralding a promising future. However, at this juncture, he found himself imprisoned for profiting from the theft of research data, his life trajectory resembling a tumultuous roller coaster ride. Nevertheless, Yang Mu managed to uncover the complete profile of the correspondent. He promptly reported his findings to Lin Peiyuan before accessing the internet to search for information regarding Zhou Yang's case, lest he falter under Lin Peiyuan's scrutiny. In his search, Yang Mu discovered some irregularities. The case unfolded with an unusual swiftness, and the evidence appeared overwhelmingly conclusive. Yet, an instinctive doubt lingered within him, as he believed Zhou Yang was not the type to engage in the theft of experimental data for profit, especially given that his own parents had been murdered for similar reasons. This case seemed fraught with complications, as if Zhou Yang had been framed. As Yang Mu pondered this, he prepared to rise and brew himself a cup of coffee when his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, his spirits lifted instantly. It was Lin Peiyuan. Director. Lin Peiyuan's tone was grave as he stated, "I have reviewed the information you gathered. You have done well. Your collection of data is quite comprehensive." This commendation brought a sense of satisfaction to Yang Mu, making the struggles he endured while rifling through trash feel worthwhile. "It was my duty," Yang Mu replied promptly. Lin Peiyuan continued, "Zhou Yang is of great significance. You must book a flight immediately to M country and find a way to meet him, inquire about his needs, and contact me without delay. Do you understand?" Yang Mu was taken aback, the urgency of the situation perplexing him. What was it about Zhou Yang that warranted such immediate attention from Lin Peiyuan? "Is there a problem?" Lin Peiyuan pressed, noticing Yang Mu's silence. Snapping back to reality, Yang Mu replied hastily, "No problem at all, Director. I will book the flight right away." After hanging up, he remained incredulous, his intuition suggesting that the letter, or rather Zhou Yang himself, posed significant issues. However, the specifics eluded him, and knowing Lin Peiyuan, he dared not inquire further. "I shall see what manner of person Zhou Yang is," Yang Mu resolved silently. Meanwhile, in Fox prison, Zhou Yang lay resting on his bed. In recent days, he had refrained from writing or sketching, recognizing that any expression of the thoughts swirling in his mind could lead to dire consequences. Instead, he recalled the information provided by the system, which remained vividly imprinted in his memory. Over the past few days, Zhou Yang had begun to grasp the fundamentals of the mech's power system. Of course, this understanding was merely a preliminary comprehension. The entire power system revolves fundamentally around battery technology, particularly the revolutionary batteries produced using carbon nanotubes as conductors, which possess a significantly higher energy density. This is not merely a commonplace advancement. To speak candidly, a breakthrough in battery technology could instigate a transformative upheaval in the world, fundamentally disrupting the current petroleum energy framework. At this moment, the door to the monitoring room swung open, and a guard approached. "Zhou, you have a visitor," the guard announced. Zhou Yang immediately opened his eyes. "They've come. My letter has had an effect." Following the guard, Zhou Yang entered the visiting room, where he was greeted by a young man wearing glasses, exuding refinement, and a middle-aged man clad in a perfectly tailored suit. "Hello, my name is Yang Mu. I am from the domestic sector, and this is Huang Xiang." A well-known local lawyer, the impeccably dressed man introduced himself to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow and took a seat. Yang Mu continued, "Mr. Zhou, allow me to elaborate further. I am the secretary to Director Lin Peiyuan of the Aerodynamics Research Institute. The letter you sent to Director Lin has been reviewed, and he personally instructed me to come to M country to meet with you and inquire about the intentions behind your correspondence." Pausing momentarily, Yang Mu continued, "Moreover, regarding your case, I have gathered some information and feel that there may be some issues. Perhaps you have been wrongfully accused. Thus, I specifically brought lawyer Huang, who is an esteemed local attorney with his own private firm and maintains a commendable working relationship with our embassy. He might be able to assist you. How about we let lawyer Huang discuss this with you?" Yang Mu suggested, turning to Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang nodded, retrieving several documents from his briefcase and spreading them across the table. "Mr. Zhou, I have thoroughly examined your case. While the evidence chain appears comprehensive, I believe there may be issues with the procedures of evidence collection. If you grant me some time, I should be able to demonstrate that there are procedural flaws. Once these flaws are established, the evidence may be rendered invalid. Thus, I remain quite confident regarding your case." Huang Xiang spoke with fervor. However, Zhou Yang felt a surge of anger within him. Is this it? Hiring a lawyer to help him litigate for his release is a jest. If lawyers were truly effective, Zhou Yang would have been free long ago. He had worked in M country for 2 years, earning a handsome salary, and could afford any caliber of lawyer. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that there are powerful individuals behind this research institute. Conventional legal avenues would yield no resolution. It seems my letter lacks sufficient leverage. Zhou Yang abruptly stood up, startling both Yang Mu and Huang Xiang. "Tomorrow, at this same time, I will provide you with some materials. You will assist me in delivering them back to Director Lin," he declared, before turning and striding away. "If the value of the NS equation is insufficient, then I shall offer them something that could drive the world to frenzy." Chapter 6. Battery Model. Upon exiting the prison, Yang Mu was left in a state of perplexity. What does he mean by that? Yang Mu pondered to himself. Based on Yang Mu's investigation, Zhou Yang deliberately sent a letter to Lin Peiyuan, likely intending to capture Lin's attention. Indeed, it proved effective, as Lin took it quite seriously and even made a personal visit to M country to meet Zhou Yang. Yang Mu speculated that Zhou Yang's motive might be to secure his release from prison. Yet, despite having already engaged a lawyer, Zhou seemed unwilling to engage in conversation. Huang Xiang shrugged and remarked that it was difficult to ascertain Zhou's intentions, but he had studied the case and found that overturning it would be exceedingly challenging, implying that the legal fees would not be trivial. Seemingly undeterred, Yang Mu muttered to himself that he would return the following day to uncover Zhou Yang's true intentions. The next day, Yang Mu kept his word. In the visiting room, Zhou Yang appeared, holding a letter which he first handed to the prison guard. Upon opening it, the guard found 2 thin sheets of paper inscribed with symbols that appeared to him as incomprehensible as ancient scripture. After returning the papers to the envelope, the guard nodded to Zhou Yang, signaling that all was in order for dispatch. Zhou Yang then placed the envelope before Yang Mu and requested, "Please deliver this letter to Director Lin." With that, Zhou Yang turned and exited the visiting room. Yang Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Another letter? At that moment, he was utterly perplexed by Zhou Yang's motives. Nevertheless, with Zhou having departed, Yang Mu gritted his teeth and opened the envelope, examining the 2 thin sheets of paper. As Lin Peiyuan's secretary, Yang Mu was not merely a product of connections. He was an esteemed graduate of a prestigious university and a former academic prodigy. He could decipher some of the symbols on the paper, recognizing them as chemical equations. The remainder appeared to be complex mathematical symbols, the kind not commonly encountered even by doctoral students, suggesting the presence of a mathematical model. Muttering to himself and scratching his head in confusion, Yang Mu contemplated the contents before ultimately deciding to pocket the envelope and exit the prison. Once outside, he promptly called Lin Peiyuan. "Xiaoyang, how did it go? Did you meet him?" Lin inquired swiftly. Yang Mu replied, Director, I met him, but he did not disclose anything to me. He recounted the details of their two encounters. On the other end of the line, Lin Peiyuan paused in surprise and quickly asked, Are you saying he handed you another letter, potentially containing a mathematical model? Yes. My apologies, Director, I don't fully understand it, but it may indeed be a mathematical model. How about this? I'll take a photo and send it to you for your review, Yang Mu suggested. Lin Peiyuan responded affirmatively, Yes, please send me the photos. Without hesitation, Yang Mu swiftly took 2 photographs with his phone and sent them to Lin Peiyuan via WeChat. In W City, having verified the NS equation, Lin Peiyuan had yet to depart. A strong intuition surged within him. It seemed Zhou Yang might possess further insights. A brilliant scholar now incarcerated had secretly validated the NS equation and sent it to him. This was poised to astonish the world. It was possible that Zhou Yang harbored even more astonishing research findings yet to be revealed. Thus, Lin Peiyuan decided to remain at the supercomputing center, ready to validate any research results that Zhou Yang might present. Upon receiving yet another letter from Zhou Yang, Lin Peiyuan could hardly contain his excitement. As the first person to substantiate the Navier-Stokes equations, Zhou Yang may have achieved significant breakthroughs in this area. 2 images were sent over, and as Lin Peiyuan opened them and examined them meticulously, he was taken aback. What he encountered was not a mathematical model nor a research outcome related to the Navier-Stokes equations, but rather a data model for a battery. According to the descriptions on the paper, this was a high-performance battery model utilizing carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent. The entire model elaborated on the principles of preparation, material ratios, and the process of data validation. If the data were accurate, this battery's performance could surpass that of contemporary batteries by a factor of 100 or more. Lin Peiyuan was astounded, his mind a blank canvas. In every technological revolution, energy has always played a pivotal role. Energy is the foundation of industry. From the steam power of the Industrial Revolution to the petrochemical energy that followed, and now to electricity, wind, solar, and even nuclear energy. The core of human technology fundamentally revolves around the utilization of energy. Modern society is built upon this very foundation. Each breakthrough in energy has the potential to alter the global landscape, much like the rise of Country Y during the Steam Age or Country M during the oil era. Scientists predict that the next energy revolution will be driven by electricity. However, such breakthroughs in energy are exceedingly challenging, with battery development often constraining technological advancements. Even nuclear-powered aircraft carriers still rely on thermal energy to boil water. Thus, a breakthrough in energy is indeed the fundamental breakthrough. Imagine a car that can travel thousands of kilometers on a single charge, or a phone that can last for months on just one charge. Advancements in electrical applications would fundamentally transform human existence. Now, a brand new battery lies before Lin Peiyuan, and he cannot suppress his exhilaration. Taking a sharp breath, his hands trembled as he held his phone. He understood all too well what a breakthrough in battery technology signified. It could potentially dismantle Country M's hegemony over oil and overturn the existing global economic system. The design before him was meticulous, complete with theoretical foundations, validations, and even data. It is not an exaggeration to say that with these 2 sheets of paper, one could directly begin producing such a battery. Could this be real? Lin Peiyuan rubbed his eyes, swiftly calculating in his mind. After a moment, he paused, and his initial estimates confirmed it. The theory was flawless. It merely awaited a physical prototype for validation. How could Zhou Yang, imprisoned, have managed to develop such a creation? Lin Peiyuan trembled with disbelief. The number of scientists worldwide investigating breakthroughs in battery technology is immense. It is not an exaggeration to suggest that assembling a research team of 200 and investing hundreds of billions might not yield any significant results. Yet Zhou Yang, alone in prison, had accomplished this feat, an unfathomable reality. After a considerable period, Lin Peiyuan finally regained his composure and began to contemplate the significance of this item. Its authenticity remained to be verified. However, the immediate priority was not validation, but rather ensuring the security of this object. This item could pertain to the rise of a nation, and it was imperative that no hostile country should acquire it. Presently, Yang Mu, who possessed the item, was in Country M. In an instant, Lin Peiyuan's mind raced with numerous thoughts. Meanwhile, Yang Mu, who was driving back to the hotel, answered Lin Peiyuan's call. Director, have you reviewed the item? Yang Mu inquired. Lin Peiyuan's tone, however, was exceptionally grave as he replied, Yang Mu, you must carry out 2 tasks. First, drive to the embassy and await further instructions. Second, after I hang up, immediately destroy your phone. Render it completely inoperable, leaving no trace of data. Do you understand? Yongmu, startled, slammed on the brakes, momentarily bewildered. What was happening? What could possibly be in Zhou Yang's letter that elicited such a reaction from Lin Peiyuan? I said, do you understand? Lin Peiyuan's voice was firm. Yongmu snapped back to reality, quickly responding, I understand, Director. Lin Peiyuan acknowledged with a grunt before ending the call. Taking a deep breath, Yongmu glanced at the envelope resting in the passenger seat, shivering involuntarily. Looking at the relatively new phone in his hand, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair, but nonetheless exited the vehicle. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully smashed the phone onto the ground. Unsatisfied with the destruction, he returned to the car and ran over the remnants of his phone twice. The device was reduced to mere fragments. Yongmu collected all the pieces, ensuring not a single shard remained. The Aerodynamics Research Institute was, after all, a confidential unit, and Yongmu was well acquainted with the fundamental principles of secrecy. In that moment, he grasped the gravity of his situation. He had come into contact with classified information. Meanwhile, in City W, Lin Peiyuan, having hung up, immediately sought out Lu Guangda. Director Lu, I need to use your secure phone. Lu Guangdao's mouth fell open in astonishment. What is happening? A secure phone? Isn't that a bit excessive? The problem is, we don't have one. Lu Guangda chuckled helplessly, suggesting, Director Lin, why not just send an email? Lin Peiyuan shot Lu Guangda a disdainful glance, as if to say, a prestigious supercomputing center without an internal line? How is that possible? Lu Guangda felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration. After pondering for a moment, Lin Peiyuan said, find someone to drive me to the nearest military district. I recall their S1 in City W. They must have a secure phone. Lu Guangda stared at Lin Peiyuan in disbelief, itching to ask why such a grandiose measure was necessary for a simple phone call. Surely, an email or a WeChat message would suffice, wouldn't it? However, he ultimately decided against asking. Some matters were better left unspoken, as inquiring could lead to awkwardness. Half an hour later, Lin Peiyuan arrived at the military district. He identified himself and was led to a red telephone by the person in charge. Please, Director Lin, said the colonel who escorted him, his expression grave as he exited the room. Lin Peiyuan said nothing further, picked up the red telephone, and dialed a number. Meanwhile, in Country M, Yongmu anxiously awaited in the embassy, having confined himself to a room, clutching the envelope that Zhou Yang had given him, too fearful to act. He refrained from eating or drinking, even suppressing the urge to doze off. Any sound of footsteps outside made him jump in alarm. Finally, 2 hours later, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, with a cold demeanor, knocked on the door. Here are my credentials. The man presented his identification directly. In his tense state, Yongmu could barely discern the details, only catching sight of the embossed national emblem. Comrade Yongmu, I am here on orders from above to take possession of a classified document, the middle-aged man stated expressionlessly. Coming back to his senses, Yongmu hurriedly handed over the envelope given to him by Zhou Yang. Very well, we will take it from here, the man replied before turning and leaving the room. Suddenly, Yongmu recalled the department indicated on the man's credentials, the Special Operations 6th Bureau, a department often spoken of in hushed tones, shrouded in mystery. Yongmu had a university classmate who had entered the Special Operations sector, and he had inquired about it. Though his friend was tight-lipped, he had confirmed certain details, such as the existence of the notoriously enigmatic 6th Bureau, responsible for overseas operations akin to the CIA. Goodness, this was truly a serious matter, Yongmu thought to himself, pondering Zhou Yang's true identity and the immense reaction elicited by a mere letter. In S City, at the headquarters of Penguin Corporation, a bustling office building unexpectedly welcomed an uninvited guest. This ordinary-looking middle-aged man, clutching a briefcase, appeared to be nothing more than a typical office worker. Approaching the front desk, he stated, Hello, I would like to see the head of your data center. The receptionist hesitated, responding, May I have your name, sir? Do you have an appointment? Appointment? No, but can one be made? The man retrieved a credential from his jacket and handed it over. The stunning receptionist momentarily lost her composure upon seeing the gilded national emblem on the document. As she opened it and comprehended its contents, she became utterly flustered, stammering, All right. I will contact them right away. Please hold on. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man met with the head of the data center, and not just him, but also a vice president of the group arrived. While visits from the police, though infrequent, were somewhat normal, a visit from the Special Operations Department was unprecedented. For a brief moment, the head of the data center even doubted whether the state was about to take action against Penguin. Hello, I am Wang Hui, the head of the data center, and this is our new vice president Han Yusen, he introduced, nodding as the middle-aged man smilingly produced his credentials for their verification. The two individuals exchanged nervous glances before returning the item. It was unlikely to be a forgery. No one would dare to counterfeit the personnel from the Special Operations Department. The middle-aged man, still wearing a cheerful smile, stated, "We need to access your database to delete certain data. I hope you can grant me the necessary permissions for this operation. Moreover, not only your domestic database, but also your international records require my access for data deletion." Wang Hui blinked, almost convinced he had misheard. Meanwhile, Han Yusin was immediately alarmed, shaking his head vigorously. "This is unacceptable. This database belongs to our company and contains sensitive commercial secrets. We cannot grant you access to delete data at will." Wang Hui promptly nodded in agreement. Accessing the database and deleting data is no trivial matter. The middle-aged man maintained his smile, speaking calmly. "Mr. Han, you must understand one thing. I am not here to negotiate, but to inform you. Therefore, any doubts or misunderstandings should be set aside. Now, grant me access so I can proceed. Any delay, even by a second, could lead to severe consequences, and you would not be able to bear that responsibility." Though he smiled, the unwavering intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down Han Yusin's spine, causing his face to flush with anger as he exclaimed, "I now doubt your identity. I need to make a phone call." "Go ahead," the middle-aged man replied, his expression unchanged as he turned to Wang Hui, instructing, "Now, take me to the control center and grant me access." Wang Hui was momentarily stunned. Han Yusin cried out, "Wang Hui, I dare you." Just then, the phone call connected, and Han Yusin felt a surge of relief as he hurriedly said, "Mr. Ma, there's a serious issue at the company. Someone has come in." "What? You already know." In the next moment, a barrage of angry reprimands echoed through the phone. Han Yusin's face alternated between red and pale, and by the time he hung up, he was drenched in cold sweat. The middle-aged man, still smiling, turned to Wang Hui and asked, "Is it time now?" Wang Hui trembled and quickly nodded, leading the man toward the control center. Chapter 8. A mission that cannot fail. Lin Piyuan's phone call had already alerted the upper echelons, who swiftly made a decisive resolution. 3 tasks needed to be accomplished immediately. The first task was to ensure the security of the information. Special Operations would escort the envelope in Yang Mu's possession back to the country through confidential channels, while simultaneously deleting any records on WeChat and erasing relevant data about the letter. The second task involved utilizing the available information to conduct rapid process validation at the Research Institute. This responsibility was assigned to the Energy Research Institute under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, led by the esteemed academician Chen Tiankai, who would head a research team to carry out production verification. Finally, the third task was to find a way to retrieve Zhou Yang and bring him back to the country. No matter how advanced the technology, it could never surpass the value of the person who developed it. Furthermore, this individual had validated the NS equation, an extraordinary achievement in its own right. This matter was entrusted to the Special Operations 6th Bureau, in a modest office building situated in the suburbs of City B. Few would suspect that this was the headquarters of the 6th Bureau of Special Affairs. Director Han Haining was engrossed in studying all available information regarding Zhou Yang. The dossier was extensive, detailing even the scores Zhou had achieved in his elementary school mathematics examinations. Just as he finished, a knock echoed through the room. "Enter," he called. The door creaked open, revealing a slender figure. Clad in a fitted skirt and a crisp white shirt, her attire was immaculate. With her short bob and delicate features, she embodied an exquisite beauty, surpassing many renowned celebrities, her demeanor icy and aloof, akin to a human ice mountain. "Director," Han Haining looked up and smiled. "Ruo Yun has arrived. Please, take a seat." Once the woman settled down, Han Haining scrutinized her. Although she was indeed a woman, she was also the most outstanding operative in the 6th Bureau, having accomplished numerous seemingly insurmountable tasks. "Comrade Chen Ruo Yun, I have a mission for you." Han pushed the dossier before her, stating, "Your objective is to safely escort Zhou Yang back to our homeland." Chen Ruo Yun swiftly perused the materials, nodding slightly. Han Haining continued, 2 points. First, the target's safety is paramount. If anyone attempts to shoot him, you must act immediately to shield him with your body. In short, he must remain alive. Failure is not an option. You must succeed. Do you understand? Chen Ruo Yun's breath caught momentarily as her gaze fell upon the foremost photograph of Zhou Yang, adorned in a doctoral cap. According to the dossier, he appeared to be an ordinary scholar studying abroad, and aside from that, she found it difficult to discern any extraordinary attributes about him. However, she was taken aback by Han Haining's imposing demands. The target's absolute safety, the prohibition of death, and the impossibility of failure were unprecedented stipulations for her. I understand. Director, Chen Ruoyun affirmed with a resolute nod. Han Haining proceeded, the target is currently imprisoned in a facility in Country M. I do not care what methods you employ, be they legitimate, illegitimate, or even nefarious. If you must obliterate the prison, so be it. I only require one outcome. Retrieve him safely and bring him back. As for the resources you need, any resources, you may allocate them as you see fit. Should there be any repercussions, rest assured, I will cover for you. If I cannot, the state will support you. Do you comprehend? Chen Ruoyun inhaled sharply once more. The prospect of mobilizing any resources without regard for consequences was a task she had never encountered before. Operatives in special affairs typically navigated through shadows, particularly those in the 6th Bureau who primarily operated abroad. When incidents arose, the state would not acknowledge their existence. Hence their operations were always conducted with utmost caution to avoid any significant fallout. Yet now, Han Haining's implication was clear, cause a stir, irrespective of the scale. As long as the mission was accomplished. In that moment, Chen Ruoyun comprehended the gravity of her assignment and the critical importance of Zhou Yang's safety. Director, I understand. I assure you I will fulfill the mission, she declared, rising with determination. Han Haining nodded and said, very well. Make the arrangements and depart as soon as possible. I will give you a call. Any resources you need can be coordinated through him. I mean any resources. Do you understand? Han Haining added this last remark. Chen Ruoyun felt a chill in her heart and nodded vigorously. An hour later, she boarded a flight to Country M. The following day, upon her arrival in Country M, she was greeted at the airport by a middle-aged man who had taken over the envelope at the embassy. Hello. He Bing, right? Chen Ruoyun greeted him, providing an address. Please take me here. He Bing did not ask any questions and immediately drove off. By evening, the car arrived at a rather ordinary residential community. They stopped in front of a 2-story house, where lights glimmered and silhouettes could be seen moving through the windows. Chen Ruoyun, wearing sunglasses, alighted and knocked on the door. The door was opened by a middle-aged Caucasian man with a red nose, who was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Ruoyun, as he did not recognize her. Mr. Mason, I am Chun Yun. If it is convenient, could we converse in the yard? Chen Ruoyun smiled. The middle-aged man, surprised that she knew his name, hesitated for a moment but then nodded, closing the door behind him as he followed her to the yard. Once they were standing in a secluded spot, Chen Ruoyun smiled and said, Mr. Mason, you work as a chief prison guard at Fox Prison, earning an annual salary of 540,000. Your wife works at a supermarket, making 430,000 a year. And you have 3 children. Your eldest daughter is attending college out of state, with yearly tuition amounting to 230,000. You also have a mortgage and a car loan. And according to our investigation, you likely have substantial credit card debts. Mason's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Ruoyun, astonished that she was so intimately familiar with his family's circumstances. Who exactly are you? He asked, a mix of wariness and anger in his voice. Chen Ruoyun continued. By the way, it seems you also have an outstanding debt of approximately 80,000, which raises a red flag regarding your financial situation. Before Mason could respond, she added, thus, I have a proposal that could earn you millions, if not more. How do you feel about that? Just as Mason was about to explode in anger, he was momentarily stunned by the mention of millions. Chen Ruoyun maintained her composure and went on, there is an inmate in your prison whom I wish to have released. The specifics of how to achieve this will be up to you. With your position, you should be able to manage it, correct? Upon successful completion, I can offer you 3 million and arrange for you and your family to relocate to a country that does not have an extradition treaty with Country M. Mason stood there with his mouth agape, staring blankly at Chen Ruoyun, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. I can't do that. It's too difficult. The prison isn't just run by me. He shook his head. Chen Ruoyun replied nonchalantly, then let us raise it to 5 million. Mason's eyes narrowed sharply. And after a long pause, he shook his head again. What about 10 million? Chen Ruoyun smiled. Mason's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth. I might not be able to do it alone, so let it be 30 million then. You may decide whom to bribe. As long as you give me the nod, I can transfer $10 million to you immediately. The remaining 20 million will be deposited as soon as my people are out. Mason gaped, rendered speechless. Chapter 9. I have already paid upon receiving the transfer notification and witnessing the long string of zeros in his account. Mason's eyes instantly glistened with emotion. Rest assured, I will certainly rescue the individuals as per your instructions, Mason hastily assured. What could be more tangible than the money in this bank account? A total of 30 million. To achieve his objective, Mason might need to bribe a few night shift workers, each likely requiring around $1 million. Mason believed that in the end, he would be left with 25 million. With such a fortune, escaping country to indulge in a new life elsewhere seemed quite enticing. I await your good news, Chun Ruyun said, leaving behind a phone number before departing with poise. Han Haining had already stated that any method would suffice to extricate the individuals. And in Chun Ruyun's view, bribing the prison guards was the most straightforward and effective approach. $30 million was insignificant in the grand scheme of the task. Mason expressed his profound gratitude as he sent Chun Ruyun off. As Chun Ruyun entered the car, he provided another address, stating, "Take me here." He Bing, without further inquiry, silently drove like a tool to the destination. It was on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by various factories, and the streets were in disarray, adorned with vibrant graffiti. He Bing felt a tinge of wariness. If his memory served him right, this area belonged to a local gang. Ultimately, the car arrived at an abandoned industrial zone. Chun Ruyun glanced at the time, maintaining an unfazed demeanor as he exited the vehicle and approached the iron gate, waving his arm at the camera above. After a brief interval, the gate swung open, revealing two towering, muscular men. One approached Chun Ruyun, while the other advanced toward He Bing. "Hands up," one of the men commanded in Russian. Chun Ruyun complied, raising his hands. Yet, he coldly retorted, "I do not appreciate others touching me. If you wish to keep your hands, I suggest you refrain." The man frowned, about to retort when a voice from within suddenly called out, "Let them in." Chun Ruyun strode directly into the factory. The premises were dilapidated, yet within lay a treasure trove, a spacious automotive repair shop, replete with an array of luxury sports cars. He Bing's vigilant gaze swept across the factory, mentally counting the visible figures, 13 in total. Not a problem. He Bing felt a sense of relief. Even without Chun Ruyun's assistance, he could handle these individuals. Furthermore, if memory served correctly, Chun Ruyun was also a formidable expert of the highest caliber. Pygrov, a middle-aged man with a rather disheveled appearance, approached Chun Ruyun with a beaming smile, attempting to embrace him. Chun Ruyun skillfully evaded the gesture, speaking fluently in Russian, "Mr. Pygrov, where is the item I requested?" Pygrov waved his hand, and several individuals emerged from within, carrying large military crates. As Chun Ruyun opened the protective foam, an array of weapons emerged, tactical attachments, throwing weapons, and even close combat daggers, all present in abundance. He Bing swiftly scanned the equipment within the boxes, realizing that they were sufficient to outfit a 5-man tactical squad. In an instant, he grasped many implications. "What about the money?" asked Pygrov. Chun Ruyun shook his phone and replied, "The account." Pygrov promptly provided the account details, and without further ado, Chun Ruyun initiated the transfer. $1 million has been credited. "Mr. Pygrov may verify," Chun Ruyun stated. Pygrov pulled out his phone to check and nodded with a smile. However, in the next moment, Pygrov abruptly closed the arms box and inquired, "May I ask what you intend to do with such high-precision weaponry?" Maintaining a stoic expression, Chun Ruyun replied, "Isn't it customary for a knife dealer to refrain from questioning a customer about whether they intend to use the knife for chopping bones at home or for robbery and murder? And what if I insist on asking?" Pygrov retorted with a cold smirk. As his words echoed, the once bustling repair shop fell into an eerie silence, with the workers ceasing their tasks to cast their gazes upon them. The very air seemed to freeze. He Bing's body tensed instantaneously, resembling a predator poised to pounce, ready to spring into action at Chun Ruyun's command. Chun Ruyun smiled and said, "Does this imply that if I do not disclose my purpose for acquiring these weapons today, I shall be unable to take them?" Pygrov nodded, affirming, "Precisely." The repairmen, tools in hand, gathered closer. "Very well." Chun Ruyun maintained his smile, nodded to He Bing, and turned to exit. Pygrov's numerous subordinates did not impede their departure. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in He Bing's eyes, his voice low and insistent, "Captain Chun, leave this to me." Despite the numbers against him, He Bing felt no fear. How could these street thugs compare to trained killing machines honed through the most rigorous methods? If he so desired, within a minute, at most, he could ensure the demise of everyone present. Without uttering a word, Chun Ruyun proceeded outside to the vehicle. He Bing, reluctantly compliant, entered the car. As a special operative, he was bound to follow orders, and without Chun Ruyun's command, he could not act. At that moment, an SUV suddenly approached, halting beside their vehicle. He Bing's vigilance heightened. Could Pygrov be plotting not only a black operation but also their assassination? Yet, as the SUV window rolled down, a square-jawed Eastern face emerged. Chun Ruyun lowered his window as well. "Comrade Chun Ruyun, I am here to report with orders from higher command. Hu Jingping, captain of the Dragon Squad, along with 4 team members, awaits your instructions," the man stated in a voice as firm as stone. He Bing was taken aback. This was their own people. Chun Ryun nodded slightly, gesturing toward the factory behind him. The weapons you require are inside. For the time being, establish this factory as your base and await my orders. By the way, I have already paid for the weapons. Should they refuse to comply, handle it as you see fit. Having spoken, Chun Ryun closed the car window. As he drove, He Bing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Chun Ryun was even more ruthless than he anticipated, dispatching a special forces team with the explicit aim not only to retrieve the weapons, but also to seize the enemy's stronghold. Hu Zhongping parked the car and glanced back inside. Within the cramped space sat 4 formidable men, each possessing an imposing physique and a deep complexion. Particularly one who stood nearly 2 meters tall, his bulk reminiscent of a bull. 30 seconds to resolve the conflict, Hu Zhongping stated matter-of-factly. All right, Captain. The 4 exchanged glances and chuckled. Though unaware of the conditions within the factory, they remained unfazed, for they were members of the elite Amphibious Special Operations Unit, among the world's foremost special forces. Chapter 10. We are here to retrieve the weapons inside the factory, one underling exclaimed excitedly. Boss. This time we hit the jackpot. $1 million, all profit. Bygrov shared in the exhilaration. His earlier insistence on Chun Ryun explaining the purpose of purchasing weapons was mere pretense. As Chun Ryun had asserted, a seller of blades cares not whether the knives are wielded for culinary or lethal purposes. Thus, Bygrov intended to engage in a bit of blackmail, threatening Chun Ryun, but the operation unfolded with unexpected ease. These sea country folks are all pushovers. I merely intimidated them. And they capitulated. Huh, a bunch of fools. If such an opportunity arises again, we can certainly exploit it, understand? Laughter erupted among the subordinates. Simultaneously, Hu Zhongping and his 3 comrades commenced their operation. The 3-meter iron gate posed no challenge to them. With a synchronized effort, they effortlessly vaulted over the barrier. Beyond the gate, a large man lounged on a recliner, engrossed in his phone. Upon seeing the 4 descending upon him, he was momentarily stunned. Who are you? He shouted. But before he could rise, the most robust team member delivered a swift kick to his chest. The dull thud resonated as the man flew backward like a cannonball. Landing several meters away, his neck twisted, rendered unconscious. Tainyo, ease up a bit. You could kill him, and that would be troublesome, one teammate cautioned. Tainyo scratched his head and replied, I was gentle enough. He was just too weak. The other 3 glanced at the fallen giant, who, at over 180, was as robust as an ox, hardly weak. The quartet approached the main entrance. Without hesitation, Tainyo launched a powerful kick. The sound was akin to a bomb detonating. The heavy iron gate was sent flying, along with the wooden door behind it, careening several meters away. With heads held high, they strode into the factory. Inside, those reveling in their triumph turned in unison, their expressions shifting to shock as they beheld the 4 intruders. Who are you? Bygrov snapped back to reality, his voice laced with fury. Tainyo laughed heartily and declared, We are here to retrieve the weapons. Fool, they do not understand your words. Stop wasting time and attack. The 4 men surged into the fray like wolves among sheep, and within mere seconds, everyone in the factory lay incapacitated. Too weak. Iron Bull seized a burly man and casually tossed him into a pile of tires. All right, I shall go open the door for the captain. Shortly thereafter, Hu Zhongping entered. Ignoring the scattered individuals on the ground, he strode directly to a few weapon crates, picked up an M4, pulled the bolt, aimed briefly, nodded in satisfaction, and declared, Inspect the weapons. Yes. 4 team members promptly advanced to arm themselves. They donned bulletproof vests, followed by tactical vests, and equipped themselves with bulletproof helmets and night vision goggles. Before assembling their weapons according to their preferences, attaching various tactical accessories. The entire process was devoid of conversation. Only the clattering sounds of weaponry echoed in the air. Piglov, still conscious, lifted his head in terror and exclaimed, Who are you? Do you know who I am? The 5 men paid him no mind. After a torrent of curses, Piglov ceased his outburst. Their proficient maneuvers and the distinctly formidable aura surrounding them made him realize the truth. Good heavens, you are soldiers, soldiers from Country C. Piglov's eyes widened in disbelief. These 5 individuals were undoubtedly soldiers, and not just any soldiers, but the elite among them. 5 armed soldiers had come to Country M. What was their objective? At that moment, Piglov regretted his earlier foolishness in questioning Chun Ryun's intentions. To inquire would spell his doom. Even in that instant, Piglov felt death looming over him and hastily pleaded, Do not kill me. I know nothing. I have seen nothing. Hu Zhongping holstered a pistol and commanded, Dismissed. From now on, remain armed, await orders, and be ready to act at any moment. Understood. Once the four dispersed, Hu Jingping turned his gaze toward Piglov and, in English, stated, "This area has been requisitioned." Piglov understood and dared not refuse, nodding stiffly in compliance. Meanwhile, Chen Ruyun, having arranged the dragon team, contemplated and decided to pay a visit to Zhou. Bribing Mason was Chen Ruyun's primary plan, a plan which theoretically had the highest success rate. The dragon team served as the contingency B plan, one that Chen Ruyun preferred not to activate unless absolutely necessary. However, regardless of the plan, Chen Ruyun needed to confer with Zhou to inform him in advance and prepare him mentally. Furthermore, Chen Ruyun was filled with curiosity about Zhou. What manner of person could compel the state to spare no expense to save him? The following day, Fox Prison. "Zhou, someone wishes to see you," the prison guard announced. Rising from his book, Zhou thought to himself that the moment had arrived. It seemed his second letter had borne fruit. Glenn, in the upper bunk, leaned over curiously and asked, "Zhou, why are so many people coming to see you these days?" "It's nothing much," Zhou replied with a smile as he departed. After Zhou left, Glenn pondered for a moment before also descending the bunk and summoning the guard. "Officer, may I make a phone call?" Escorted to the phone, Glenn dialed a number. "Mr. Chris, there is something regarding Zhou that I believe you should know," Glenn whispered. "Oh, what is it?" Glenn murmured. "In recent days, there has been a constant stream of visitors seeking him out. Moreover, just a few days ago, he entrusted me with sending a letter. After that letter was dispatched, he changed. He had been diligently writing and drawing, but now he has abruptly ceased all such activities." The voice on the other end inquired, "That letter, you say?" "I've already perused its contents. There appears to be nothing amiss. However, you mentioned that he has been receiving visitors. Has he divulged anything?" Glenn shook his head. "No. He has said nothing at all." "Very well. The $1,000 for this month will be wired to your wife. Should there be any developments regarding him, inform me at once, understood?" "Yes, sir." With that, Glenn ended the call. At the Minsk Institute of Physics, a middle-aged Caucasian man terminated his call, his brow furrowed in concern. His name was Chris, a senior researcher and deputy director at the institute, who once had Zhou as a member of his research team. It was this very team that developed high-strength bulletproof material, a breakthrough that had been transformed into a commercial product, resulting in a lucrative contract with the Defense Ministry worth several hundred million. This achievement had brought Chris considerable wealth and, through subsequent collaborations, allowed him to penetrate the upper echelons of military procurement, establishing profound connections within the Defense Ministry. However, despite his success and acclaim, Chris harbored a lingering unease. A potential threat embodied in Zhou, the very individual who had pioneered the high-strength flexible material. Zhou had been incarcerated for 2 years, during which Chris had kept tabs on him through Glenn. Now, with Zhou exhibiting no peculiar behavior, his sudden increase in social interactions set off alarm bells in Chris's mind. After pondering for a moment, Chris picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Frank, first of all, congratulations on your promotion to FBI District Chief. If convenient, I would like to arrange a meeting." Chapter 11. Plans cannot keep up with changes in the prison visitation room. Zhou encountered Chen Ruyun. He was momentarily captivated by her beauty, taking some time to regain his composure before sitting down. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. My name is Chen Ruyun." She introduced herself with a smile. Zhou nodded, remaining silent, uncertain of her identity and purpose. He hoped she was not another lawyer like Yang Mu, merely there to placate him. Noticing his silence, Chen Ruyun was undeterred. After appraising him, she stated, "Mr. Zhou, I am responsible for ensuring your safe return to your homeland. You will be able to leave here as early as tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. I hope you are mentally prepared." Beneath the table, Zhou clenched his fists in excitement. At last, his letter had borne fruit. "All right," he nodded slightly, then inquired, "Is there anything else?" Chen Ruyun smiled and shook her head. Her smile caused Zhou to momentarily lose his train of thought again. "Well then, farewell." Zhou rose to depart. "Goodbye." Chen Ruyun responded, still smiling. The next day, as promised, Chen Ruyun received a call from Mason, notifying her to be ready to pick someone up outside the prison at midnight. Zhou had prepared himself for the impending departure from the prison. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, a prison guard opened the cell door and announced, "Zhou, gather your belongings. You are being transferred." Zhou, momentarily taken aback, was met with a startled outburst from Glenn, his upper bunkmate, who exclaimed, "Zhou, what's going on? Why are they transferring you to another prison? Did you request this?" Zhou maintained a serene countenance, though a flicker of excitement stirred within him. It appeared that all of this had been orchestrated by Chen Ruyun, whose influence seemed to extend even to the prison authorities. With little to pack, he replied, "Let us go," and, having arranged his clothing, He strode confidently out of the cell. Before long, he would once again stand upon the soil of his homeland. Following the prison guard, he boarded a transport vehicle, which departed the prison and proceeded eastward along the highway. Meanwhile, at 6 o'clock, Mason arrived at the prison in a brand-new Porsche. "Sheriff, did you win the lottery?" a colleague inquired, astonished. With a triumphant smile, Mason revealed he had received $10 million, prompting him to indulge in the purchase of the luxury vehicle. Replacing his old Toyota, a mere $100,000, a trifling expense. "It's a secret," Mason replied with a mysterious grin as he entered the prison. Several colleagues on the night shift arrived shortly thereafter, exchanging knowing glances and nods. Mason completed his routine handover of duties, awaiting the arrival of dawn. Just after the shift change, a colleague rushed to Mason, visibly shaken and pale, saying, "Mason, there's a serious problem. That person has vanished." "Which person?" Mason responded, momentarily perplexed. The colleague gestured discreetly. "That person." It took Mason a moment to comprehend, nearly gasping in shock. "That person, the one they intend to rescue. What happened? Where is he?" Mason urgently inquired, realizing that without the individual, their plan was in jeopardy, especially with $20 million still at stake. "I don't know," the colleague replied. "After my shift began, I specifically checked the cell, and he was already gone. Upon further inquiry, I learned he had been transferred, but upon reviewing the transfer records, I found no mention of him." Cold sweat broke out on Mason's brow. His immediate thought was that the situation had been compromised, prompting an early transfer. "Keep this quiet. Act as if nothing has happened," he instructed hastily. Fortunately, he had already secured a $10 million advance. The colleague, stiffly nodding, contemplated before asking, "What about our money?" Mason shot him a glare, replying, "What money? We haven't completed the job. Where would the money come from?" The colleague retorted, "Don't be foolish. I know for a fact you received the funds. Without money, how did you afford the Porsche?" Mason was nearly apoplectic, regret coursing through him. Had he known this would transpire, he would not have flaunted his new car. Now he faced the dilemma of silencing a few individuals, lest any discontent lead them to expose him. As it stood, the $10 million would dwindle to a mere $5 million, an enormous loss. "Fine. I'll give you what you need," Mason lamented, his heart bleeding. Outside the prison, He Bing drove quietly, accompanied by Chen Ryun, as they awaited the arrival of midnight. The scheduled time arrived, yet no changes had occurred. Director Chun and He Bing furrowed their brows. Chen Ryun also frowned and contemplated before suggesting, "Let us wait a little longer." This wait extended for another hour. Chen Ryun dialed Mason's number, making 2 attempts before finally reaching him. With a cold tone, she stated, "Mr. Mason, I believe I require an explanation." Mason's voice trembled as he explained, "It's not my fault. I only discovered after starting work that the individual you sought to rescue had been unexpectedly transferred, and there is no record of this transfer. Someone must be aware of it. Please refrain from calling me again." With that, he abruptly hung up. Damn, Chen Ryun couldn't help but curse. Her frustration stemmed from the unexpected disruption of their plans, with Zhou Yang suddenly being transferred, and from Mason's failure to inform her promptly upon learning of Zhou Yang's transfer. 7 hours had already elapsed since Mason began his shift. And who knew where Zhou Yang had been taken? He Bing, with a grave expression, inquired, "Director Chun, what shall we do now?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Ryun calmed herself and began to contemplate their next course of action. The foremost priority was to ascertain Zhou Yang's whereabouts. Mason had divulged a crucial piece of information. Someone had abruptly transferred Zhou Yang, leaving no trace of this transfer in the prison records. The ability to transfer a living individual without documentation was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Utilize all intelligence networks to trace Zhou Yang's location, with a particular focus on the police system. And don't forget the FBI, Chen Ryun added, noting that even regular police officers might lack such influence, making the FBI the most likely entity involved. Yet, she could not fathom why the FBI would suddenly transfer Zhou Yang. Had her actions truly been exposed? If that were the case, she too should be in jeopardy. So why was it only Zhou Yang who was taken? This indicated that someone had been monitoring Zhou Yang closely. In a flash, Chen Ryun pondered numerous questions and remarked, additionally, "Investigate the case from 2 years ago when Zhou Yang was imprisoned to see if we overlooked any pertinent information." He Bing nodded in agreement. With her command, the Special Operations Unit 6 activated their intelligence networks in Country M, mobilizing every available connection and employing some unconventional methods, such as hacking into local surveillance systems to trace the transport vehicle's route. Even though the perpetrators had left no transfer records, a transport vehicle could not easily conceal its movements. Half an hour later, Chen Ryun had successfully uncovered Zhou Yang's location, though the news was far from favorable. According to the intelligence gathered, the transport vehicle had entered the local FBI headquarters and had not emerged since. This indicated that Zhou Yang was being held at the FBI headquarters. Chapter 12, Plan B, a bold assault on headquarters in an abandoned factory. The 5 members of the Jiaolong team had been waiting for a full day and night. They exhibited no signs of impatience. Some watched television while others played cards, all taking the opportunity to rest. Just then, a phone rang, breaking the silence. As Hu Zhengping sat watching television, a sudden jolt prompted him to swiftly grasp his phone. A fleeting glance at the screen transformed his expression. "Gather," he commanded, and in an instant, 4 team members stood before him, fully equipped. The 5 of them, even while attending to nature's call, clutched their firearms without abandon. 1 minute to eliminate traces, then we depart. With that, Hu Zhengping turned and exited the factory. A minute later, the quintet set off in their vehicle. At 5 o'clock in the early morning, as dawn broke, the car came to a gradual halt before a towering building on the outskirts of the city. Hu Zhengping retrieved his tablet and displayed a photograph of their target, saying, "This is our mission objective. Our task is to extract the target safely. Remember, the target's safety is our utmost priority. If the target is alive, there is no question of failure. This means the target must not die, and failure is not an option." He raised his gaze to the 4 individuals, his tone piercingly stern as he intoned, "Do you comprehend my meaning?" The 4 exchanged knowing smiles. One team member remarked, "Understood. It means his life is more valuable than ours. We would rather perish than let him die. Don't worry, Captain. If bullets fly, I'll be the first to shield him." Yet, the atmosphere turned gravely serious. Such a mission, where failure is not permitted, is indeed the most arduous of tasks. Hu Zhengping said little more. Their duty was to accomplish the mission at all costs, even at the sacrifice of their own lives. This was the headquarters of the local FBI office. According to intelligence, the target was detained on the 5th floor, and the building was guarded by over 30 armed security personnel, alongside an unknown number of FBI agents. Thus, the exact number of armed adversaries they would confront remained uncertain. At that moment, Tiniu raised his hand, and upon receiving a nod from Hu Zhengping, he inquired, "Captain, are we permitted to engage with lethal force?" The other 3 also turned their gazes toward Hu Zhengping. Here they were, in a foreign country, within the city limits, and the target was ensconced within the FBI's headquarters. The adversaries they faced were primarily ordinary security personnel, and many were merely office staff. To breach the premises and extract the individual safely without firing a weapon seemed nearly impossible. Consequently, the necessity to fire was apparent. However, such an action could lead to significant casualties, which would be no trivial matter. Hu Zhengping hesitated momentarily before stating, "Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage with gunfire. Strive to resolve conflicts through hand-to-hand combat." The 4 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Though they numbered only 5 and were about to infiltrate the lion's den of the FBI, they felt no fear. The 5 donned their masks simultaneously as Hu Zhengping commanded, "Action." With that order, they swiftly exited the vehicle, charging like a gust of wind toward the main entrance of the building. At the entrance, a security checkpoint awaited, with a guard seated nearby, engrossed in his phone. In a mere 50 meters, Hu Zhengping led the charge, reaching the checkpoint in seconds. A whirlwind passing through the security apparatus, weapons on full display, triggering the alarm instantaneously. Yet, at the sound of the blaring siren, Hu Zhengping raised his leg and delivered a powerful K. As Hu Zhengping landed smoothly, his footsteps barely faltered, and he discharged a long-range shot. With 2 muffled sounds, the 2 security guards at the front desk, having just raised their heads to ascertain the commotion, felt a chill breeze brush past them. Instinctively, they recoiled, only to turn and discover 2 bullet holes marred the wall behind them. It was not a misfire from Hu Zhengping, it was a deliberate act. Seizing the moment while the guards were momentarily stunned by the gunfire, Blackbird moved with remarkable agility, delivering a flying kick that sent both security guards crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Hu Zhengping had already surged towards the stairwell. 5 fully armed individuals raced up the stairs, taking at least 3 steps at a time. Within merely 20 seconds, they reached the 5th floor, bursting through the stairwell door. Outside lay a vast open-plan office. Though it was the early hours of the morning, numerous people were bustling about, diligently engaged in their work. The sudden appearance of 5 armed figures left the agents present in a state of bewilderment, utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation. Undeterred, Hu Zhengping and his team continued their sprint towards an interrogation room situated 30 meters away. Inside, Zhou Yang was shackled to a table, enduring the wrath of a Caucasian who was shouting furiously. Since Zhou Yang had been taken from prison, he had endured nearly 10 hours of relentless interrogation. with several different interrogators taking turns to press him for answers. What can you tell me about the people you met? The white man leaned closer, his face nearly touching Zhou Yang's. You must be exhausted. Confess, and I can let you sleep. And I bet you are hungry. Would you like a hamburger? Just say the word, and I shall procure one for you. Zhou Yang, parched and weary, initially seethed with anger, bewildered by Chun Ryun's peculiar approach to his rescue. Was this truly the method of escape promised to him? As fatigue set in, Zhou Yang became increasingly numb, choosing to ignore the white man's inquiries as if he had not heard them. Suddenly, a thunderous bang resonated throughout the room, as if the door had been blown off its hinges, crashing to the ground. Figures darted in like lightning. Who are you? The white man shrieked, instinctively reaching for the handgun in his holster. However, before he could grasp it, Hu Zhengping leaped forward, delivering a precise strike to the back of the man's neck, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Mr. Zhou, we have received orders to escort you to safety, Hu Zhengping stated gravely as he approached Zhou Yang. Startled, Zhou Yang snapped back to reality, gazing at the 5 fully armed figures who appeared like divine warriors descending from the heavens. It was evident they were military personnel. The audacity of the state to deploy soldiers, directly assaulting the FBI headquarters, was simply astounding. All right, Zhou Yang finally responded, nodding in acknowledgement. Blackbird had located the handcuff key and swiftly freed Zhou Yang from his restraints. As Zhou Yang sat up, darkness momentarily enveloped him, causing him to slump back down. 10 hours without food or water, compounded by relentless interrogation, had pushed his stamina to its limits. Iron Bull, Hu Zhengping called out sharply. The bulliest of the Iron Bulls strode forward and scooped up Zhou Yang in a princess carry. Let us go. Hu Zhengping was the first to dash out. Outside, the initial shock had morphed into chaos. The armed security personnel at the monitoring center had already detected the commotion in the first-floor hall and rushed over. Now having arrived at the scene, the agents present had also received notifications, and those with quick wits promptly drew their weapons, aiming towards the interrogation room. Thus, as Hu Zhengping exited, he was met with a hail of bullets. Chapter 13. Successful retreat on the 6th floor of the FBI headquarters, in the director's office. Bureau Chief Paul had yet to leave for the day when he received a call from his friend Chris. Rest assured, I've brought the person back and am currently interrogating him. This fellow is quite tight-lipped. It's been nearly 10 hours, and he still hasn't spoken. However, I sense we're nearing a breakthrough. 12 hours is the limit for an ordinary person, and soon he will surely divulge all the information. My old friend, you must trust my expertise. To be frank, you seem to be making a mountain out of a molehill. This guy is merely an ordinary man. What kind of storm could he possibly stir? If you desire a more permanent solution, I could transfer him to a high-security federal prison and arrange for an accident to ensure his silence. Once I finish questioning him, I'll see him on his way. Paul hung up the phone and was about to summon someone to inquire about the interrogation's progress, when suddenly, someone burst in. Director, it's bad. Terrorists have breached the premises. Paul momentarily froze, almost believing he was hallucinating. Terrorists? Is this real? He thought, his composure slipping. At that moment, chaotic voices erupted from his subordinate's walkie-talkie. They VE come out. Damn it, flashbangs. Ah, my eyes. Fire. Fire. A barrage of gunfire erupted, leaving Paul pale with fear. Flashbangs. What the hell? There are indeed terrorists infiltrating the FBI headquarters. This is escalating quickly. People are injured. Fall back. Their firepower is overwhelming. We need backup. They're on the 5th floor. No. They VE descended to the stairwell. Hold the line. I'm on my way to the stairwell. Wait, there's no one in the stairwell. No, they're too fast. They're on the 2nd floor. Hurry, someone. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire akin to firecrackers and the sound of shattering glass, Paul's heart raced. This is disastrous. They VE broken the windows and jumped from the 2nd floor. Quick, pursue them. Damn it, we can't keep up. Paul's mouth fell agape, his mind racing with a singular question. Who were these audacious individuals daring to wreak havoc at the FBI headquarters? Though they were merely a field office, they still represented the FBI. Even the most brazen criminals would hesitate to confront them. Quickly, what are you waiting for? Chase after them. Alert the police. Initiate a citywide manhunt. Paul bellowed as he dashed out of his office, racing downstairs. The 5th floor lay in utter disarray, as if ravaged by a tempest. Several security personnel and agents were injured. The director, someone stepped forward to report, stating, preliminary assessments indicate that over 20 of our staff have sustained varying degrees of injuries, 7 of which are gunshot wounds. However, it appears that the assailants did not intend to kill, as none of the shots struck vital areas. Paul felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Having just been promoted to director, such an incident was a grave blow. If he failed to apprehend those responsible, his tenure would be short-lived. Who are they? Paul inquired. His subordinate shook his head, fear evident in his expression, replying, "We don't know." They were fully armed and wore masks, obscuring their identities. However, they exhibited exceptional training and marksmanship. I suspect they might be military personnel. By the way, they managed to abduct a prisoner from the 5th floor. A prisoner? Which prisoner? Paul was taken aback. The one you brought back for interrogation yesterday. I believe his name is Zhou Yang. What? It's him. Paul was instantly alarmed. 5 heavily armed criminals, equipped with advanced weaponry, had brazenly invaded the FBI headquarters solely to rescue Zhou Yang. Who exactly was Zhou Yang? A military connection. In recalling Zhou Yang's frequent meetings in the past few days, Paul felt a jolt of realization. He sensed he was entangled in a significant affair. Quick, contact headquarters. And also reach out to the Department of Homeland Security. Yes, you heard me correctly, the Department of Homeland Security. This is a grave situation. Paul was on edge. While on the other side, Hu Jinping and his team had swiftly departed the scene with Zhou Yang. This mission turned out to be rather straightforward, Iron Bull remarked. Somewhat surprised. They had prepared themselves mentally for a challenging endeavor, yet the FBI operatives were unexpectedly inept, allowing them to rescue the individual with such ease. Indeed, Blackbird chimed in, they hardly fired their weapons, seemingly hesitant to escalate matters. If they had been reckless enough to unleash gunfire without restraint, they could have secured the target in mere minutes. Zhou Yang couldn't help but observe his rescuers with admiration. It wasn't he that the FBI was incompetent, but rather that they were exceptionally formidable. If he was not mistaken, they were indeed a genuine special forces unit, employing fully armed specialists against FBI security personnel armed only with handguns, an extravagant use of resources. Thank you, Zhou Yang expressed, his heart soaring with exhilaration. He was finally free. At that moment, his thoughts raced back to his homeland, where he had resolved to utilize his knowledge and skills to strengthen the nation, aspiring for it to become the mightiest on the blue planet. The principle was clear: a sovereign treats a patriot with honor, and I shall repay that honor. The deployment of special forces underscored the importance placed on Zhou Yang. Hu Jinping shook his head slightly, indicating no need for thanks. Yet he couldn't help but scrutinize Zhou Yang with curiosity. He wondered what kind of individual warranted the intervention of such an elite team, willing to risk their honor for his sake. However, upon closer inspection, Hu Jinping found nothing particularly extraordinary, just a young, ordinary man, and nothing more. However, for Zhou Yang, Hu Jinping had made a lasting impression. Perhaps it would not be long before his perception of Zhou Yang would deepen further. The car came to a halt at the street corner. A vehicle appeared beside them, and Chun Riyun alighted. Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the oversight in my arrangements. Unforeseen circumstances have caused you undue distress, Chun Riyun expressed contritely. Fortunately, the mission had been accomplished. Otherwise, if any harm had befallen Zhou Yang, Chun Riyun would bear the weight of 1,000 deaths in guilt. Initially, Zhou Yang harbored resentment towards Chun Riyun, having been promised a rescue, only to find himself delivered directly to the FBI headquarters. Yet, upon reflection, he felt no anger. Plans seldom survive contact with reality. Who among us is exempt from unforeseen events? No matter, what shall we do now? Zhou Yang inquired, mindful that they were still within the borders of M country. Leave the ensuing matters to me, Mr. Zhou, Chun Riyun replied with a smile. Zhou Yang nodded, waved farewell to Hu Jinping, and then entered the vehicle. You all may retreat as per the original plan, Chun Riyun instructed Hu Jinping. A forceful assault on the FBI headquarters would undoubtedly alert all security departments in M country, including the FBI, CIA, and Homeland Security. Soon enough, it would be a net of pursuers hunting down Hu Jinping and his team. Yet, Chun Riyun was not overly concerned for their safety. After all, they were the elite Dragon team, skilled at ensuring secure exits. Chapter 14. The battery validation at the FBI headquarters. Representatives from the CIA and Homeland Security had all convened. In the conference room, the leaders from various factions gathered to hear the case report. Paul presided over the meeting, letting out a long sigh. Let us view the footage. The entire headquarters was outfitted with cameras, and Hu Jinping and his team had not considered severing the video signal. Thus their every move was recorded. From the moment Hu Jinping and his team made their entrance, to the point where he swiftly kicked both table and person into the air, to their rapid ascent to the 5th floor, and ultimately facing a room filled with armed agents, culminating in a flashbang that cleared their path. The entire sequence unfolded in mere minutes. The video captured the entire operation, which lasted less than 5 minutes. At that moment, over 50 armed agents and 30 armed security personnel occupied the building, totaling around 80 individuals. Astonishingly, The five managed to execute the abduction and secure their escape within such a brief span. Once the footage concluded, silence enveloped the room. As the assembled leaders absorbed the gravity of the situation, these five individuals were indeed formidable. Their equipment is superb, far beyond the ordinary, remarked the CIA representative. Moreover, they are highly trained, exceptionally professional, undoubtedly possessing backgrounds in special forces. As the discussion progressed, the expressions of the attendees grew increasingly solemn. They were facing skilled adversaries. Now, the crux of the matter is how to apprehend them, one of the FBI officials stated as he rose. An assault on our FBI, leading to the abduction of a prisoner, is a direct affront to our agency. If they manage to escape, what face shall we have left? The heads of the other two departments exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that any disgrace would primarily reflect upon the FBI. However, despite the thoughts swirling in their minds, no one dared to express their sentiments openly. First, they should investigate the firearms. Their weaponry was likely not commonplace, thus should be traceable. Furthermore, they could delve into the roster of retired veterans to unearth any mercenaries. By the way, for an endeavor of such magnitude, there would undoubtedly be whispers in the local community, which could also be monitored. As the group exchanged various suggestions, Paul cleared his throat, producing a photograph and affixing it to the board, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, our primary focus should be on this individual." As everyone turned their gaze toward him, Paul continued, "This man is Zhou Yang, the very criminal who has been abducted. He is a prisoner incarcerated behind bars. And we received credible intelligence indicating that someone might attempt to abduct him, which is why he was transferred from prison and temporarily housed at our headquarters. However, we did not anticipate that as soon as we brought him in, the assailants would launch a direct assault on our headquarters and seize him." The CIA director raised his hand, inquiring, "What makes this individual so significant?" In a moment of panic, Paul suddenly recalled that Zhou Yang's abduction could conveniently obscure the incident from years past when he had framed Zhou Yang. This individual had once been a researcher at the Lofa Institute of Physics, tasked with the study of a classified military-grade high-strength flexible material. 2 years prior, he had illicitly obtained crucial research data and sold it to a mysterious buyer. Fortunately, he was reported and apprehended. Otherwise, this sensitive research could have been compromised. The attendees furrowed their brows, their expressions grave, realizing that this was entangled with classified military research, a situation of considerable magnitude. Paul continued, "At the time, the evidence was irrefutable, leading to his 10-year prison sentence. However, our vigilance regarding him never waned. Just days ago, he suddenly began frequenting contacts with individuals from Country C. Given the intelligence we received about an impending abduction, I have a bold hypothesis. The perpetrators of Zhou Yang's abduction are from Country C, and their objective is the research data he possesses." The atmosphere shifted, breaths quickening in response to the unexpected involvement of Country C. "Paul, are you certain of your assertions? Do you possess any evidence? If not, refrain from making baseless conjectures." The CIA personnel questioned with serious expressions. Paul emphatically nodded, stating, "Certainly, we have been monitoring him, and we possess visitation records that can serve as evidence." The head of the Department of Homeland Security suddenly rose, declaring, "Please continue. I must brief the minister on the situation." With that, he exited promptly. Observing the unfolding scenario, the CIA director could no longer remain seated and hurriedly followed suit. Thus, Zhou Yang's name entered the purview of M countries' intelligence agencies. Upon confirming the potential risk of vital military research being compromised, M countries' intelligence apparatus embarked on a frantic search for Zhou Yang's whereabouts. In Country C, at the Energy Research Institute, the research team led by Chen Tiankai had successfully developed a battery model and was currently conducting data tests on this battery, the size of a fingernail. Thanks to breakthroughs in material fabrication, the battery's dimensions had been significantly reduced, an astonishing advancement indeed. Modern battery technology has reached a point where further miniaturization, while maintaining the same capacity, has become exceedingly challenging. First, we must assess the capacity. Chen Tiankai's eyes were slightly bloodshot. He had scarcely rested over the past few days, dedicating himself entirely to this verification research. The researchers beside him had already begun the testing. Soon, the results emerged, 8,300 mAh. Upon hearing this data, a collective gasp resonated among the numerous researchers present, their breaths quickening in astonishment. With current battery technology, an 8,300 mAh battery would typically be the size of a palm. Yet this one was merely the size of a fingernail and just 1 millimeter thick, truly unbelievable. Chen Tiankai, suppressing his excitement, urged, "Continue testing." As each set of testing data was revealed, The decay efficiency reached a staggering 95%. The battery's energy peaked at 43 watt-hours. The open circuit voltage, internal resistance, working voltage, and various performance metrics were all several times superior to modern battery standards. This was nothing short of miraculous. Chun Tiankai's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed with exhilaration. The diminutive battery before him represented a revolutionary technology capable of transforming the world. The assembled researchers could not contain their exuberance, understanding better than anyone the implications of such battery technology. Who developed this battery? It's remarkable, someone exclaimed. I don't know. It seems to be a process handed down from above, though it doesn't specify who conducted the research, another replied. Regardless of the creator's identity, one thought dominated Chun Tiankai's mind. The individual responsible for such a battery was nothing short of a genius, an extraordinary talent. Indeed, it was no exaggeration to claim that this marked yet another technological revolution. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Chun Tiankai raised his hand and said, "All right, let us proceed with testing the remaining data." There were still numerous metrics to evaluate, such as charge and discharge rates, as well as performance under extreme conditions. Safety was paramount. No matter how impressive the performance, a battery that explodes upon use is unacceptable. Moreover, the ability of such a small battery to store such a vast amount of energy was akin to carrying a miniature bomb, making safety considerations all the more critical. Having organized everything, Chun Tiankai hurriedly exited the laboratory. On one hand, he needed to report the verification results to his superiors. On the other, he was curious to discover the mind behind such groundbreaking battery technology. Chapter 15. Return home. VIP treatment. The airplane gradually descended. Mr. Zhou, we are about to land, Chen Ruoyun softly announced. Zhou Yang turned his head, gazing through the aircraft window, where the vast earth came into view. Motherland, I am back, Zhou Yang murmured, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having left for foreign shores at 18, he was now 27. It had been nearly a decade since he departed from his homeland. Though I left home as a youth, I return as an adult, my accent unchanged, yet my hair has begun to gray. Though Zhou Yang's temples were not yet silver, the 2 years spent in prison had undeniably etched a certain weariness upon him. Thank you, he said, gathering his composure and addressing Chun Ruoyun beside him. Without her assistance, his release from prison would have been far more arduous. Upon exiting the FBI headquarters, Zhou Yang, under the meticulous arrangements of Chun Ruoyun, underwent a transformation. First fabricating an identity to journey to Country J, located to the north of Country M, before finally boarding a flight back home. Chun Ruoyun smiled and said, "There is no need for gratitude. It is my responsibility." Her smile was enchanting, leaving Zhou Yang momentarily entranced. At that moment, the sound of conversation from a seat ahead caught Zhou Yang's attention. Sister Sue, how many people do you think will be there to greet me? How does this outfit look? Should I add a scarf? Zhou Yang was seated in business class, where a man and a woman occupied the row in front of him. The man wore a baseball cap and dark sunglasses, obscuring half of his face, which lent him an air of mystery. The woman beside him replied, "Why would you need a scarf? What you need now is exposure. Don't worry, I've arranged everything for you. Just walk out beautifully when the time comes." Their conversation piqued the interest of a young lady in the adjacent seat. She stared at the man for a while before suddenly exclaiming, "Are you Huko? Oh my goodness, you are Huko. I can't believe I am on the same flight as Huko." Her companion also erupted in excitement. The other passengers in business class turned their attention, curious glances exchanged, some even pulling out their phones to discreetly snap photos. Meanwhile, Chen Ruoyun, who had been sitting quietly, sprang to her feet and positioned herself directly in front of Zhou Yang. They stood face to face, mere inches apart, and Zhou Yang could almost feel her breath upon his face. Slightly taken aback, he asked, "What is it?" Chen Ruoyun stood up, retrieved a duckbill cap and a pair of sunglasses from her bag in the overhead compartment, and handed them to Zhou Yang. Once he had donned them, she whispered, "I apologize, Mr. Zhou. I fear they might photograph you, and the higher-ups have requested that you maintain a low profile for the time being." Zhou Yang finally grasped the situation, nodding slightly as he turned his gaze toward the man named Huko. He seemed to be a celebrity. It appeared that many people in the business class recognized him, as Huko stood up to greet everyone and take photos together. Chen Ruoyun's sharp eyes scanned the area, noting every individual who raised their phone to capture the moment. "Do you know him?" Zhou Yang inquired curiously. Chen Ruoyun glanced at Huko and replied, "He seems to be a star who suddenly gained fame this year after appearing on a variety show." Zhou Yang observed Chen Ruoyun with surprise, not expecting this stoic female agent to follow entertainment programs. Chen Ruoyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she admitted, "I watch occasionally." At that moment, the plane began its descent. Once it landed, Many passengers began to gather their belongings, preparing to disembark. However, the cabin door remained closed. Why isn't the door opening? There are only a few people in first class. Why haven't they disembarked yet? As numerous passengers expressed their confusion, a flight attendant appeared and said, "Please hold on a moment, everyone. We may be delayed in disembarking." Delayed? How long could that possibly be? We are in business class, after all. We should be the first to leave. The passengers erupted in frustration. The flight attendant wore a radiant smile, offering no explanations. At that moment, some passengers noticed that there was no shuttle bus in sight, implying that not only they, but also those in economy class, were unable to disembark. What on earth was happening? Confusion enveloped everyone. Zhou Yang was ready to exit the aircraft, but felt a twinge of uncertainty. Chen Ruiyun softly said, "Mr. Zhou, could you please remain calm and patient for a moment?" Zhou Yang nodded and settled back into his seat. At that juncture, a woman named Su, seated beside Hu Ku, suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, what is your airline playing at? The plane has landed, so why are we not allowed to disembark? Don't you realize that many people are eagerly waiting outside to receive us?" The flight attendant remained unfazed, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. As the wait stretched on for another 5 minutes, Hu Ku approached, removing her sunglasses to reveal a striking visage. She addressed the flight attendant, "Beautiful sister. There are countless fans waiting for me outside. I've already scheduled a pickup time with them on Weibo. If you don't let me off, they'll be left waiting in vain. There are hundreds of them. Could you possibly make an exception and allow me to disembark first?" Zhou Yang couldn't help but stroke his chin, noting the young man's good looks. The woman named Su chimed in, "And it's not just fans. There are numerous reporters eager to capture our arrival. You are hindering our important matters. Be wary of my displeasure. Where is your supervisor? Bring them out." The flight attendant remained unaffected, seemingly bound by some unyielding directive that prevented anyone from disembarking. Zhou Yang, unable to remain seated any longer, stood up and inquired, "Excuse me, flight attendant, is there some special circumstance? If so, could you please explain it to us? If there is a valid reason, we can wait a little longer." Chen Ruiyun opened her mouth but refrained from speaking, returning to her seat with a hint of exasperation. The flight attendant continued to smile. Just then, someone shouted, "Look! There are numerous luxury cars outside." Indeed, several vehicles had arrived. How did they get in here? And look, they are all Hongqi cars. And the license plates, my goodness. They are all numeric. Incredible. Wait, I understand now. No wonder we weren't allowed to disembark. It seems there are distinguished guests aboard our flight. They must be preparing for a welcome ceremony. Clearly, we should wait. What distinguished guests? Why would they be flying commercial? Are they in first class? Who could it be? Who else could it be? They are certainly not ordinary individuals. Just look at that line of Hongqi cars. Zhou Yang, intrigued, peered outside but saw nothing. At that moment, the aircraft door swung open. Soon, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit boarded the plane and entered the business class, surveying the surroundings until his gaze landed on Zhou Yang. He hurried over, saying, "Mr. Zhou, welcome back to your homeland. My surname is Li, and I am responsible for the pickup today." The newcomer smiled warmly, his voice exuding utmost gentleness. Instantaneously, the entire business class fell into a profound silence. All passengers fixated their eyes on Zhou Yang, realizing that he was the esteemed guest. Zhou Yang himself was taken aback. It turned out that this entire situation had arisen because of him. Chapter 16. This is already quite low-key. Are you here specifically to pick me up? Yes, Mr. Zhou. The middle-aged man surnamed Li nodded with a smile. Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance back at Chen Ruiyun. Didn't you say we should maintain a low profile? Very well. Zhou Yang picked up his luggage, which consisted merely of a small backpack. The middle-aged man surnamed Li respectfully stepped aside. Meanwhile, the passengers in the entire business class gazed at Zhou Yang in disbelief, speculating that a distinguished guest had appeared on the plane. But they assumed it would be in first class, never expecting it to be right beside them in business class, and so understated. Indeed, to the onlookers, Zhou Yang seemed remarkably discreet. Given the magnitude of his stature, it would only be reasonable for him to be flanked by bodyguards in black suits, ensuring that no one approached him. Chen Ruiyun followed suit. At that moment, Zhou Yang suddenly halted and turned to Hu Ku, saying, "Aren't you in a hurry to disembark? Why don't we leave together? And what about them, Mr. Li? Can they disembark now?" Zhou Yang pointed towards the passengers in the same cabin. The middle-aged man surnamed Li smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, if you say so, then it shall be. Sir and miss, please proceed." Hu Ku's mouth fell agape as he stared at Zhou Yang, feeling that his own standing was considerable, yet in comparison to Zhou Yang's, it was utterly insignificant. Moreover, the atmosphere was intimidating, leaving Hu Ku hesitant. Just as he was about to decline, a woman surnamed Su beside him nudged him and quickly smiled. That sounds wonderful. It's a perfect opportunity to make an acquaintance. Those who can muster such a display are not ordinary individuals. Who wouldn't want to know such a prominent figure? Chun Ruyun frowned slightly, a cold smile forming within her. To know him, you think you're worthy? Nonetheless, Chun Ruyun chose to remain silent. Whatever Zhou Yang said held weight. Huku followed Zhou Yang, blankly descending the plane, and then boarded the same luxury car as Zhou Yang. Huku, a star accustomed to riding in various luxury vehicles, had never before experienced one like the Hongqi before him, a car that was beyond his wildest dreams. The car drove directly out of the airport. Oh, aren't we going to the terminal? The woman surnamed Su suddenly inquired. The middle-aged man surnamed Li replied, Indeed, we are leaving directly from the underground parking lot. The woman surnamed Su was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, That is not acceptable. She faltered, unable to articulate the reason. Zhou Yang seemed to grasp her intent and suggested, Perhaps we should pause for a moment. Several hundred fans and reporters are waiting for them. The woman surnamed Su appeared quite embarrassed. The grandeur she had boasted about earlier paled in comparison to Zhou Yang's display. Huku's face flushed crimson, hastily stating, It's all right, I can explain to the fans later. The middle-aged man surnamed Li maintained his smile, saying, You actually do not need to go, as there aren't many people in the terminal. Not many people. Both were taken aback, momentarily at a loss. As they spoke, the car had already arrived at the parking lot entrance. The car came to a stop, and someone opened the door. You too. Please alight here and proceed up that staircase to reach the arrival hall, instructed the middle-aged man surnamed Li. The two individuals exchanged a glance, hesitant to utter a word, and obediently exited the vehicle. The woman surnamed Su had initially contemplated riding alongside Zhou Yang to forge a connection, yet upon entering the car, she found herself utterly speechless. Deterred from even broaching the subject. My apologies for any inconvenience caused, Zhou Yang remarked with a smile, waving farewell to the pair. It's nothing, Huku replied quickly. Displaying an endearing timidity, the sedan receded into the distance. Once the vehicle was out of sight, Huku exhaled deeply, patting her chest and exclaiming, Wow. I was so frightened that I could hardly breathe. Sister Su, who on earth is that person? I have no idea, but he is certainly not an ordinary individual. The woman surnamed Su replied, her face etched with trepidation. Had she known it would unfold this way, she would have refrained from associating with Zhou Yang. There were 4 cars in total, all occupied by bodyguards clad in black suits. The middle-aged man surnamed Li, despite not disclosing his identity, exuded an aura that was unmistakably distinctive, an essence that could not be feigned. Let us proceed, Huka said, retrieving her suitcase as they made their way to the arrivals hall. Well, this is clearly a matter for the high profile. It has nothing to do with us. Be prepared, outside. You will find your fans. Do not get too close. And remember to smile when facing the reporters. Do you understand? The woman surnamed Su instructed. Huka nodded in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at the arrivals hall, the 2 women were taken aback by the sight before them. The expansive hall was eerily devoid of people. Indeed, there were individuals present, but they were all law enforcement officers, including heavily armed special forces, patrolling the area. Not a single fan or reporter was in sight. With mouths agape, they comprehended why the middle-aged man surnamed Li had previously stated that coming to the arrivals hall would be futile. There was truly no one here. Have they sealed off the entire airport? The woman surnamed Su asked, bewildered. Is this all just for the purpose of welcoming Zhou Yang? Even foreign dignitaries do not warrant such an elaborate display. At that moment, a man in a black suit approached them, his demeanor cold. Please surrender your phones for inspection to ensure no unauthorized photographs have been taken. Huku was once again left speechless. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already departed the airport in a vehicle, observing the extensive presence of police and special forces throughout the terminal. Have you truly closed the entire airport? Zhou Yang inquired, astonished. Is it really all because of my arrival? The middle-aged man surnamed Li nodded slightly, stating, This is a special arrangement made by higher authorities. Zhou Yang felt a swell of emotion at this display of regard from his homeland. It truly isn't necessary, he murmured. Li smiled in silence. Zhou Yang shook his head slightly and turned to Chen Ruyun, saying, You previously advised me to keep a low profile. Is this what you consider low profile? Chen Ruyun replied. In my opinion, this is already quite low-key. Not making a public appearance and returning covertly. What else would you deem as being low profile? Zhou Yang was at a loss for words and then asked, What are your plans moving forward? Upon returning home, Zhou Yang was prepared to embark on a significant endeavor, utilizing the technology he had acquired from the system to contribute to his country. The middle-aged man surnamed Li responded. The leadership wishes for you to rest for a while after your arduous journey abroad. Once you have rejuvenated, we can discuss subsequent matters. After a brief pause, The middle-aged man surnamed Li remarked, "Moreover, you have been away from your homeland for nearly a decade. During these years, the country has developed remarkably. Would you not wish to behold its splendid landscapes?" A stirring of emotions welled up within Zhou Yang, and he suddenly inquired, "Could you take me to a particular place?" Having spent almost 10 years abroad, it was imperative for him to pay his respects to his parents. Given their status, Zhou Yang's parents could have been interred in a cemetery, yet, in accordance with his grandparents' wishes, they had been laid to rest in their hometown. "Very well. I shall make the arrangements at once," Li replied promptly. The following day, Zhou Yang embarked on a special vehicle, returning to his hometown, Z City. Chapter 17. The Treatment of Heroes. Z City, Linzhou County, Gushan Township, Wanghu Village. The township is named Gushan due to the presence of a prominent hill several hundred meters high, known as Gushan, with Wanghu Village nestled at its base. Before the village lies a vast lake, from which the name Wanghu Village is derived, as it overlooks the lake. This quaint village, having recently acquired a paved road, is adorned on either side with fields of canola flowers. During the blooming season, the hills are awash in golden hues, creating an exquisite landscape that attracts visitors from the county town, leading to an increase in agritourism and a flourishing economy. 3 cars entered Wanghu Village, with Zhou Yang, Chun Ryun, and the middle-aged man, Li Tianshu, who had previously met them at the airport, occupying the central vehicle. In my childhood, returning to my hometown with my parents, the most vivid memory was of the endless fields of canola flowers. Unfortunately, it is not the blooming season now. Otherwise, it would have been a splendid sight. Zhou Yang mused, gazing out the window. However, he saw no canola flowers, nor any fields. Only barren hills lay before him. On the mountain, a temporary road had been established, where construction vehicles were parked, and numerous workers in hard hats busily toiled at the site. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow. Li Tianshu leaned out for a better look and remarked, "It appears development is underway." Zhou Yang remained silent, his voice low as he instructed, "Drive faster." Li Tianshu, sensing Zhou Yang's deteriorating mood, frowned slightly. He was adept at gauging the sentiments of superiors, and it was clear that Zhou's spirits had soured. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt. The once tranquil Wanghu village now bore the marks of commercialism. The agritourism establishments had vanished, replaced by numerous restaurants and small supermarkets. Along the main road traversing the village, several cars were parked, including some luxury vehicles. The car stopped, yet Zhou Yang did not exit. The occupants of the 2 vehicles behind them disembarked first, each dressed in casual attire, revealing themselves to be special security personnel. "All set," Chen Ruoyan said, adjusting her earpiece as she addressed Zhou Yang. Only then did Li Tianshu open the car door, inviting Zhou Yang to step out. Upon exiting, Zhou Yang surveyed his surroundings, only to find that the memories of his childhood had all but vanished. Who are they? The villagers in the nearby shop cast curious glances at Zhou Yang and his entourage, whispering amongst themselves, "I've never seen them before, but with such a grand procession. He must be a significant figure. It is likely that the higher-ups from the developers are here for an inspection again, just as a certain leader visited last time." Accompanied by a throng of followers, Zhou Yang withdrew his gaze, overwhelmed by a profound sense of nostalgia. In the village, he had nearly no relatives left. Not only close kin, but even distant relatives were likely non-existent. His sole concern was the shared grave of his parents on the mountain. Chen Ryun retrieved some offerings from the trunk. "Let us ascend the mountain," she suggested. Zhou Yang remained silent, leading the way up the hill. As they traversed the familiar yet unfamiliar narrow path, they eventually ascended the mountain trail, when suddenly a security guard appeared ahead, blocking their passage. "What are you doing?" "This is a construction site. You cannot enter," the guard asserted. Zhou Yang's expression changed slightly, as his worst fears had indeed materialized. He had worried when he first noticed the construction site on the mountain, realizing that his parents' grave lay within its bounds, and now it had come to fruition. "Step aside." Zhou Yang's eyes reddened, his voice low and commanding. The guard, taken aback, retorted, "Oh, you dare glare at me. Let me remind you, this is a construction site. If you wish to enter, consult your superior and have them grant you access." Zhou Yang remained silent, but beside him, Li Tianshu's face paled dramatically. He quickly exchanged glances with Chun Ryun, who nonchalantly waved her hand, prompting several operatives behind her to swiftly seize the guard and drag him aside without further ado. Zhou Yang said nothing as he stepped forward into the site. Before long, Zhou Yang arrived at a leveled area. The ground had been flattened, and if his memory served him correctly, this was the very site of his parents' grave. Darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly fainted. "Mr. Zhou," Li Tianshu hurriedly steadied him. His expression grave. Chen Ruyan quickly called out, "Doctor." A middle-aged physician, equipped with a small medical kit, rushed over. I am fine, Zhou Yang protested, pushing Li Tianshu away before collapsing to his knees in the muddy earth. Father, mother, your son has returned. His anguished cry rendered him speechless. At that moment, Zhou Yang's heart brimmed with wrath. His parents' grave represented the sole remnant of his existence in this world, and now it had been desecrated. He felt a deep sense of injustice for his parents, who had sacrificed their lives for the nation as military-industrial experts. He recalled how, during his childhood, they would often spend countless days and nights away from home for their research. They had dedicated their lives, and even their very lives, to the military-industrial cause. Yet, in death, they had not even been granted a grave. Was this the treatment that heroes deserved? Li Tianshu, equally distressed, stepped forward and murmured, Mr. Zhou, rest assured. I will ensure this matter is addressed. Without needing Zhou Yang to voice his concerns, Li Tianshu understood his responsibilities at that moment. Just then, a group of people came rushing from a distance, wielding clubs and other implements. It's them, the leading figure shouted, pointing at Zhou Yang and his companions, who loud ah? These are the ones causing trouble at the construction site. Who? The young man adorned with a gold chain the width of a finger, approached with an air of arrogance, sizing up Zhou Yang and his companions. Do you have any idea where you are? How dare you stir trouble here? Are you looking for a fight? The crowd remained silent. With a fierce glare, who declared, I'm speaking to you. Pretending to be deaf, are you? Fine, if you refuse to heed a polite invitation. Let us see how I deal with you. What are you all standing there for? Get them out of here. Chen Ruiyun casually waved her hand, saying, Liamo, you go. A special operative stepped forward, flexed his wrist, and took a leap into action. Opposite him stood over a dozen individuals, all armed. Yet, Liamo seemed undeterred. Charging forward alone. Attack! Who shouted, brandishing a steel pipe that he swung towards Liamo. In an instant, Liamo unleashed a punch so swift it was almost imperceptible. A dull thud echoed as Hu collapsed to the ground, dazed and disoriented, only to discover that the steel pipe in his hand had been bent. Liamo's strike had rendered it warped. Who was left utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Liamo had entered the fray like a wolf among sheep, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Moments later, after a series of thuds, he stood alone amidst the chaos. Chapter 18. Capturing the troublemakers. Having accomplished his task, Liamo returned calmly, as if single-handedly defeating a dozen adversaries was a trivial affair. Zhou Yang rose and asked, Could you fetch me a shovel? Chen Ruiyun pointed to an individual, who promptly complied. Meanwhile, Hu and his crew lay on the ground, wailing in agony, with Hu shouting, So you think you're tough? Just wait, this isn't over. He pulled out his phone and began dialing, while the others made no attempt to intervene or even glance his way. Shortly, the shovel arrived. Zhou Yang took it, assessed the area, and began to dig. This land had been leveled, and his parents' grave was likely buried beneath. Given the passage of many years and changes in the landscape, Zhou Yang was uncertain of the precise location. Nonetheless, he was determined to unearth and relocate his parents' resting place. Mr. Zhou, let me handle it, Li Tianshu insisted, stepping forward. No, I will do it myself, Zhou Yang replied firmly. Li Tianshu's expression shifted, and he immediately pulled out his phone to make a call. In about 10 minutes, a large group of workers arrived from the construction site. Simultaneously, 2 police officers in uniform appeared along the mountain path. A grand procession approached, led by a middle-aged man in a gray suit. Manager Chu, who exclaimed, as if he had found a lifeline, scrambling to his feet and rushing forward. These people are too brutal. They can fight. Just look at what they did to me. They came here to provoke us. We can't let them get away with this. A middle-aged man stepped forward, casting a scrutinizing glance at Zhou Yang and his companions, and spoke in a deep voice. What brings you here? Do you even comprehend where you are? This is the construction site of our Chiyun Group. I am Chu Bo, the project manager here. Why have you come to stir trouble at our site? No one responded to him. Zhou Yang continued to dig, having already excavated a shallow pit, yet still failing to uncover the graves of his parents. At that moment, 2 police officers approached. Officer Su, you have finally arrived. These individuals are causing a disturbance at my construction site. Could you assist in addressing the situation? Chu Bo gestured towards Zhou Yang and his group. With the extensive development in Wanghu village, the influx of people had prompted the local police station to establish a police office, and these 2 officers were from that unit. One of the middle-aged officers stepped forward, glanced at the injured Hu Laoda and his group, and raised his voice. Who are you? Again, there was no answer. Everyone remained silently gathered around Zhou Yang, intently watching him dig. The middle-aged officer frowned and said sternly, If you refuse to communicate properly, then return to the station immediately. Yet, no one moved. With a fierce glare, the middle-aged officer advanced, but was immediately halted by a special agent. Do you dare assault an officer? The middle-aged officer bellowed in fury. The special agent remained silent. Chun Ryu exchanged a glance, prompting the special agent to produce an identification document, showing it to the middle-aged officer. The officer, who had been filled with rage, suddenly appeared as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Who exactly are you? He stammered. The special agent put away the document without providing an answer, having been disregarded yet again. The middle-aged officer no longer dared to express his anger. The words and the official seal on the document left him trembling. Officer Su, what is the matter? Is there an issue? Chu Bo inquired, stepping closer. The middle-aged officer shook his head. Chu Bo frowned and said, Then why are you still hesitating? Take them away. Their presence here is surely hindering our timeline. The middle-aged officer quickly shook his head again, saying, Perhaps it's best to let it go. It's a trivial matter. Not worth the trouble. The officer was reluctant to disclose the identity of Zhou Yang and his companions. Not worth it. Chu Bo glared, scrutinizing the middle-aged officer, recalling how the officer's demeanor had shifted after seeing the special agent's credentials. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Bo looked at Chun Ryu and said, Ah, so you have connections, do you? I shall see who in Z City dares to oppose our Qian group. With that, Chu Bo promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, Chu Bo spoke loudly. Director Liang, is that you? This is Chu Bo from Qian. We met at the last gathering. The middle-aged officer shuddered. Director Liang was presumably the chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Director Liang, there is a small matter I would like your assistance with. Our project in Gushin is being obstructed, and as you know, it is a key project for our city, with investments amounting to billions. The timeline is tight, and if this disturbance delays our progress, I will have difficulty explaining it. What? You will send someone over? Excellent. I shall await your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Chu Bo wore an arrogant expression and pointed at Chun Ryu, declaring, If you have the guts, don't leave. Just wait and see how I deal with you today. How dare you oppose our Qian group? You should inquire about our standing in Z City, where we are the undisputed leaders. He raised his thumb in a display of bravado. Unfortunately, not a single person present paid him any attention, not even casting him a glance. It was as though he were speaking to the air, which only fueled his fury, causing him to grit his teeth and retreat. No one departed from the scene. All remained in anticipation. The only one still working, drenched in sweat, was Zhou Yang, tirelessly excavating the soil. As a quarter of an hour passed, several police cars could be seen approaching from the base of the mountain. Moments later, a dozen officers ascended the hill, led by a middle-aged policeman. I am He-jun, the chief of the Gushin Township Police Station. This is Manager Chu, the officer announced. Chu Bo stepped forward, and He-jun shook his hand, stating, I apologize, Manager Chu, for the delay in your work. I will take care of the troublemakers immediately. Chu Bo pointed towards Zhou Yang and his group, asserting, It's them. He-jun frowned slightly, and was about to speak when Officer Su hurried over and whispered a few words in his ear. What? He-jun's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, Are you certain? They can't possibly have fake identification. Fake. Officer Su hesitated, having only glanced at the documents, which he had indeed failed to scrutinize closely. He-jun scoffed lightly, saying, Old Su, I think you've been misled. People like them wouldn't come here. It must be counterfeit identification. This is serious. They dared to forge government documents, and we must take them back for a thorough investigation. With that, he waved his hand, and several officers surrounded the group. Just then, an unexpected sight appeared at the base of the mountain, numerous military trucks. What on earth are so many military vehicles doing here? Someone exclaimed, puzzled. In the next moment, a formation of soldiers marched swiftly up the hill, directly approaching the crowd. A formidable contingent of over 100 armed individuals, marching in unison, arrived at the scene. The presence of these soldiers left everyone paralyzed with shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Then, a sergeant with 3 stripes ran up to Zhou Yang and his group, coming to a sharp halt and saluting. Comrade leaders, this is the 121st Regiment of the Z Military District, reporting under the command of Captain Meng Yuanqi. Please provide your directives. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Chu Bo, He-jun, the local police, and the dozens of workers on site, stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of the armed forces before them. Faced with such a formidable display of military power, they dared not move. Li Tianshu nodded slightly and commanded, Captain, please take your men and secure the entire construction site. Then halt all operations. Understood. Meng Yuanqi stood at attention, then turned to face the troops, announcing in a commanding voice, the entire company is present. The 1st platoon to the north, the 2nd to the east, the 3rd to the south. Each platoon shall designate a squad under the command of Deputy Captain Hong to secure the western perimeter. No one is permitted to enter or exit the construction site. With the order given, the troops swiftly commenced their actions, the entire operation conducted in silence, save for the resonating sound of marching feet, which was profoundly striking. Chu Bo, Agape, shouted, "On what grounds do you blockade the construction site? What gives you the right?" Li Tianshu beckoned Chu Bo forward. "Manager Chu, do not approach, they are armed." Hu Laoda trembled with fear, discreetly tugging at Chu Bo's sleeve. Gritting his teeth, Chu Bo declared, "If they have the courage, let them kill me." He stepped forward, asserting, "I wish to know the justification for your blockade of our construction site. Otherwise, this matter will not be quietly resolved by Chiyun Group." Li Tianshu chuckled derisively, as if to say, "Young man, you are rather naive to engage in this game with me. Chiyun Group, is it? Let it not be said that I am abusing my authority. Let us discuss the facts. This is Gushin, is it not? The state has long since enacted regulations prohibiting commercial development in areas of original landscape. How did your Chiyun Group obtain development permits? Is there an issue here that requires further elaboration?" Chu Bo stood speechless, staring blankly at Li Tianshu, unable to utter a single word. "By the way, let me add this. You should begin preparing to seek new employment, for you are about to be unemployed," Li Tianshu remarked after a moment's contemplation. "Unemployed?" Chu Bo snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth. "Our development activities are legitimate business operations. Chiyun Group welcomes scrutiny. You think you can dictate our internal affairs? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to intervene, he could not control our company. Moreover, I should inform you that the vice president is my uncle. You think I will be unemployed? What a joke." Li Tianshu shook his head with a smile, weary of further discourse with Chu Bo. For someone of Li Tianshu's stature to debate with Chu Bo was to diminish his own standing. Furthermore, in Li Tianshu's view, Chu Bo's perspective was woefully limited. When he spoke of unemployment, it was not merely Chu Bo who would be dismissed, but rather the entire Chiyun Group that would face ruin. "Take them away," Li Tianshu commanded with a wave of his hand. Meng Yuanqi and the remaining soldiers promptly moved in to escort everyone present away. As Chu Bo descended the mountain, the construction site on the other side had been entirely sealed off by soldiers, with all workers wearing bewildered expressions as they exited. Just as Li Tianshu had stated, the site was now shut down. Damn it! Chu Bo fished out his phone and called his uncle. However, the line was busy for an extended period before finally connecting. As soon as the call was answered, Chu Bo's uncle thundered, "What the hell is going on at the Gushin site?" Chu Bo was taken aback, perplexed as to how his uncle was already aware of the situation. "Damn it, do you have any idea how many calls I've received? From the Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Tax Office, Environmental Protection, Fire Safety, and Social Security, all of them calling me. This is a concerted effort to bring Chiyun Group to its knees." After inquiring around, I learned that someone at the Gushin construction site has offended someone powerful, prompting an investigation into the Chiyun Group. What transpired at the Gushin site? Chu Bo's mouth fell agape once more. How could it be that so little time has passed, and already so many departments are poised to investigate them? Is this for real? Previously, Chu Bo boasted that the Chiyun Group had nothing to fear from an inquiry, but such bravado was mere folly. How could one not fear scrutiny? Any department can launch an investigation, and they would certainly uncover everything. The notion of so many departments collaborating in an investigation is simply unprecedented. "Uncle, what will happen to the Chiyun Group?" Chu Bo asked, bewildered. "What can happen? Are you a fool? With so many departments investigating together, it's over for us. The Chiyun Group is finished. We are about to collapse at any moment." Chu Bo clutched the phone, stunned into silence, suddenly recalling Li Tianshu's earlier words about finding a job. If the Chiyun Group were to fail, he might indeed have to seek employment. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang struck something with his shovel with a loud thud. He hastily set down the shovel and began to excavate with his hands. As he uncovered the soil, a black coffin emerged, causing Zhou Yang to burst into tears. "I found it." After a while, he stood up and carefully replaced some of the soil before climbing out of the pit he had dug. "Director Li," Zhou Yang called out, addressing Li Tianshu, the director of an unspecified department. Li Tianshu hurried over. Zhou Yang gazed at the distant lake, where a gentle breeze stirred the shimmering surface. "How is the verification of the materials I provided you?" Zhou Yang inquired. The battery technology had been submitted to the state several days ago, and if all went well, the verification products should have already been produced. After all, Zhou Yang had provided a comprehensive design scheme, complete with ready-made data. While the industrial fabrication might pose some challenges, it would be relatively straightforward in a laboratory setting. Li Tianshu's expression shifted, and he hurriedly replied, "I am not fully informed, but I will call to inquire right away." With that, he pulled out his phone and stepped aside to make the call. A few minutes later, Li Tianshu returned, slightly exhilarated. Excellent, he said succinctly. This outcome had been within Zhou Yang's expectations. Earlier, you asked me what my plans were. I have now decided. Zhou Yang turned to face the Gushin, stating, I wish to construct a laboratory here. Certainly, Li Tianshu replied without hesitation. The call Li Tianshu made was to a superior, who briefly summarized the results of the battery verification and concluded with a reassuring statement. No matter what Zhou Yang requested, it would be granted. Thus, whether it was building a laboratory or even demolishing the entire mountain, Li Tianshu would comply. Zhou Yang chuckled, Director Li. I haven't even specified the scale of the laboratory, yet you so readily acquiesce? Li Tianshu responded, Mr. Zhou, you jest. No matter how grand the laboratory, it remains merely a laboratory. It can never surpass your significance. Therefore, as long as you desire it, we shall construct a laboratory of any magnitude you wish. Zhou Yang regarded Li Tianshu, sensing the weight of his words. It appears that my second letter indeed bore fruit. Very well, let us commence the excavation of this mountain. Zhou Yang stated nonchalantly. Chapter 20. Infrastructure Capabilities Excavate. Li Tianshu instinctively raised his gaze towards the towering Gushin, standing at 400 to 500 meters high and sprawling across dozens of acres. Is there a problem? Zhou Yang inquired. Regaining his composure, Li Tianshu quickly shook his head, saying, No, you articulate your demands, and I shall ensure their execution. Even if you wish to pierce through the earth, I shall make it happen. With the current infrastructural capabilities of the nation, excavating a mountain is trivial. Filling in the sea is but a mere task. Excellent. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. For this was precisely the attitude he desired. Upon returning to the homeland, Zhou Yang's singular ambition was to see his country grow stronger, to ascend as the first nation of the blue planet, and perhaps to venture into the limitless cosmos. The pursuits of wealth and power were, to him, utterly mundane and intolerably pedestrian. Take, for instance, the battery technology Zhou Yang had proffered. If he were to request 100 billion from the nation, would they acquiesce? Certainly. They must, whether it be 100 billion, 200, or 300, what of it? Therefore, Zhou Yang held no regard for money. To him, it was merely a numerical value. What he desired, the nation would not deny him. Upon returning to the village, the party settled in for the day. Zhou Yang commenced the design of blueprints, envisioning the laboratory to be nestled within the mountain, a notion that had suddenly emerged in his mind. His objective was to construct the mecha within 5 years. Such a formidable weapon could alter the global balance of power, thus confidentiality was paramount. Concealing it within the mountain was absolutely imperative. The following morning, Zhou Yang arose and presented a preliminary design blueprint for the laboratory to Li Tianshu. The entire laboratory was delineated into several major areas. The first was the support area, responsible for the production and design of ancillary components for the mecha. The second was the assembly area, as the mecha, towering nearly 10 meters, required ample space for assembly and experimentation. The third was the experimental area, where theoretical research and technological validation would take place. As for other necessary living quarters, there was no need for elaboration. The entire blueprint represented Zhou Yang's initial thoughts and designs, for it to evolve into detailed architectural and construction drawings. It would inevitably require consideration of the terrain and collaboration with a professional design institute. This aspect could be entrusted to Li Tianshu. Very well, Mr. Zhou. I shall make the arrangements, Li Tianshu promptly replied. The machinery of the state commenced its operations with astonishing efficiency. The very next day, government officials arrived in the village, offering an irresistible proposition: relocation of all the villagers of Wanghu Village. Moreover, not only Wanghu Village, but several other villages within a 20-kilometer radius of Gushin were also slated for removal. Simultaneously, engineering teams had already taken residence in Wanghu Village, initiating on-site surveys. Before long, large machinery arrived on the scene, accompanied by a workforce of thousands, commencing with the construction of roads. Not merely any ordinary road, but rather a highway was being constructed. The exact destination was not inquired by Zhou Yang. To him, the entire progress of the project seemed as inconceivable as moving mountains and filling seas. Perhaps just a day prior, the area was barren land, and by the next day, it had been leveled. On the third day, concrete had been poured, and the foundation was laid. By the fourth day, it had transformed into a wide, straight highway. Such an investment was nothing short of extravagant, an expenditure beyond calculation. Mr. Zhou, this is the first version of the design blueprint. What are your thoughts? If it doesn't meet your expectations, I can have them revise it. Li Tianshu stated as he presented a comprehensive rendering video of the laboratory's design in the conference room. The details were meticulous, based entirely on Gushin, with the laboratory intricately designed within the mountain. All of Zhou Yang's previous requirements were fulfilled, and the design standards adhered to the highest benchmarks. Having worked at a leading international physics research institute, Zhou Yang was well acquainted with laboratory design standards. The laboratory's specifications before him truly represented the pinnacle of global excellence. Very well, let us proceed with this design for construction, Zhou Yang affirmed with a nod. Li Tianshu exhaled in relief. Producing a design blueprint in just a few days was no small feat. The estimated construction period is 45 days. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yang nodded. 45 days to excavate a mountain and construct a high-standard laboratory was an undertaking that seemed impossible without the nation's extraordinary infrastructure capabilities. By the way, I would like to visit BYD. Is that possible? Zhou Yang inquired. With the laboratory arrangements settled, Zhou Yang's focus shifted to a singular task, the creation of exosuits. Exosuits constituted a complex system. Even a single screw on the suit was not merely an ordinary hardware store purchase. Its technological sophistication likely surpassed that of contemporary society. Moreover, the crux lay in industrialized production. Zhou Yang did not intend to engage in experimental manufacturing. Instead, he aimed to leap directly to industrial mass production. This plan had yet to be disclosed to the state, which still presumed Zhou Yang was solely focused on battery research, unaware of his ambition to create exosuits. No inquiries were made, and Zhou Yang remained silent. The crucial point was that the state was fully supportive, allowing him to bypass the need for a presentation to secure funding. In short, he could proceed unimpeded. Of course, I will arrange that, Li Tianshu replied with a nod. The following day, Zhou Yang boarded a helicopter bound for the nearest airport, accompanied by Li Tianshu and Chunrun. It appeared that the state's arrangement designated Li Tianshu for routine operations, while Chunrun was responsible for Zhou Yang's safety. Through the helicopter window, Zhou Yang suddenly noticed a newly established camp a few kilometers from Gushin. This will eventually serve as a classified research facility. These are basic security measures, Li Tianshu explained. Zhou Yang was internally astonished. Basic indeed, as it seemed an entire military contingent had been stationed. The journey was largely silent, and that evening, Zhou Yang and his party arrived in City X. After a night's rest, the group set out early the next morning towards BYD's assembly plant. Zhou Yang chose BYD due to its unassailable dominance in the domestic battery sector, boasting unparalleled industrial production capabilities and technological prowess. As they had been informed in advance, the factory was adorned with festive decorations and balloons upon their arrival. Good morning, Director Li, greeted Wang Haoning, the chairman of BYD, who was leading the welcoming party. Upon seeing Li Tianshu, he hurried forward to shake hands in a gesture of welcome. Wang Haoning understood that Li Tianshu was no ordinary individual. Even provincial leaders would treat him with utmost respect. Li Tianshu nodded slightly, but quickly stepped back to make way for Zhou Yang, saying, Mr. Wang. Allow me to introduce Mr. Zhou. Wang Haoning, catching nothing but air as he extended his hand, swiftly redirected his attention to Zhou Yang, offering, Hello, Mr. Zhou. Good day. Mr. Wang, Zhou Yang replied, shaking hands with Wang Haoning, feeling a deep admiration for the man who had elevated battery technology to a world-class standard. Once their hands were withdrawn, Wang Haoning took the opportunity to appraise Zhou Yang. His first impression was that Zhou was remarkably young, perhaps no older than 30. The fact that someone so youthful could prompt Li Tianshu to step back and yield the spotlight spoke volumes about Zhou Yang's extraordinary status. Wang Haoning, being a well-informed individual, noted that their vehicle, a coaster, had come to a halt, and the first to disembark were security personnel, all of whom exhibited a commendable spirit. Clearly not mere decorative figures, their bulging waistlines indicated they were armed. Such a display suggested that only significant individuals would warrant such security. Wang Haoning racked his brain to recall who Zhou Yang might be, but could not place him. What could Zhou Yang possibly want from a visit to his factory? Was he there to negotiate or demand favors? Regardless, Wang Haoning decided to maintain a courteous demeanor, thinking it best to avoid any potential conflicts. With a more genuine smile, he led Zhou Yang and his group into the factory for a tour. Zhou Yang did not engage in excessive pleasantries with Wang Haoning. Instead, he diligently explored the entirety of the factory, occasionally posing insightful questions. The tour lasted over 2 hours and encompassed not only the assembly plant, but also the research and development center, showcasing the latest lithium battery innovations. As they finally made their way to the administrative building, Wang Haoning lingered behind to discreetly inquire of his CTO, Wu Chun. What do you think their purpose for visiting is? Wu Chun furrowed his brow for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot say for certain what their intentions are, but I can assure you that Mr. Zhou is quite knowledgeable. Knowledgeable? Wang Haoning repeated, intrigued. Wu Chun nodded. During the tour, he posed several critical questions. While I cannot assert that he understands the intricacies of the technology, he undoubtedly possesses a profound understanding of the battery industry and its technologies. Wang Haoning frowned, considering the implications. So, Zhou Yang might be a technical expert? It was perplexing that someone of Li Tianxu's caliber would escort a technical expert, especially given the high security surrounding their visit. In a moment of confusion, Wang Haoning found himself somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was conversing with Li Tianxu. Zhou Yang understood that Li Tianxu served as a vital link between himself and the higher-ups, through whom his intentions could be conveyed. Thus, there were certain matters that could simply be discussed with Li Tianxu. Director Li, what are your thoughts? Zhou Yang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tianxu responded. Quite impressive. I am aware that BYD is a paragon of private enterprises, renowned for its top-tier battery technology, both internationally and domestically. Zhou Yang smiled and posed a question. What do you think about entrusting the production of my battery technology to BYD? Li Tianxu was taken aback, hastily replying, Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting that you intend to hand over your developed battery for production by BYD? Why? His initial reaction was one of perplexity. Such advanced technology should ideally be produced by state-owned enterprises. Even if existing state enterprises were inadequate, establishing a new company would not pose a significant challenge. Wait. In the next instant, Li Tianxu suddenly grasped a more critical issue and quickly asked, Mr. Zhou, are you implying that the battery is ready for production? This device is still in the experimental validation stage. Isn't it? Laboratory production and industrial production are entirely different concepts. Zhou Yang's statement prompted Li Tianxu to consider a possibility. Perhaps Zhou Yang had already resolved the challenges of industrial production design for carbon nanotube batteries. Li Tianxu could not suppress a gasp. This was indeed a monumental matter. Certain technologies may be validated and even prototype products developed in a laboratory. Yet the transition to large-scale industrial production could span several years, possibly even decades, before becoming an industrial reality. Take aerospace engines, for instance. In laboratories, the nation can produce high-end engines that rival the best globally. However, transitioning to direct industrialized production lines is not feasible due to the lack of requisite production technology. Technical prowess is one aspect. Production technology is equally crucial, especially in modern society where mass industrial production demands a higher level of industrial foundation and technical requirements. Nevertheless, as the developer of carbon nanotube batteries, it is indeed plausible that Zhou Yang had preemptively resolved industrial design issues. With this realization, Li Tianxu felt a surge of excitement. Previously, the nation had anticipated that the realization of this technology would take several years, even up to a decade, yet now, the prospect of immediate industrial production seemed almost implausible. Zhou Yang smiled. The system provided not only the battery technology, but also the corresponding industrial production techniques. For instance, regarding carbon nanotube batteries, from the industrial production of carbon nanotubes to the preparation of battery electrodes, the injection of conductive agents, and finally the packaging, all aspects were encompassed. With some breakthroughs in production processes and the design of manufacturing machinery, large-scale production could be initiated. Zhou Yang's smile further solidified Li Tianxu's conviction that Zhou Yang had indeed completed the industrial design. Mr. Zhou, allow me a moment to make a call and communicate with the higher-ups, Li Tianxu said urgently. Zhou Yang nodded thoughtfully. Such matters undoubtedly required communication with senior management to secure their support. As for entrusting the responsibility to BYD, it presented an opportunity for the company to soar to new heights. Thus, Zhou Yang felt that Wang Haoning ought to express his gratitude towards him. Upon entering the conference room of the administrative building, Zhou Yang settled down with a cup of tea, while Li Tianxu stepped outside to make a phone call. This left Wang Haoning and several high-ranking officials from BYD exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of Zhou Yang's intentions. At that moment, Li Tianxu returned. He approached Zhou Yang and lowered his voice, saying, "The higher-ups value your thoughts, Mr. Zhou. In principle, they consent to you transferring this technology to BYD for industrial production. But the specifics of the collaboration may require state involvement. After all, this technology originates from you, and you have not explicitly stated that it should be transferred to the state free of charge. Therefore, how you choose to handle this technology is entirely your prerogative." Zhou Yang immediately grasped the implication. In simpler terms, the state wished to acquire shares. That was acceptable. Zhou Yang nodded. His initial intention had also been to lead with state involvement, while opting for BYD merely for its mature and high-quality industrial production capabilities in the battery sector. Mr. Wang, I am quite impressed with BYD's battery technology. Today, I have another matter to discuss with you. I wish to collaborate on the production of a new type of battery, Zhou Yang stated, directing his gaze towards Wang Haoning. Wang Haoning was taken aback. The numerous senior officials from BYD present were equally stunned. None had anticipated Zhou Yang to make such a request. The notion of collaboration to produce an entirely new battery left everyone wondering if Zhou Yang was sincere. Was it truly as simple as proposing a partnership? Furthermore, they were entirely unaware of what kind of battery technology Zhou Yang might present. In terms of lithium battery technology, BYD undoubtedly held the top position in the country, and they consistently monitored developments in battery research from various universities and institutes. Any emerging new technology would be promptly brought to their attention. Wang Haoning's thoughts quickly shifted. His first instinct was to politely decline, as he deemed the proposal implausible. However, before he could verbalize his rejection, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Pardon me, I must take this call," he apologized, rising to step away and answer it. After exchanging a few words, Wang Haoning suddenly exclaimed, "What? Academician Chen Tiankai has agreed to come? What? He is already on the way? Excellent. I will go down to welcome him now." Chapter 22. The inquiry remains unanswered. Wang Haoning dashed out of the conference room in excitement. Only upon reaching the door did he remember there were guests present. He hurriedly returned with an apologetic expression, saying, "Mr. Zhou, Director Li, my sincere apologies. A distinguished guest is on their way, so I must go greet them. Please, have a seat, and I will return shortly. Wu Chun, ensure that you attend to our two esteemed guests, understood?" Wu Chun nodded vigorously. Wang Haoning offered a contrite smile before hastily exiting. Zhou Yang maintained his composure, displaying no signs of displeasure at being disregarded. Li Tianshu, however, expressed mild surprise and whispered, "It's academician Chen Tiankai. Your carbon nanotube battery was validated with his assistance." Zhou Yang paused, intrigued, and remarked, "Oh, in that case, we might have an opportunity to converse later." Wu Chen hurriedly rose to refill Zhou Yang's tea, apologizing. "I beg your pardon. This guest, Mr. Wang, has been invited for quite some time and has only just agreed to come, which has made Mr. Wang somewhat excited. If there has been any oversight, I hope you both can forgive us." Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "Do you have a blackboard?" "A blackboard?" Wu Chen was taken aback, but quickly nodded. "Yes, indeed." He promptly sent someone to fetch a whiteboard. Zhou Yang stood, took a marker, and said, "You are the CTO, right? Allow me to jot down some notes for you to review." With that, Zhou Yang began to sketch on the whiteboard. Wu Chen glanced at the drawings and immediately realized, "Is this a process flow diagram?" Zhou Yang nodded slightly and continued. Meanwhile, Li Tianshu's expression changed dramatically. His first instinct was to clear the room to prevent anyone from accessing the production process of the carbon nanotube battery. Yet, considering Zhou Yang had chosen to write it out, he ultimately refrained from doing so and instead approached to examine the diagram, despite his inability to comprehend it fully. "Mr. Zhou, what production process is this for?" Wu Chun inquired after a moment of contemplation. Zhou Yang replied, "For batteries." "Batteries?" Wu Chun was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "That cannot be right. The production process for lithium batteries is typically divided into 6 steps: preparation of electrode slurry, coating, cutting of electrode sheets, stacking, assembly, and injection. What you have here is entirely different." Wu Chun was exceedingly familiar with lithium battery production processes. "Of course it is different, as this represents a revolutionary battery production methodology," Zhou Yang asserted, setting down the marker. "Estimate how many steps of the process requirements your company could fulfill with your current production technology." The flow diagram Zhou Yang had drafted not only outlined the production process, but also meticulously detailed the standards and requirements for each step. Wu Chun, resting his chin on his hand, scrutinized the diagram for an extended period before frowning and stating, "Mr. Zhou, I am uncertain about the nature of this groundbreaking battery you describe, but based on the process flow diagram you provided, BYD could potentially meet roughly 40% of the process requirements." 40%? Zhou Yang admitted that this figure exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated a maximum of 30%. After all, while both types of batteries were produced, carbon nanotube batteries were fundamentally different. "What if we consider process upgrades?" Zhou Yang inquired. Wu Chen shook his head. "That would require significant financial investment. However, certain areas could indeed meet the requirements through upgrades. If we disregard the costs involved, we might achieve about 70%. He quickly added, "I am referring to an ideal scenario that does not account for investment costs. In simple terms, the input and return would be disproportionate. That aligns closely with my thoughts. Zhou Yang smiled and returned to his seat. BYD's technological prowess and manufacturing processes are undoubtedly among the finest in the country. Choosing them was indeed a wise decision by Zhou Yang. Some may argue that military enterprises should inherently surpass private enterprises in capability. While theoretically sound, the reality is that military and private enterprises pursue entirely different technological pathways. For instance, in the realm of chip development, military enterprises focus on creating chips that are robust and stable. Essentially, they prioritize functionality and usability over dimensions or nanometer specifications, as their applications differ vastly from the compact confines of a smartphone. Conversely, private enterprises emphasize performance, integration, and miniaturization, which leads to distinct requirements in their manufacturing processes. Thus, the notion that military technology could easily outpace private enterprises by 2 decades and be readily applicable is quite unrealistic. In the domestic battery sector, BYD stands unrivaled, a fact that is indisputable. Wu Chen regarded Zhou Yang with skepticism. At that moment, Zhou Yang's mention of an entirely new battery piqued his interest. Zhou Yang had even produced a flowchart of the manufacturing process, which appeared credible and not hastily concocted. Could it be that a new technology had truly emerged on the market? Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu Chen took out his phone to search for news on the subject, but found nothing. After consulting some acquaintances, he managed to glean some information. A classmate at the Chinese Academy of Sciences responded with a curt message. Don't ask. The answer is simply no. Wu Chen's heart raced. There was indeed something afoot. He glanced back at Zhou Yang, whose expression had shifted dramatically. Intuition told Wu Chen that Zhou Yang possessed knowledge beyond what he was sharing. Zhou Yang, undeterred, continued to converse quietly with Li Tianshu. I can organize a team to tackle the remaining 30% of the process. The investment will be substantial, but in the long run, it is essential, Zhou Yang stated. The greatest reward from conquering a technological challenge is not merely the technological advancement itself, but the cultivation of research talent throughout the process. Talent that is invaluable. Li Tianshu nodded in agreement, asking, Mr. Zhou, what is your preliminary estimate for the investment required in this area? Zhou Yang pondered seriously for a moment before raising a single finger. 100 billion? Li Tianshu slightly nodded, considering it modest. If 100 billion could resolve the production process for carbon nanotube batteries, the nation would be elated. For such a strategic investment, 100 billion is merely a drop in the bucket. The government has already subsidized several hundred billion for the development of new energy vehicles alone. Zhou Yang cast a bemused glance at Li Tianshu and remarked, You, director, truly do not regard money as money. When I mentioned 100 billion, I did not mean 1,000 billion. Even that amount, in my opinion, is more than sufficient. How much? Li Tianshu's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly inquired, Mr. Zhou, is 100 billion not too little? He believed that addressing such a groundbreaking production process would warrant an investment in the realm of 1,000 billion. It was akin to resolving chip manufacturing processes. If a solution could be found, an investment of 1,000 billion would seem trivial. Not too little, Zhou Yang affirmed. Zhou Yang smiled, for he had already obtained the detailed production processes from the system. Now, it was merely a matter of translating these elements into reality. Chapter 23. Not a human, but a deity. Li Tianshu nodded with a mixture of skepticism and acceptance. 100 billion, 1,000 billion. He decided against engaging Zhou Yang in a debate over such figures. In any case, the state was providing unwavering support in this regard. Whatever Zhou Yang required would be granted without hesitation. What are your thoughts on this collaboration, Mr. Zhou? Li Tianshu inquired once more. Zhou Yang responded. We could establish a new company, separating BYD's battery production operations and incorporating them as a technical investment in this new entity. Subsequently, the state would invest proportionally, and the profits could be distributed accordingly. As for the specific shareholding ratio, you may negotiate that with BYD. The battery production sector is one of BYD's core businesses, alongside numerous others, such as automotive manufacturing. Zhou Yang's concept allowed for the complete detachment of BYD's battery operations into a new company, thereby leveraging BYD's existing battery production technology while avoiding the complications of a contentious division. I understand, Li Tianshu nodded, then asked, and what about you, Mr. Zhou? If this new company is established, with BYD providing production technology and the state funding it, what role will you play, considering you possess the most critical technology? Without your expertise, this company would not exist. I shall refrain from taking a position. It is unnecessary for me, as I am not lacking in financial resources. Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly, despite currently having no money to his name. However, he was far from being in need. with provisions for meals arranged, private transportation provided, and even his clothing tended to by dedicated personnel. Chen Run not only oversaw Zhou Yang's security, but also took full responsibility for his daily affairs, rendering Zhou Yang's need for money entirely obsolete. Li Tianshu smiled, choosing not to press further. His inquiry was merely to gauge Zhou Yang's stance. While Zhou Yang could afford to decline, the state could not afford to overlook the contributions of its benefactors. After a brief wait, Wang Haoning returned, first offering his apologies, then stating, "Mr. Zhou, Director Li, as noon approaches, I would like to treat you to a meal in the company's cafeteria. Coincidentally, Academician Chun is also present. We can sit together, converse, and get acquainted." Zhou Yang nodded in agreement, and Li Tianshu rose as well, saying, "That sounds good. I am familiar with Academician Chun." Oh. Wang Haoning was taken aback, unaware of Li Tianshu's acquaintance with Chen Tiankai. The group set off toward the cafeteria, which was not the staff canteen, but rather a dining area for executives, adorned with decor reminiscent of a five-star hotel. Upon entering, they encountered a group exiting, led by an elderly man with white hair, who was being anxiously restrained by others. "I have already stated that my time is limited. I have no leisure for a meal with you." The elderly man expressed his dissatisfaction. Wang Haoning's expression changed abruptly as he hurried forward, urgently questioning, "Academician Chun, what is the matter? Why are you leaving so suddenly?" The elderly gentleman with white hair is none other than Chen Tiankai. Casting a glance at Wang Haoning, he remarked, "Mr. Wang, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have more pressing matters to attend to, so I must decline your invitation to dine. It is unnecessary. All I require is for you to ensure the timely use of the discharge testing apparatus. That is all that truly matters." Chen Tiankai had come to BYD to borrow a discharge testing device, which, to his knowledge, was exclusively available at BYD nationwide. Wang Haoning replied, "Academician Chen, I have already agreed to lend you the equipment, and I assure you it will be taken care of. I understand you are quite busy. Yet it is essential to strike a balance between work and relaxation. A meal will not take up too much of your time. By the way, I would like to introduce you to a friend." "Let it go," Chen Tiankai insisted stubbornly, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. At that moment, Li Tianshu stepped forward and said, "Academician Chun, it has been a long time." Chen Tiankai was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Tianshu, uncertainly inquiring, "You are Director Li. What brings you here?" They had met before, their acquaintance barely extending beyond a nod. "By the way, Director Li, where is Mr. Zhou? May I have the opportunity to meet him?" Chen Tiankai added hastily. In recent days, Chen Tiankai had been responsible for the validation of carbon nanotube batteries. With each test, he became increasingly astonished by the remarkable performance of this groundbreaking battery, which surpassed any existing type. His curiosity about the developer of this battery had reached a peak, as he had continually submitted requests to meet the innovator, only to be met with denial from above. However, he managed to leverage his connections to ascertain that the developer's surname was Zhou and was currently in the country, conveniently accompanied by Li Tianshu. By finding Li Tianshu, he would be able to meet Mr. Zhou. "I implore you, Director Li, I earnestly wish to meet Mr. Zhou and seek his guidance," Chen Tiankai pleaded. Nearby, Wang Haoning and the senior executives of BYD were left in a state of shock. Chen Tiankai, dismissive of them, was too uninterested to even share a meal. Yet here he was, beseeching Li Tianshu to meet this Mr. Zhou. It was one thing to plead. Chen Tiankai was even eager to learn from this individual. Wang Haoning's mind raced with incredulity, thinking, "You are an academician." He could hardly fathom what kind of eminent person could inspire such deference from Chen Tiankai. Beside him, Wu Chen's expression suddenly shifted as he discreetly glanced at Wang Haoning and subtly gestured towards Zhou Yang, who was not far away. Mr. Zhou, accompanied by Li Tianshu. Could it be Zhou Yang? Wang Haoning stared blankly at Zhou Yang, a tempest of realization surging within him. Since Zhou Yang's arrival, he had dismissed him as merely a privileged offspring of an influential family. When Zhou Yang later proposed collaborating with Wang Haoning on a new battery development, Wang Haoning had barely paid attention, dismissing Zhou Yang as mere nonsense. Now, however, Wang Haoning recognized that he had been the greatest fool, fervently seeking divine intervention, only to discover that Zhou Yang, who had presented himself, was the most formidable truth. Li Tianshu smiled and gestured towards Zhou Yang, saying, "Academician Chen, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Zhou Yang. Are you Mr. Zhou?" Chen Tiankai's eyes brightened as he swiftly approached Zhou Yang, surveying him with an excitement that was palpable. "Academician Chen, greetings." Zhou Yang extended his hand in salutation. Chen Tiankai eagerly reciprocated the handshake, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, the carbon nanotube battery you have developed is nothing short of miraculous. It is a groundbreaking invention that has the potential to transform the world. In that moment, Chen Tiankai struggled to find more fitting words to encapsulate the technological sophistication of the carbon nanotube battery. In his view, the innovation in battery technology was akin to the heartbeat of industry, capable of altering the entire globe. Wang Haoning and others stood momentarily in disbelief. Chen Tiankai's reaction seemed excessively humble. What was this carbon nanotube battery? How could it elicit such reverence from the nation's foremost battery expert, academician Chen Tiankai? Wang Haoning discerned that the tone was not mere commercial flattery. It was genuine admiration. In an instant, Wang Haoning's perception of Zhou Yang transformed. By the way, I heard you have also solved the Navier-Stokes equations. That is yet another monumental achievement in the scientific community, Chen Tiankai continued. The news of the resolution of the Navier-Stokes equations had begun circulating in select circles, and Chen Tiankai was aware of it. Wang Haoning was taken aback once more and, lowering his voice, inquired of Wu Chun, "So, what exactly are these Navier-Stokes equations? Are they some kind of formula?" Wu Chun, well aware of what the Navier-Stokes equations entailed, looked at Wang Haoning with a bemused expression and replied, "It's something extraordinarily remarkable. No, it's truly exceptional. To solve this, one would have to be nothing less than a deity." Chapter 24. Time is limited. Let's produce directly at that moment. Li Tianshu stepped forward. "Academician Chen, please try to contain your excitement. Mr. Zhou is here and won't be leaving anytime soon. If you have any questions, you both can discuss them at your leisure. How about we share a meal together?" Chen Tiankai was so enthused that he resembled a fan meeting his idol. At his advanced age of 60 or 70, Li Tianshu genuinely feared for his heart's well-being. Zhou Yang, equally surprised by Chen Tiankai's warm enthusiasm, quickly added, "Yes, Academician Chen, I have some questions to discuss with you as well. Let us converse over dinner." "Discuss? More like seek your guidance. Your research in battery technology far surpasses mine," Chen Tiankai humbly replied. "Yes, let us eat, let us eat," Chen Tiankai exclaimed, hastily urging them onward. Wang Haoning stood agape. After much effort to have Chen Tiankai join them for a meal, it took Zhou Yang's mere suggestion to elicit compliance. "Please, come inside," Wang Haoning said eagerly, feeling an inexplicable excitement surge within him. On one hand, he realized that Zhou Yang was indeed a true technical expert. On the other, it suddenly dawned on him that Zhou Yang's visit was to seek collaboration. Zhou Yang had previously mentioned a desire to partner with BYD to produce a novel battery. At the time, Wang Haoning had dismissed it, but now he grasped the implication. This new battery was likely the carbon nanotube battery that Chen Tiankai had installed. Deliberately delaying his response, Wang Haoning discreetly asked Wu Chun, "What do you think about this carbon nanotube battery?" Wu Chun remarked, "Carbon nanotubes have indeed been studied as conductive agents for grouting, significantly enhancing battery performance. However, they are rather expensive." "Expensive?" Wang Haoning was taken aback. Wu Chun nodded, "Indeed. They are costly due to their complicated preparation process. It appears that no domestic company has achieved industrial production yet, necessitating imports. The conductive agent we commonly use, carbon black, costs around 50,000 yuan per ton, whereas a conductive agent derived from carbon nanotubes can exceed 500,000 yuan per ton, increasing the cost tenfold. Sometimes, excellent technology cannot be utilized for civilian purposes because cost considerations come into play. No matter how superior the product, if its production cost is exorbitant, it becomes unsellable, which presents a significant problem." "I see." Wang Haoning furrowed his brow, refraining from further inquiries, and quickly followed suit. Inside the private room, the guests took their seats. Chen Tiankai pulled Zhou Yang aside, eager to delve into the technical aspects of carbon nanotube batteries. "Academician Chen, shall we dine first? After the meal, we can discuss in depth, if that is agreeable," Zhou Yang suggested with a smile. Chen Tiankai, somewhat resigned, nodded. The meal lacked flavor. Subsequently, the group dined without further discussing business, instead engaging in casual conversation about local customs. Once the meal concluded, Wang Haoning led everyone into the adjacent lounge and served tea. Zhou Yang then stated, "I have plans for tomorrow. Let us strive to resolve certain matters today." The atmosphere shifted as the attendees exchanged glances, uncertain of Zhou Yang's intentions. "Manager Wu, could you assist me in locating a blackboard?" Zhou Yang requested. Wu Chen nodded and promptly summoned a blackboard. "Mr. Wang, if it's convenient, could you kindly have your team step outside? The matters we are about to discuss may be rather confidential. Also, Wu Chen may remain to clarify any technical issues you might not grasp," Zhou Yang stated somewhat bluntly. Several senior executives from BYD visibly paled, casting concerned looks at Wang Haoning. Instinctively, Wang Haoning sensed that Zhou Yang was about to address significant matters, particularly those concerning collaboration. He subtly nodded, signaling the executives to exit. Li Tianshu exchanged a glance with Chun Ryun, who quickly exited to ensure the meeting room was secured with security personnel. Zhou Yang approached the blackboard, contemplated briefly, and inscribed 2 phrases, matrix energy and carbon nanotube battery. He turned to face the group, stating, "Here, Director Li represents the nation. Mr. Wang, you represent BYD, Academician Chun, you symbolize the research capabilities, and I will oversee the technology." Mr. Wang may find this manner of discussion somewhat hasty, but my time is limited as I have numerous locations to visit. I cannot devote much energy to the battery sector. I entrust it to you all. The battery technology constitutes only a small facet of the entire mech system. Zhou Yang still needed to traverse the nation to address all industrial production issues related to the mechs. The system allotted 5 years, leaving Zhou Yang with little time. Wang Haoning swiftly raised his hand, inquiring, "Mr. Zhou, may I ask what kind of battery this carbon nanotube battery is? Is it a battery utilizing carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent? If so, hasn't such a battery already been developed?" Zhou Yang gestured towards Chen Tiankai and said, "Mr. Wang, may I suggest that Academician Chen address this question?" Chen Tiankai nodded eagerly and approached the blackboard, beginning to inscribe data. I won't delve too deeply into the complexities, but the carbon nanotube battery is not merely a matter of using carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent. We have already conducted preparations in the laboratory, and prototype products have been produced. Here are the specific data of the battery, authentic and reliable. Chen Tiankai began to write fervently on the blackboard. Aside from a few tests yet to be conducted, all fundamental evaluations had been completed, and he was exceedingly well-versed in the battery's specifications. Impossible. Wu Chun was the first to exclaim upon seeing the data on the blackboard. Wang Haoning could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Academician Chun, have you perhaps miscalculated the dimensions of this battery? The length and width cannot be 20 millimeters. It must be 20 centimeters." According to the data Chen Tiankai had written, a battery measuring 20 millimeters on each side and merely 1 millimeter thick boasted a capacity of over 8,000 milliampere-hours, which was utterly astounding. Chen Tiankai, sensing Wang Haoning's reaction, said with a hint of pride, "That is precisely why I assert that this is a groundbreaking battery, one that will transform the entire world." Wang Haoning's mouth fell agape. If what lay before him was indeed true, as Chen Tiankai had suggested, it would indeed revolutionize the world. A single charge could propel an electric vehicle for thousands of kilometers, while a smartphone could operate for an entire month on just 1 charge. Furthermore, the compact size of this battery would allow for sleeker and lighter devices, accommodating more functional modules. Transforming the world was no trivial matter. Zhou Yang signaled for Chen Tiankai to take his seat and then addressed Mr. Wang. "Next, we shall establish a brand new company, aptly named Matrix Energy. Your esteemed company will divest the battery production business, contributing through a technology equity stake in Matrix Energy, while the state will provide the initial funding." Startled, Chen Tiankai stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting we commence the production of carbon nanotube batteries directly?" Zhou Yang nodded affirmatively. "How can that be possible? With the current production technology, it remains unfeasible to manufacture such a battery," Chen Tiankai said anxiously, momentarily losing his composure. After having produced finished batteries in the laboratory, Chen Tiankai had estimated that, given the present level of production capabilities, it would take several years to overcome the relevant manufacturing processes and achieve industrial production. Yet now, Zhou Yang informed him that preparations for industrial-scale production were already underway, even going so far as to have a company name in mind. Was this a jest? Chapter 25. The first step of the long march. Zhou Yang paused and turned to Wang Haoning. "I believe this is also a question lingering in your mind, Mr. Wang?" Zhou Yang inquired. Wang Haoning nodded vacantly. At that moment, his mind was still racing, pondering the potential ramifications this battery could have on the industry once it hit the market. Hearing Chen Tiankai's words jolted him back to reality. This battery was still in the experimental phase, a great distance from industrial production. Zhou Yang continued, "Unlike traditional lithium batteries, carbon nanotube batteries possess unique characteristics. Not only is the conductive agent primarily composed of carbon nanotubes, but the battery itself is also fabricated using modified carbon nanotube materials. In my view, the industrialization of production presents 2 significant challenges. The first is the availability of inexpensive carbon nanotube raw materials. If I recall correctly, our country has yet to resolve the industrial production of carbon nanotubes, and domestic demand is entirely reliant on imports." Wu Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was a major drawback in the industrial production of carbon nanotube batteries. In industrial production, cost is paramount. Shin Tiankai concurred. Indeed. In terms of theoretical research on carbon nanotubes, we are not far behind the world's leading standards. However, there remains a considerable gap in production processes. The country's theoretical research has always been robust. To put it bluntly, my inability to produce it does not hinder my capacity for conceptualization and under laboratory conditions. With significant financial investment, one can produce almost anything. Yet, when it comes to industrial production, there is a notable disparity compared to foreign counterparts. And this is a broader issue within the industrial environment that cannot be rectified in the short term. Zhou Yang remarked, I will take responsibility for the cost-effective preparation of carbon nanotube materials, and I will resolve it swiftly. The attendees were taken aback by this statement, particularly Wu Chun and Wang Haoning, who exchanged skeptical glances with Zhou Yang, silently questioning whether such an assertion could be so easily fulfilled. Zhou Yang offered no further explanation. His system contained comprehensive data on the industrial production of carbon nanotubes. These materials are not only essential for battery production, but, due to their excellent conductivity, structural stability, and high-pressure resistance, they are also utilized in various components of mechas. Therefore, to manufacture mechas, the production process for this material must be addressed. However, further explanation seemed futile. The results would speak for themselves once production commenced. Zhou Yang continued, the second challenge lies in the production of the casing. As the entire battery comprises multiple layers with a highly intricate structure, my proposal for mass production involves employing a chemical etching method. In simple terms, the production of the entire battery can be divided into several tiers, with each tier being bonded through a layering process. Finally, the casing of the complete battery is etched layer by layer using chemical methods, followed by injection molding. Zhou Yang sketched a simple diagram on the blackboard. Chun Tiankai's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not help but exclaim, yes, how did I not think of that? He had painstakingly created a prototype in the laboratory, utilizing numerous high-precision instruments, building it up incrementally. Zhou Yang's method addressed two problems. It allows for the formation of the complex internal structure of the casing in one go, and it facilitates mass production, thereby reducing costs. Moreover, the entire process is considerably simpler compared to the production of lithium batteries. Wu Chun was equally astonished. Zhou Yang's proposed production method seemed like a flight of fancy, and he could hardly fathom how Zhou Yang had conceived such an idea. However, considering that Zhou Yang is the developer of this carbon nanotube battery and has even resolved the NS equations, it seems rather effortless for such an individual to tackle production process issues. Is it feasible? Wang Haoning, unable to comprehend, discreetly inquired of Wu Chun beside him. Wu Chun pondered seriously for a moment, then nodded slightly. If these two challenges are indeed resolved, in Wu Chun's view, the industrialization of the battery should be achievable. Wang Haoning, with a solemn expression, nodded in agreement, feeling reassured. Zhou Yang then set down his pen and turned to Wang Haoning, inquiring, I believe I have conveyed most of what needs to be said. What are your thoughts, Mr. Wang? Are you willing to collaborate? The state will undoubtedly provide full support. So the only concern lies with BYD. Wu Chun watched Wang Haoning anxiously, hesitating to speak. Wang Haoning, however, remained calm, a seasoned individual who had weathered many storms. After scrutinizing Zhou Yang for a moment, he replied slowly, certainly. We at BYD cannot possibly forego an opportunity that could transform the entire battery industry. At present, all information regarding the carbon nanotube battery is solely based on the assertions of Zhou Yang and Shin Tiankai. Wang Haoning has yet to see a prototype. It is no exaggeration to say that their claims are even less credible than a mere PowerPoint presentation. Nonetheless, the pivotal factor prompting Wang Haoning's decision is the stance of the state. Li Tianshu represents the nation. With such backing, Wang Haoning felt no trepidation. He also perceived clearly that if this endeavor proves genuine, it symbolizes the future. Opposing progress only leads to obsolescence. Only by embracing the times can one stride toward brilliance. Mr. Wang indeed possesses great ambition, Li Tianshu remarked, though his tone carried a hint of melancholy. In truth, he secretly hoped Wang Haoning would decline. He preferred such fortuitous developments to be entrusted to state-owned enterprises. Yet, since Zhou Yang chose to collaborate with BYD, he resolved to respect Zhou Yang's wishes. Regrettably, this would unduly benefit BYD and present them with a remarkable opportunity for ascendance. Wang Haoning smiled. He sensed from Li Tianshu's tone that he had made the right decision. He promptly stood and said, Mr. Zhou, with the major discussions concluded, it is an honor for us at BYD to achieve such collaboration. Since you have taken the time to visit X City, as your host, I must extend my hospitality. Why not stay a couple more days? I would be delighted to show you around X City. However, Zhou Yang shook his head, replying, "No need. There will be future opportunities." Like Qin Tiankai, Zhou Yang had little interest in leisure activities. He continued, "In that case, let us finalize this matter. BYD will provide production technology, while the state will furnish the initial funding. As for academician Chun, if possible, I hope you and your team can assist in resolving the industrial design and factory upgrades for the carbon nanotube battery through commercial collaboration. The intellectual property rights of the specific research outcomes can be acquired by Matrix Energy through a one-time buyout or cooperative development. The details can be discussed by you." Qin Tiankai thought earnestly for a moment, then said, "I currently have no projects, so that would be feasible." Beside him, Wu Chun felt a surge of excitement. This was a splendid opportunity to collaborate with Qin Tiankai. Thus it shall be. Should any technical issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me at your earliest convenience. Zhou Yang concluded, stating that while many matters may appear straightforward in theory, the practical execution often presents its own challenges. To resolve these issues, one must undoubtedly invest personal effort. However, with a systematic approach to production resources in place, the overarching challenges are surmountable, which is of utmost importance. Having addressed the battery issue, Zhou Yang remained vigilant. The battery conundrum was merely the initial step in a long journey. The path to developing exoskeleton technology was fraught with numerous technical hurdles awaiting him. Chapter 26. Significant investment when a nation resolves to undertake a project. Its speed and execution is beyond question. The very next day, as Zhou Yang set forth for his next destination, Li Tianshu informed him that the broad outlines of the collaboration had been successfully negotiated. In the equity structure of Matrix Energy, BYD partitioned its entire battery production operations as collateral for 400 billion, thereby acquiring a 40% stake in Matrix Energy. The state would contribute 600 billion in funding to secure a 51% share. Theoretically, with an estimated valuation of 1 trillion, the state should have garnered 60% for its 600 billion investment. However, it only obtained 51%, as the remaining 9% was allocated to Zhou Yang. In essence, Zhou Yang had acquired a 9% stake in a company valued at 1 trillion, an asset worth 90 billion, without any personal investment. Does this mean I have become a billionaire? Zhou Yang chuckled. Indeed, Li Tianshu affirmed. In 10 days, once you sign the documents, it will be official. Zhou Yang understood that this 90 billion might be a reward from the state. Initially inclined to decline, he reconsidered, realizing that feigning modesty would be disingenuous. Thus, he decided to accept the offer from the state. Very well, let us expedite everything, Zhou Yang replied. 10 days later, the signing ceremony took place as scheduled. BYD organized a press conference. Given their status as a publicly traded company and the magnitude of the asset transition necessitating disclosure, numerous financial journalists attended the event. Li Gu, any insider information? I'm not sure. I inquired with a familiar executive at BYD, but he claimed ignorance. Whether genuine or a deliberate concealment remains unclear. Familiar journalists exchanged insights. I truly wonder what they aim to hide. It will ultimately be revealed. So why the secrecy? If we had a heads up, we could prepare our reports in advance. Perhaps they have something groundbreaking to unveil, possibly the launch of a new generation of electric vehicles. Don't be absurd. If it were an auto launch, the scale would be much larger. It's unlikely. At that moment, staff began ushering reporters into the venue. The press conference was modestly sized, with banners announcing the signing ceremony between BYD Group and Matrix Energy. What is this signing ceremony? What is going on? And who is this Matrix Energy? I've never heard of them. An energy company involved in batteries? Is BYD's battery division planning something significant? Enough speculation. We shall find out when they arrive. Following a brief opening statement from the host, Wang Haoning, along with a cadre of senior executives from BYD, made their entrance. Meanwhile, only 2 representatives from Matrix Energy attended the signing. A bespectacled young man in his 30s, exuding a refined demeanor, who was introduced as Heziyu, accompanied by a young woman who appeared to be his assistant. Numerous journalists swiftly retrieved their mobile devices, eager to gather information about Matrix Energy. However, they found no information online. It was rather intriguing that Matrix Energy seemed to have emerged from thin air, with not even a traceable business registration. As the attendees settled in, Wang Haoning briefly welcomed the plethora of reporters before announcing a significant decision. BYD would entirely separate its battery division, entering Matrix Energy in the form of a technological equity investment, thereby acquiring a 40% stake in the company. The room erupted in disbelief. Was BYD truly divesting its battery business? That seemed implausible, as the battery sector constituted BYD's core operations. However, It was clear that this was not a sale, but rather a strategic equity investment into Matrix Energy. Yet, questions arose. Given that BYD's battery business was worth at least several hundred billion, how could a mere 40% stake be justified? It dawned on me that BYD had likely secured a substantial investment while simultaneously spinning off its battery division. Hadn't they previously announced plans to separate this sector? It appeared they were establishing a new company under a different guise to attract investment. If this were the case, then BYD's entire battery operation must have garnered that impressive 40% stake, implying that the investment exceeded 500 billion. Perhaps it was as much as 600 billion, considering BYD's battery business was roughly valued at 400 billion. Who could be behind such a monumental investment? Financial journalists buzzed with speculation, realizing that BYD's understated approach had its reasons. This investment was a veritable game-changer. Instantly, all eyes turned to Heziu. As reporters yearned to uncover the identity of the entity behind Matrix Energy, capable of mobilizing 600 billion. Heziu, however, remained composed, showing no intention to speak. With the contracts prepared, Wang Haoning and Heziu simultaneously affixed their signatures, marking the conclusion of the press conference. The journalists were left in stunned silence. Was that it? No further elaboration? With such a colossal investment, surely there was more to share about BYD's future plans and how they intended to expand their operations. Additionally, the air of mystery surrounding Matrix Energy was palpable. With such a significant financial commitment, an introduction was warranted. Speculations among the journalists ran rampant. Could it be that a shadowy conglomerate was poised to penetrate the battery industry, yet to reveal itself? Perhaps it was Evergrande Group, who had recently announced ambitions to manufacture vehicles, particularly in the electric sector, where they lacked battery technology. Directly investing in BYD's battery business could resolve that issue. However, Heziu offered no clarifications, swiftly departing post-conference without granting the reporters any opportunity for interviews. On the side of BYD, there was an air of remarkable discretion, with senior executives such as Wang Haoning refusing any interviews. The following day, as anticipated, this news dominated the front page of the financial section. Even some comprehensive media outlets extensively covered the story. The name Matrix Energy swiftly entered the consciousness of many. However, Matrix Energy remained shrouded in mystery, with numerous media outlets failing to uncover any information about the company after extensive searches, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Consequently, many media outlets resorted to conspiracy theories, drawing considerable attention. Nevertheless, the most significant impact was felt in BYD's stock. The division of its battery business led to a dramatic opening, resulting in a direct plunge, with the stock experiencing a steep decline that was insurmountable. The losses were staggering, akin to a black swan event, leaving many investors in despair over substantial losses. The turmoil in BYD's stock forum echoed with lamentations, marking merely the beginning of a substantial downturn. In Chapter 27, What It Feels Like to Become a Billionaire, Zhou Yang gazed at the contract before him. With a mere signature, 9 of Matrix Energy's shares, amounting to a staggering 9 billion in cash, would be secured. What sensation would accompany an instantaneous transformation into a billionaire? Zhou Yang remained uncertain, yet felt an unsettling calm, akin to signing a paycheck for a modest sum. Li Tianshu, tucking away the contract, remarked with a smile. I hear BYD's stock has been falling for several consecutive days. I suspect Mr. Wang is quite disheartened. Such a decline is to be expected, Zhou Yang replied. BYD has spun off its core battery business, exchanging 40 equity, effectively akin to an investment, particularly in a company as obscure as Matrix Energy. It would be astonishing if the stock price didn't drop in light of such adverse news. However, this is merely a temporary setback. Once the carbon nanotube batteries commence production, BYD is certain to experience a significant surge. Thus, this is the opportune moment to buy BYD stock, which will undoubtedly yield substantial profits. By the way, Director Chen, what is your monthly salary? Zhou Yang suddenly inquired of Chen Ruiyun beside him. Chen Ruiyun was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Yang to engage her in conversation. After a moment's thought, she replied, I'm not sure, perhaps around 20 to 30,000. Impressive. You don't even know your own salary, Zhou Yang remarked with intrigue. He continued, if you have some spare funds, consider purchasing some BYD stock. In 3 months, I assure you, you could earn tenfold returns. Once the carbon nanotube batteries are in production, the ramifications will extend beyond the electric vehicle industry to all sectors reliant on batteries. At that juncture, it would be extraordinary if BYD's stock did not explode. Tenfold returns. Effortlessly, he added. Chen Ruiyun pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. No, I'm not in need of money. Zhou Yang could not help but regard Chen Riyun with newfound admiration, noting her similar nonchalance towards wealth. Li Tianshu interjected, Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting that the production issues surrounding carbon nanotube batteries can be resolved within 3 months? The collaboration has been successfully established, and Chen Tiankai's team has already taken residence at BYD's Research and Development Center, commencing the intricate tasks of process development and enhancement. Although Li Tianshu is uncertain about the exact duration, he feels that 3 months may be overly ambitious. It should be about right, Zhou Yang remarked, noting that with Chen Tiankai's expertise and the extensive experience of BYD's R&D center in the battery sector, 3 months ought to suffice. However, this is contingent upon the availability of raw materials. By the way, has Tiannai Chemical responded? Zhou Yang inquired. Standing behind Zhou Yang was a young woman named Li Ziyu, sent from above to serve as his secretary, responsible for various administrative duties. It was said that she was an exceptionally bright student with considerable credentials. Li Ziyu shook her head, replying, I will reach out again to inquire. During the 10 days since signing the contract, Zhou Yang has visited numerous places, primarily to tour various companies, such as bearing manufacturers, transmission system firms, hydraulic oil companies, and several machinery enterprises. He also made a stop at Tiannai Chemical, but did not meet with their CEO, leaving shortly after a brief tour. Tiannai Chemical is a leading enterprise in the domestic carbon nanotube production industry, holding numerous patented technologies. However, despite their dominant position in the domestic market, their products still fall short when compared to international standards, particularly in meeting the requirements for carbon nanotube batteries. Zhou Yang's ambition, akin to BYD's approach, is to forge a partnership that would facilitate the transfer of technology, enabling them to establish a high-standard production capability for carbon nanotubes. Before long, Li Ziyu returned with a rather grim expression, informing, Mr. Zhou, Tiannai Chemical has declined. Declined? Li Tianshu furrowed his brow, asking, did they provide a reason for their refusal? Li Ziyu nodded, stating, their exact words were that they have confidence in their own products and do not require collaboration. What audacity! Li Tianshu scoffed, adding, the CEO of Tiannai Chemical is Yang Bo, correct? Very well, I shall remember that. In Li Tianshu's view, seeking Tiannai Chemical was intended to resolve the issue of raw materials for carbon nanotube batteries. Their refusal, in his eyes, was a defiance of the national agenda. Companies that do not comply must be taught a lesson. However, Zhou Yang waved dismissively, saying, forget it. Since they are unwilling, we shall produce it ourselves. Let Matrix Energy establish a company dedicated to carbon nanotube production. Here are the relevant production technologies I have compiled. We will strive to commence production within 3 months. As he spoke, Zhou Yang retrieved a document from a nearby folder and handed it to Li Tianshu. Regarding Yang Bo's blatant disregard, Zhou Yang had little to say. Anger was not his response. To him, it was merely a trivial matter. He initially aimed to support local enterprises. But since they had spurned the opportunity that was presented to them, that was regrettable. Should low-cost carbon nanotubes begin production, the immediate impact would be felt by Tiannai Chemical. With their current technology, lowering prices would only lead to losses, while maintaining prices would render their products uncompetitive, leaving them with a singular fate, either pivot or face closure. Li Tianshu opened the document and found it utterly incomprehensible. Yet he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Earlier, Zhou Yang had assured him that the issue of raw materials would be resolved, and now he was completely at ease. It appeared that Zhou Yang had not only developed the carbon nanotube battery, but had also addressed the challenges of its industrial production, just as he had claimed. So, Mr. Zhou, where shall we go next? I will make the arrangements, Li Tianshu inquired. Zhou Yang had visited numerous mechanical companies in recent days, leaving Li Tianshu somewhat bewildered about his intentions. The matter of batteries seemed unrelated to these ventures. Let us first return to Wanghu village. I need to prepare some materials for the upcoming plans, Zhou Yang replied. After a thorough exploration, Zhou Yang had gathered a general understanding of the domestic mechanical industry leaders. The next step involved organizing relevant information and systematically resolving various issues. However, there were several core challenges that required his careful preparation, such as those related to chips, propulsion systems, and intelligent control systems. In comparison, even the battery seemed a trivial concern. Wanghu village? Li Tianshu paused, nodding in agreement without further inquiry. The following day, Zhou Yang hastened back to Wanghu village. Li Tianshu did not accompany him, as Zhou Yang had indicated that his assistance was no longer needed, and he intended to return to report on his progress. Nonetheless, Chen Riyun followed Zhou Yang for security purposes. Although merely 10 days had passed, Wanghu village had undergone a significant transformation. The sound of machinery reverberated as the original village structures were demolished, making way for new constructions. The excavation of the mountain was progressing rapidly, showcasing the nation's infrastructure capabilities to Zhou Yang. He settled into a temporary residence at the foot of the mountain and began his preparations. Along the way, he also resolved some technical issues related to BYD. 3 months swiftly passed. Then, Li Tianshu called. Mr. Zhou, the first batch of carbon nanotube batteries has rolled off the production line. Chapter 28. The greatest contributor at BYD headquarters, the factory was festooned with decorations, and a carpet stretched from the entrance to the administrative building, covering over 2 kilometers. Quickly, the guests are arriving. By the way, how is my image? Wang Haoning, accompanied by senior BYD executives, hurriedly made his way outside, inquiring about his appearance. His assistant, breathless from trying to keep pace, nodded affirmatively. No problem, you look stunning. Being handsome is of little consequence. It's the aura that truly matters. Never mind, let us proceed. Wu Chun, haven't you organized the RD team for a welcome reception? Are they ready? Wu Chun promptly nodded. They've been waiting since 8 this morning. Good. Wang Haoning ceased further discussion as the group hastened to the entrance. After a nearly half-hour wait, a bus finally approached. They're here. Wang Haoning and his companions, anxious from the wait, rushed forward to greet them. Wu Chun discreetly waved his hand, prompting the 30-odd members of the research and development team, who had been standing neatly outside the entrance, to enthusiastically brandish their bouquets and cheer. Some even unfurled a banner to welcome Chief Engineer Zhou Yang's arrival for guidance. The coaster gradually came to a halt, and as the door opened, it was Chun Ryun who stepped out first, scanning the surroundings with vigilance before stepping aside. Only then did Zhou Yang exit the vehicle. Mr. Zhou, welcome. Wang Haoning quickly approached, extending his hand with excitement. Congratulations, Mr. Wang. Zhou Yang reciprocated the handshake warmly. Wang Haoning's smile was nearly ear to ear as he exclaimed, Congratulations to us all. The successful rollout of the Longshin battery is largely due to your efforts, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang waved his hand modestly, saying, I merely provided some documentation. The real work was accomplished by you all. So, if we are to speak of credit, it belongs primarily to you. Zhou Yang then shook hands with Chun Tiankai and Wu Chun beside him. Despite the 3 months that had passed, during which Zhou Yang contributed relevant technical information, the successful upgrade of the production line and the development of several key pieces of equipment were undeniably a result of the diligent efforts of Chun Tiankai's and Wu Chun's teams. Chun Tiankai shook his head, saying, I cannot claim that credit, my friend. The designs of several key production devices were nearly all guided by your hands, Mr. Zhou. So if we are to discuss accolades, they are rightfully yours. Wu Chun quickly nodded in agreement. The upgrade of the production line was no trivial matter. It began with substantial modifications based on the existing line. Zhou Yang provided the direction for these transformations, while Chun Tiankai and Wu Chun executed the actual work. However, when it came to the design of several critical devices, they faced repeated failures, unable to meet the required standards, until Zhou Yang offered the design concepts that ultimately led to their successful completion. Thus, although Zhou Yang had been absent from BYD for 3 months, the completion of the production line was inextricably linked to him. Mr. Zhou, please do not be modest. Let us hurry inside, Wang Haoning urged. Zhou Yang nodded. After 3 months, resolving the battery issue had been quite a revelation for him. Although he had seen the prototype before, this was his first encounter with the official product. Just then, a land cruiser suddenly approached from the distance, its license plate bearing military insignia. The vehicle came to a slow stop, and as the door opened, a middle-aged man in a general's uniform stepped out, accompanied by a lieutenant colonel. The middle-aged man surveyed his surroundings and walked toward them. Though he did not introduce himself, the commanding presence he exuded compelled those in his path to step aside. He approached Zhou Yang directly and smiled, saying, You must be Mr. Zhou Yang. I have long admired your name. It is indeed a pleasure to see such youthful promise in person. After a brief pause, he extended his hand, introducing himself with, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Jianjun from the General Assembly Department. The General Assembly Department? Wang Haoning exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Zhou Yang was slightly taken aback. The equipment department was no ordinary division. He was responsible for the procurement of military equipment and logistical support for the domestic armed forces, directly liaising with major defense enterprises, wielding astonishing power. Greetings, General Gao, Zhou Yang said, hastily extending his hand. If his intuition served him well, General Gao had come primarily for the Longshin battery, and the source of such information was likely a leak from higher-ups. At that moment, another coaster vehicle approached. Wang Haoning was momentarily stunned. More visitors? He distinctly recalled notifying Zhou Yang and Li Tianshu, yet he had not informed anyone else. Had he anticipated such a large turnout, he would have organized a more grandiose welcoming ceremony. The coster came to a gentle halt, and an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, his temples graying, descended from the vehicle. Minister Ling, Wang Haoning exclaimed, his eyes widening in recognition. The elder was none other than the current head of the Ministry of Energy. Given BYD's primary business in the battery sector, he was certainly familiar with the leader of the ministry. Following the elderly gentleman, Li Tianshu also alighted, and behind him trailed He Ziyu, the legal representative of Matrix Energy, which, even at present, was merely a shell company devoid of an office location. Minister Ling. Wang Haoning quickly approached him. Minister Ling, known as Ling Hongjun, warmly shook hands with everyone, ultimately arriving before Zhou Yang, smiling as he said, Mr. Zhou, I have long admired your reputation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Despite Zhou Yang's recent presence in Wanglu village, his name had become increasingly prominent, especially among the upper echelons. The nation's significant attention towards Zhou Yang stemmed from his development of the carbon nanotube battery, now designated as the Longshin battery. Initially, the state believed that the Longshin battery would be a long-term project, likely taking years to yield results. Nevertheless, the government did not hesitate to invest heavily, providing tens of billions for the laboratory's establishment and an additional 600 billion for collaboration with BYD. They were even prepared for the possibility of failure. However, to their astonishment, within a mere 3 months, Zhou Yang brought the Longshin battery to fruition. When Li Tianshu conveyed the news, the higher-ups were left in utter disbelief. The entire process had been remarkably swift and seamless. After multiple discussions, the leadership had recognized the transformative potential of the Longshin battery, yet they were not adequately prepared for its imminent arrival. All of this was orchestrated by Zhou Yang, leading to his skyrocketing importance to the state, reaching an almost unfathomable level. Thus, even Minister Ling treated Zhou Yang with utmost courtesy. Chapter 29. Astonishing endurance outside the main gate. The group exchanged pleasantries. Ultimately, it was Li Tianshu who suggested, Minister Ling, General Gao, and Mr. Wang. Let us not linger here in conversation. We have gathered today for a singular purpose, so let us proceed directly to the factory. The others nodded in agreement. The reason for their visit was unequivocally centered around the Longshin battery. Gao Jianjun arrived as a representative of the military, while Ling Hongjun represented the nation's leadership. The group proceeded towards the factory. Building upon the original battery production line, BYD undertook significant upgrades, diligently working to complete the construction of 3 production lines. Today, they were visiting the inaugural production line. Given that the entire factory was a dust-free environment, they ascended directly to the control room on the 2nd floor, where a vast window afforded a sweeping view of the production line below. Wu Chun introduced, this is our first production line, which achieves approximately 80% automation. Barring a few critical stations, the entire line can produce up to 130,000 units daily. 130,000 units. Quite impressive. Minister Ling remarked with a smile. With 3 production lines, that amounts to 390,000 units a day. The efficiency is commendable. Wu Chun explained. This is largely due to the innovative chemical etching equipment we designed, enabling mass production followed by slicing and subsequent injection processes. He then cast a glance at Zhou Yang, adding, these key pieces of equipment were designed entirely by Mr. Zhou. Ling Hongjun nodded slightly, stating, I have long heard of this, Mr. Zhou excels not only in theoretical research but also in industrial design. I have tremendous respect for him. Zhou Yang quickly expressed his humility. Wang Haoning interjected. Esteemed leaders and Mr. Zhou, after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, we shall officially commence the production line and observe the debut of the first batch of Longshin batteries. The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Yang was indifferent. He felt he had seen enough, and the battery issue appeared to be resolved. Subsequently, an inauguration ceremony was held outside the factory. There were no reporters present, yet this moment would undoubtedly be etched into history. Returning to the control room, the production line was ready, and all the workers were in position. They awaited the signal to commence operations. Mr. Zhou, please, Ling Hongjun said, preempting Wang Haoning. Gao Jianjun nodded in agreement. The only qualified individual present was Zhou Yang. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped forward and pressed the main control switch. The production line powered up, the system initiated, and the workers commenced their preparations. The low-cost raw material of carbon nanotubes began to flow in. And as the production line operated, various processes were set in motion. Approximately half an hour later, the first batch of Longshin batteries was produced, and the workers promptly delivered the initial products. Zhou Yang picked up one of the Longshin batteries. Measuring 2 centimeters on each side and a mere 1.5 millimeters thick, the battery's positive and negative terminals were located on the front and back. When two batteries were stacked and secured through a specialized slot, they could be connected in series. Parallel connections were equally straightforward. In summary, the square batteries could be conveniently linked to form battery packs tailored to diverse requirements. Ling Hongjun held a Longshin battery and remarked, "It is truly unimaginable that such a small battery possesses such immense capacity." Gao Jianjun nodded in agreement, exclaiming that it was truly a groundbreaking product. He remarked that while many often speak of foreign black technology, he believed the Longshin battery epitomized genuine innovation. Wang Haoning shared his enthusiasm. Over the past 3 months, his excitement had only intensified as he contemplated the profound impact this development would have on the world. "By the way, what about the cost?" inquired Ling Hongjun. Gao Jianjun turned his gaze, recognizing the importance of cost. Wang Haoning raised a finger, pride evident in his voice. "We have conducted calculations. With 3 production lines operating at full capacity, if we can ship over 100 million units monthly, the cost can be reduced to approximately 10 yuan per piece." "Really?" Ling Hongjun exclaimed, astonished. Gao Jianjun, equally incredulous, noted, "For instance, a high-quality 18,650 battery typically retails for around 20 yuan. The Longshin battery surpasses any existing lithium battery in terms of capacity and performance, yet the price remains astonishingly low. How have you achieved this?" Wang Haoning smiled and explained. "The cost is significantly lower due to the low-cost preparation method for carbon nanotubes proposed by Mr. Zhou, which has greatly reduced raw material expenses. Furthermore, we have not factored in the research and development costs. Typically, high-quality lithium batteries come with considerable patent and R&D expenses, which inflate their costs. Our batteries' development and production line modifications have been solely driven by Mr. Zhou, making it nearly impossible to estimate that portion, which is why it has not been included in our cost calculations." Ling Hongjun nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, Mr. Zhou deserves the credit." As he observed Zhou Yang's calm demeanor, he felt a wave of astonishment. The successful production of the Longshin battery was largely attributed to Zhou Yang's efforts. In terms of merit, no one could surpass him. At that moment, Zhou Yang inquired, "Have you produced any sample battery packs?" The individual Longshin batteries were just the foundation. To ship them, they needed to be assembled into various types of battery packs. Wang Haoning smiled mysteriously, saying, "Gentlemen, let us move to another location. I have a surprise in store for you." "Oh, what surprise?" Ling Hongjun asked, intrigued. Wang Haoning remained silent, leading them away from the factory and into a vehicle that took them to another building within the park. Zhou Yang smiled, recalling that this was the assembly plant for BYD's automotive batteries. He had already begun to speculate about the nature of the surprise Wang Haoning had mentioned. "Please, take a look," he said as he opened the factory doors, revealing a brand new sedan before them. "A car?" Ling Hongjun gasped in surprise. Wang Haoning nodded, stating, "Gentlemen, this is our newly designed Han DM, initially slated for release in the latter half of the year. However, with the advent of the Longshin battery, we have re-engineered the vehicle, primarily by reducing the size of the battery compartment. The Longshin battery is significantly smaller than the 18650 battery, yet not only is it compact, it also boasts a larger capacity. The final battery pack, without a doubt, will be quite compact. But what of the range?" Gao Jianjun inquired hastily. Zhou Yang also cast a curious glance, believing that BYD must have conducted tests long ago. Indeed, Wang Haoning raised a finger once more. 1,000 kilometers? Gao Jianjun exclaimed in astonishment. A range of 1,000 kilometers is indeed remarkable. Wang Haoning shook his head and slowly replied, "No, it is actually 10,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers." The crowd was collectively taken aback. Zhou Yang, however, maintained a composed demeanor. This figure was within his expectations. Chapter 30. The press conference. Zhou Yang remarked, "Mr. Wang, the 10,000 kilometers you mentioned must be an estimate based on the original battery compartment capacity, correct? Under similar conditions, a battery compartment utilizing 18,650 cells might achieve a range of 400 to 500 kilometers. Even with BYD's own blade battery, it would likely only reach 500 to 600 kilometers. However, in the same volume, several times the quantity of Longshin batteries can be accommodated, not to mention the astonishing capacity of the Longshin batteries. Thus, a tenfold increase in range seems quite plausible." Yet, the attendees were left wide-eyed in disbelief. "My heavens, 10,000 kilometers. That is utterly extravagant. Does that mean one charge could last for half a year, or even a year?" Ling Hongjun exclaimed. Gao Jianjun nodded vigorously. Indeed, 10,000 kilometers seemed somewhat exaggerated. What about charging efficiency? Based on your claim of a 10,000-kilometer range, how long would it take to fully charge? Gao Jianjun pressed for clarification. Wang Haoning pondered for a moment and replied, if we consider the 10,000 kilometers range, fully charging could take a day or two. The capacity is substantial, and the charging efficiency has yet to improve. Achieving a full charge is not a trivial matter. Gao Jianjun responded, even so, that is quite impressive. Spending 2 days to fully charge and then being able to go months, or even a year without needing another charge is remarkable. Wang Haoning smiled and said, Gao Jianjun, the 10,000 kilometers I mentioned is merely the theoretical maximum. In reality, after accounting for discharge decay and charging efficiency, we have ultimately decided to design the battery's range at 3,000 kilometers. This way, with dedicated fast charging, it can be fully charged in 4 to 5 hours, while also preventing the battery from experiencing prolonged storage and gradual power loss. Any battery will slowly discharge if left idle, and even the Longshin battery cannot circumvent this issue. Thus, we can strike a commendable balance between efficiency, economic viability, and range. The group nodded in agreement. Even a 3,000-kilometer range is astonishing. Moreover, it only requires 4 to 5 hours for a full charge, making it entirely feasible to charge overnight, after which it could potentially go a month without needing another charge. For those who use it merely for daily commutes, it might last months without requiring a charge. Ling Hongjun and Li Tianshu exchanged a glance, already envisioning the profound impact such a new energy vehicle would have on the entire automotive industry. Subsequently, everyone had the opportunity to test drive the vehicle. Wang Haoning even prepared one for Zhou Yang, expressing his intention to gift it to him. After all, this is the inaugural vehicle powered by the Longshin battery, which holds considerable commemorative value. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment and ultimately accepted it. It was merely a car, after all, and not of great consequence. Upon the conclusion of the visit, Zhou Yang promptly returned to Wanghu village. Over the past 3 months, he had not been idle. Rather, he had been diligently addressing a crucial matter: chip design, specifically for bionic cellular chips intended for mechas. The laboratory in Wanghu village had long been operational, albeit not yet fully utilized, with only a few research assistants on hand. This was because Zhou Yang was still in the phase of designing chips and preparing for industrial production. Particularly challenging was the development of system software for certain equipment, a task that no one could assist him with, leaving it solely to Zhou Yang to undertake. Although the system provided complete code, comprehending and transcribing it was no trivial endeavor. In contemporary large-scale production equipment, a single system could entail millions, if not billions, of lines of code. During these 3 months, Zhou Yang devoted a substantial portion of his time to coding. Now, the preparatory work was nearing completion, and the next phase involved implementation. Zhou Yang favored collaborating with domestic companies, akin to BYD. Such partnerships not only yielded results, but also nurtured talent and facilitated direct product transformation. If the state were to reinvest in a company for production, it would likely consume a considerable amount of time. However, he had yet to determine which company to partner with. There were indeed several domestic chip enterprises, and the level of chip technology in the country was not as dire as often portrayed online, nor was the gap with the global standard as vast. Admittedly, there remained a significant disparity in high-end chips. Thus, Zhou Yang felt it imperative to provide his own support. After returning to Wanghu village, another 10 days elapsed, during which Zhou Yang completed all preparatory tasks. At this juncture, an invitation arrived, a notification for the BYD Longshin battery launch event. Wang Haoning personally called Zhou Yang, wishing to extend an invitation for him to attend and witness this historical moment. In truth, Wang Haoning had initially intended to visit in person, yet after inquiring around, he could not ascertain which research institute Zhou Yang was affiliated with, as the laboratory in Wanghu village remained under a veil of confidentiality. After careful consideration, Zhou Yang decided to attend. As Wang Haoning articulated, witnessing history, especially one he had a hand in creating, was significant. The launch event was scheduled to take place in BJ City, at the largest venue available. Furthermore, BYD had extended invitations to nearly all mainstream media outlets within the country, as well as to leading companies associated with batteries. Concurrently, a massive promotional campaign had been executed. The entire internet buzzed with advertisements for the BYD launch event. On September 9th, at the New World of BYD, the message was clear: do not miss it. Discussions regarding the event proliferated online, fueled by the immense advertising expenditure, making it nearly impossible for anyone to remain unaware. What sort of launch event was BYD orchestrating? Was it a new car unveiling? Uncertain, isn't it? Previously, BYD maintained a rather low profile, yet this time, their presence is strikingly ostentatious. The magnitude of their advertising investment is staggering, likely amounting to several hundred million. Indeed, it must be at least that much. In recent days, I have encountered advertisements for this press conference everywhere I go. The scale of their investment is astonishing. The critical question remains, what is BYD about to unveil? They are merely an automotive company, and even if they are launching a new vehicle, such extravagance seems unwarranted. Even Mercedes-Benz does not engage in such grandiosity. Nevertheless, further speculation is futile. We shall discover the truth on September 9th. I have heard that CCTV will even broadcast the event live. What a marvel. One wonders how much BYD has invested to compel CCTV to arrange such coverage. Amidst the curiosity and anticipation of countless netizens, September 9th finally arrived. The weather was splendid, with radiant sunshine. At the National Convention Center, massive promotional posters for the press conference adorned the surroundings, the most eye-catching of which featured the slogan "Embrace the Future." At 8 in the morning, with 2 hours remaining until the event, invited journalists, corporate representatives, and distinguished guests gradually arrived. Is there any insider information? Familiar journalists whispered among themselves. One might as well abandon that thought. With BYD generating such momentum, it is unlikely that any rumors would leak. However, it is highly probable that it pertains to automobiles. Not necessarily. Guess who I just spotted? Lei Jun from Xiaomi. Who? Lei Jun, what brings him here? Hence, I surmise that BYD's announcement may not solely involve vehicles. It could potentially pertain to batteries. Do you recall 3 months ago when BYD suddenly announced the separation of its battery division and its collaboration with Matrix Energy? At that time, I speculated that BYD was preparing for a significant revelation, and now, that revelation is upon us. Chapter 31. Exclusive Spotlight. A sedan slowly entered the parking lot of the National Convention Center. The parking alone took an eternity. Mr. Zhou, there are too many people. The safety risks are considerable. My suggestion is that if you insist on attending this press conference, I shall summon the support team to reorganize the security arrangements. Chen Riyun said with a serious expression. At that moment, they were in a vehicle with only Zhou Yang, Chen Riyun, and 3 security personnel. Zhou Yang remarked, "Do you think many people recognize my face?" Chen Riyun hesitated before shaking her head. Although Zhou Yang is engaged in world-changing endeavors, it must be noted that he is exceedingly low-key. Then it's settled. If no one recognizes me, what danger could I possibly face? Besides, I am in my own country. Why would anyone attack me without reason? Zhou Yang smiled. This is my homeland, not that of M country. Chen Riyun was left speechless and could only nod in agreement. Very well, then. The car came to a stop. Zhou Yang alighted and, alongside Chen Riyun, made his way towards the press conference. Arriving discreetly, Zhou Yang had not informed Wang Haoning and the others. At the entrance of the venue, a throng of people surged, with 3 security screening lanes open. However, the crowd was so immense that everyone was queuing. Zhou Yang initially intended to join the line, but before he could proceed, Chen Riyun intercepted him. Mr. Zhou, the crowd here is overwhelming. Queuing is not safe. Let us enter directly. As she spoke, Chen Riyun and her companions surrounded Zhou Yang and headed straight for the entrance. Make way. Chen Riyun coldly intercepted a young man who was attempting to undergo a security check. The young man was swiftly shoved aside. Zhou Yang quickly apologized. The young man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, immediately erupted, exclaiming, "Apologies are not enough. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you push me aside? And you, how dare you cut in line? Is there no one here to manage this?" He demanded that Zhou Yang step aside and attempted to shove him away. However, a robust arm reached out and halted the young man in his tracks. 3 burly security personnel stood like sentinels, their cold stares intimidating the young man, whose bravado faltered under their imposing presence. Zhou Yang frowned slightly, feeling that Chen Riyun's actions were somewhat inappropriate. Just as he contemplated offering another apology, Chen Riyun pulled him aside and whispered, "Mr. Zhou, let us proceed inside." With that, she guided Zhou Yang through the security checkpoint. Suddenly, the alarm blared wildly. The security personnel, startled, quickly surrounded them, with one demanding, "Miss, please remove any prohibited items from your person and place keys or such into the designated box." The young man continued to shout, "So, you think cutting in line is acceptable? And you dare to push me? I'll remember this. Do you know who I am? I'm from Tianai Chemical, and I have plenty of money. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Initially, those in line supported the young man, feeling that Zhou Yang should not have cut in. However, as the young man continued to create a scene, their support waned, and they began to frown in disapproval. Compared to Zhou Yang's line cutting, the young man's behavior was far more detestable. Chen Riyun appeared unfazed by the young man's tirade, retrieving a document from her pocket and presenting it to the security personnel. Zhou Yang observed closely. It was a firearm license. The security guard, upon noticing it, was taken aback, swallowing hard and hastily apologizing. My apologies, please proceed. Chun Ryun nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and led Zhou Yang onward. The three security personnel quickly followed suit. Each individual passing through the security checkpoint triggered the alarm, leaving the guards astonished. If he was not mistaken, every person was armed. The legal possession of firearms indicated that they were no ordinary individuals. Why on earth are you allowing them to pass? They possess prohibited items. Why not detain them and conduct a search? The young man exploded in outrage upon witnessing the security personnel allowing Zhou Yang and his companions to walk free while he was subjected to inspection. The guard's expression shifted, and he replied sternly, "Sir, please return to your place in line for inspection." The young man, infuriated, protested that Zhou Yang and the others not only cut in line but were also allowed to bypass the check entirely. While he was to be scrutinized, this was not the appropriate treatment. Just as he was about to voice his grievances further, a man behind him, adorned with a camera around his neck, tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, calm down. Do you have any idea who those people are?" "What do you mean?" the young man asked, taken aback. The man smiled mysteriously and replied, "If I'm not mistaken, the lady just showed a firearm license. She is legally armed. And she doesn't even resemble a police officer. You can draw your own conclusions." With that, he bypassed the young man and proceeded to undergo the security check. The young man felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his face turning ashen. A gun permit, a legal authorization to carry arms, in legends. It is akin to a license to kill. This implied that had he caused too much commotion moments ago, the other party could have easily shot him on the spot. He swallowed hard, never imagining he would find himself teetering on the brink of life and death. Zhou Yang followed Chun Ryun into the venue, unable to restrain himself. He remarked, "Chief Chun, this is rather ostentatious, isn't it? We could have simply queued up, there was no need for such fuss." However, Chun Ryun shook her head and responded, "Mr. Zhou, perhaps you misunderstand what it means to be high profile. I believe we acted quite discreetly. And this was also for your safety. Is cutting in line truly ostentatious? Not having a designated escort and using the VIP passage is already exceedingly low-key." Zhou Yang fell silent, choosing not to press the matter further as he merged into the crowd. His seat was in the front row. "I'll make my way alone," Zhou Yang stated. Chun Ryun nodded slightly, signaling three special agents to disperse quickly to either side, forming a protective barrier around Zhou Yang. He presented his invitation to a staff member on site. Upon receiving the invitation and glancing at it, the staff member's expression changed slightly, but quickly regained composure, leading Zhou Yang to a central seat in the front row. Zhou Yang frowned slightly, realizing that his invitation was indeed extraordinary, placing him directly at the center of the press conference. As he settled into his seat, numerous avid gazes were directed towards him. Notable figures from various industries, along with government officials and special guests, had arrived, filling the first four rows. Among these, the first row was reserved for those of the highest status, and the central position in that row was undoubtedly reserved for the most esteemed guests. Representatives from major automobile manufacturers were present, including high-ranking officials such as the president of Mercedes Asia-Pacific and the general manager of FAW Group, alongside leaders from the tech sector, like the CEO of DJI and Lei Jun, president of Xiaomi. It was remarkable that a young man like Zhou Yang occupied the central position, prompting all these industry magnates to ponder the same question: who exactly is this young man? Chapter 32. This is the Longshin battery in the face of the curious and scrutinizing gazes from numerous dignitaries. Zhou Yang maintained a calm demeanor, sitting composedly. At that moment, a hand extended towards him. "Hello, I am Yu Changhong from Huawei." Zhou Yang turned to the speaker, a middle-aged man with glasses and an elegant demeanor. "Hello, Zhou Yang," he replied, shaking Yu Changhong's hand and nodding. Zhou Yang's tranquility and aloofness seemed to stifle Yu Changhong's next words, leaving him to awkwardly smile and divert his gaze. However, Zhou Yang suddenly turned to him and inquired, "Is Huawei designing chips? The high silicon Kirin, correct?" Yu Changhong was taken aback, not expecting Zhou Yang to initiate a conversation, and quickly responded, "Indeed, it's impressive that Mr. Zhou is aware of the high silicon Kirin." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Yu Changhong silently chastised himself for his foolishness. Who in the nation was unaware of the Kirin chip? Especially given the recent news regarding the sanctions imposed by the United States on the Kirin chip. "May I visit your RD headquarters at HiSilicon?" Zhou Yang inquired. With the battery issue resolved, the next hurdle was the chip dilemma. Following the conventional approach, collaboration with domestic enterprises was paramount to foster their growth. Numerous semiconductor companies existed within the country, such as HiSilicon, Unisoc, ZTE Microelectronics, and Hwada Semiconductor, among others. However, due to varying business scopes, only HiSilicon truly engaged with high-end chips and was capable of aligning with international standards. Crucially, although Huawei, the powerhouse behind HiSilicon, was not a state enterprise, it was a private company with a sense of responsibility. Thus, HiSilicon emerged as Zhou Yang's preferred partner for collaboration. Yu Changhong was momentarily taken aback. He still had no inkling of Zhou Yang's identity or profession, yet someone occupying such a prominent position could not be an ordinary individual. What could be the issue? I would be more than pleased to welcome you. Whenever you are available, feel free to contact me, he replied, extending a business card. Zhou Yang accepted it, then patted himself down only to realize he had no card of his own. He gestured to Chen Ruoyan from a distance. Chen Ruoyan promptly approached and, upon learning Zhou Yang's request, swiftly produced a business card from her person and handed it over. Yu Changhong stared blankly at the departing Chen Ruoyan before slowly regaining his composure. Zhou Yang was accompanied by a bodyguard, and Chen Ruoyan's demeanor clearly indicated she was no ordinary protector. Glancing at the card in his hand, he noted its simplicity, Zhou Yang's name on the front, with a mobile number inscribed on the back. Such a card further solidified Yu Changhong's belief in Zhou Yang's extraordinary status. Just as Yu Changhong was about to engage in further conversation, the venue plunged into darkness, the lights extinguished. The press conference was commencing. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, CCTV's financial channel, along with major news streaming platforms, commenced live coverage of the event. The invited guests took their seats, and a hushed murmur enveloped the room. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of white light illuminated the space, revealing a holographic projection of a countdown to the number 10. What an impressive display! Was this a press conference orchestrated by BYD, replete with such technological flair? The online viewing room witnessed an immediate surge, surpassing 10 million viewers, with many engaging in lively discussions. This was a significant investment. BYD was evidently committed to this event, piquing curiosity about what they were about to unveil. Could it be the much-rumored electric supercar? Such speculation was plausible, given the persistent whispers of BYD's ambitions in the supercar realm. Only a launch of this high caliber would befit a supercar. The audience predominantly speculated that BYD would unveil a brand new vehicle. After all, they were fundamentally an automobile manufacturer. As the countdown concluded, the light beam stabilized, casting a glow upon the stage. Accompanied by rousing music, an individual stepped onto the stage, Wu Chun. In that instant, all eyes converged upon him. Before the camera, millions of viewers and industry magnates, as well as reporters, were filled with curiosity about what grand announcement BYD was poised to make. The moment of revelation was at hand. Wu Chun, undaunted by the spotlight, delivered a brief opening remark before the large screen behind him began to showcase a video. Have you ever found yourself in a scenario where, on a highway, your electric vehicle has only a few dozen kilometers of range left, yet the next service area is still a considerable distance away? And when fortune smiles upon you, and you finally reach the service area, you discover that the charging station is out of order? Upon hearing this, countless audience members wore expressions of recognition, as if to say, I knew it. It was evident that BYD was set to unveil a brand new electric vehicle, with a strong emphasis on range. Wu Chun continued. Or consider the moments when your mobile phone is on the verge of dying, yet you cannot find a power bank. Alternatively, when you are using a drone to capture the breathtaking beauty of our homeland, but are constrained by battery life, limiting your shooting time. The anxiety stemming from insufficient battery life is a constant presence in our lives. Coupled with the engaging video on the screen, Wu Chun's narrative brought forth laughter from the audience. However, some spectators harbored doubts. Initially, he spoke of electric vehicle range, but soon veered into discussions about mobile phone batteries and drones, seemingly straying from the topic. Why all this rambling? Let us get to the new car already, others murmured, expressing their impatience. Yet, those above remained calm. Such meandering is a common feature of these launch events. The industry dignitaries and journalists present displayed varying degrees of interest, though some, particularly the president of Tesla's Asia-Pacific division, listened intently. In the realm of electric vehicles, BYD undoubtedly stands as a formidable contender against Tesla. Nonetheless, as the undisputed leader of the global electric vehicle market, Tesla seemed to regard BYD with a degree of indifference, not out of arrogance, but rather due to the lack of substantial competition. Reports even indicated that Tesla had begun manufacturing locally, slashing prices and leaving other electric vehicle companies in disarray. As the video concluded, Wu Chun proclaimed, have you ever envisioned a world where an electric vehicle could run for a month or even several months on a single charge? or where a mobile phone could last for months on a single charge. What would such a world be like? With palpable excitement, he gestured towards the screen, which displayed a countdown accompanied by invigorating music, culminating in the reveal of a battery resembling a microchip. This is the new generation of carbon nanotube batteries, the Longshin battery, produced in collaboration with Matrix Energy, boasting proprietary rights. The audience was left in stunned silence. No one expected that, after such a grand spectacle, BYD would unveil not a new vehicle, but rather a battery. A mere battery, yet presented with such fanfare? Chapter 33. Small battery, great capacity in the live broadcast room. The moment the Longshin battery was unveiled, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. What on earth is happening? Aren't we here for the automobile launch? Why are they presenting a battery instead? I was looking forward to seeing the supercars. I hope BYD can lower the prices of supercars, so that everyone can indulge in a taste of Ferrari. The crowd gazed curiously at the screen displaying the Longshin battery, their faces adorned with expressions of confusion. Why does this battery look so peculiar, almost square, resembling a chip? What did Wu Chen just mention? Was he discussing batteries, and not lithium batteries? I couldn't quite catch that. Perhaps it's a new battery developed by BYD. Given its appearance, it doesn't seem much different from a blade battery. The image did not indicate the size of the Longshin battery, leaving the audience unable to discern its dimensions. Discussions erupted among the attendees. Wu Chen deliberately built anticipation before retrieving a Longshin battery from his pocket, holding it aloft and proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the Longshin battery." The camera focused on the battery between Wu Chen's fingers, and the large screen vividly showcased this Longshin battery. At that moment, both the live audience and those watching online erupted in surprise. Is this truly the Longshin battery? How can it be so small? I had imagined it to be much larger. It indeed resembles a chip. Regardless of its shape, if this object is indeed a battery, what kind of capacity can it possess? 1,000 milliamp hours? Are you joking? At such a diminutive size, it could barely manage a few dozen milliamp hours. Is BYD making such a grand spectacle just to unveil a button battery? Many journalists and industry professionals present wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend BYD's intentions. They struggled to see what technological advancements could be contained within such a small battery. Ultimately, it's the capacity that matters, no matter how flamboyant the design. Capacity is the crux of the issue. Does BYD truly believe that a mere button battery can address the range issues for electric vehicles? This is utterly laughable. As chatter filled the room, Yu Changhong, seated beside Zhou Yang, could not suppress his murmurs. What trick is BYD playing? Is there something remarkable about this Longshin battery? However, given its size, if it had a larger capacity, it would indeed be quite suitable for smartphones. After that, Yu Changhong turned to Zhou Yang and asked, "What do you think, Mr. Zhou?" "What do I think?" Zhou Yang thought to himself, "I'm just here to watch," but after all this time, he felt that BYD's approach was a bit excessive. This teasing was not the right way to go about it. If it were up to him, a straightforward PPT would suffice. All this pomp and circumstance seemed entirely superfluous. At that moment, Wu Chen's voice rang out. "I believe the foremost question on everyone's mind is, what is the capacity of the Longshin battery? I can assure you, its capacity will exceed your expectations." With that, he invited a few guests to make guesses. Turning to Mr. Lei, "What do you think?" Zhou Yang, exasperated, thought, "Great. Here comes the teasing again." He felt an urge to leave. The camera focused on Lei Jun, who pondered for a moment before articulating with precision, judging by its size. "I estimate the capacity to be around several hundred milliamperes. However, given that Mr. Wang has organized such a grand press conference, I suspect there must be some extraordinary technology involved. Therefore, I surmise it to be approximately 300 milliamperes." Several individuals from the battery industry present at the scene nodded in agreement upon hearing Lei Jun's speculation. As Lei Jun aptly pointed out, if BYD were to unveil merely a button battery with such fanfare, it would indeed be laughable. Hence, a capacity of 300 milliamperes seems quite plausible. The prospect of a battery of that size boasting 300 milliamperes is already impressive. Wu Chen smiled and remarked, "All right then. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. What I wish to convey is that this seemingly small Longshin battery possesses an astonishing capacity of 8,450 milliamperes. The figure 8450 illuminated on the large screen. Silence enveloped the room, both at the venue and in the live broadcast. Everyone was taken aback. Is this for real? Over 8,000 milliamperes. Are we dreaming? The incredulity was palpable. Such a diminutive battery with such a capacity seemed unbelievable. An uproar erupted in the live stream. At the venue, the president of Tesla Asia Pacific could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible. The prominent figures seated in the front row exhibited similar reactions. Lei Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, while Yu Changhong, beside Zhou Yang, wore a ghostly expression, muttering, "This must be a joke." The notion of a battery of such modest dimensions possessing over 8,000 milliamperes was nothing short of miraculous. A journalist suddenly stood up, boldly querying, "Mr. Wu, can you vouch for your statement?" Many in attendance nodded in agreement. The figure was simply too extravagant. Who could ascertain whether BYD was exaggerating? Wu Chun replied with a smile, "Dear journalist, I stand by my words. This data is corroborated by authoritative battery testing results." A testing document appeared on the large screen, issued by the Energy Research Institute under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The vivid red seal affirmed the document's credibility. Yet, it was still too astonishing to fathom. The questioning journalist sank back into his seat, rendered speechless, as his thoughts mirrored those of everyone present and countless viewers online. A mere battery, yet boasting over 8,000 milliamperes, was truly beyond belief. Wu Chun continued, "The theme of this press conference is encountering the future. Let us explore how the world will transform with the advent of Longshan batteries. First and foremost, BYD will officially launch the latest model of the Han series, the Han DM, in just 6 days, on the 15th of this month. The specific configurations of this new vehicle will be disclosed later, but I can tell you now that the Han DM will feature a remarkable range of 3,000 kilometers, with a full charge taking 4.5 hours. Furthermore, the high-end version of the Han DM will achieve an astounding range of 8,000 kilometers, fully charging in just 12 hours. Although Wu Chun refrained from detailing the specific configurations or pricing of the Han DM, the impressive range speaks volumes. Addressing a perennial pain point for electric vehicles, the advent of the Longshan battery has effectively addressed this issue. The live broadcast room has erupted with excitement. A full charge in 5 hours, providing a staggering range of 3,000 kilometers. Am I dreaming? There's even a high-end version boasting an 8,000 kilometer range. My goodness. BYD is truly setting a remarkable precedent. After this, will a single charge suffice for half a year? With my daily commute of less than 10 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers of range would last me 10 months. There's little more to say. Let it be noted that should BYD release this, and the range indeed reaches 3,000 kilometers, I will promptly take delivery of the vehicle. Count me in for the high-end version. 8,000 kilometers, astonishing. This world has gone mad. The live chat was in a frenzy, and the reaction on-site was equally intense. The most pronounced response came from the president of Tesla's Asia-Pacific region, who was nearly beside himself with agitation, exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible. A standard range of 3,000 kilometers and a high-end range of 8,000 kilometers. This threatens to obliterate all electric vehicle manufacturers." Chapter 34. Production and Pricing. Not only Tesla, but representatives from major electric vehicle companies present, such as NIO, Xpeng, and Geely, were equally taken aback. The astonishing range provided by the Longshan battery is akin to a nuclear weapon, a formidable tool that could outpace any electric vehicle on the market. The configurations may be similar across brands, but the pivotal factor that has held electric vehicles back from rivaling gasoline cars is the range. To combat this, electric vehicle manufacturers have explored countless strategies, such as rapid charging, battery swapping, and more, yet most have ended in failure. Without breakthroughs in battery technology, electric vehicles will never become mainstream. Now, BYD has become the first to achieve a breakthrough in battery technology, as this press conference boldly proclaims, destined to transform the world. Wu Chun continued, stating that the emergence of the Longshan battery will not only revolutionize the electric vehicle industry, but will also impact various aspects of everyday life. I believe that soon, we will see ultra-thin smartphones featuring a battery capacity exceeding 100,000 milliamp-hours, requiring just one charge to last an entire month. As he spoke, Wu Chun glanced at several representatives from the mobile phone industry present, including Lei Jun, Yu Changhong, and others from companies like Vivo. Unlike the electric vehicle manufacturers, the mobile phone industry also expressed their inability to remain composed. Just as battery capacity restricts the development of electric vehicles, it similarly limits the advancement of mobile phones. Who wouldn't want to create a thinner phone with longer battery life? However, with the current battery size, achieving a thinner design necessitates sacrificing battery capacity, thus diminishing the range. The introduction of the Longshan battery, with its minuscule dimensions and colossal capacity, perfectly resolves this dilemma. Consequently, the representatives from various manufacturers were filled with immense excitement, finally grasping why BYD had specifically invited them. Moreover, electric vehicles that can operate for extended periods on a single charge, drones capable of long flights, and power tools with enhanced capacity and prolonged usage time, all will witness tremendous transformations thanks to the Longshin battery. The application scope of lithium batteries in modern society is exceedingly vast, ensuring that the Longshin battery will have no trouble finding its market. Wu Chen elaborated on the potential applications of the Longshin battery before saying, "Let's take advantage of the time we have before entering the next phase and address some questions from everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, journalists in the audience eagerly raised their hands. It was well understood that the launch of the Longshin battery marked a groundbreaking technological advancement. At this point, several reporters had already begun drafting articles to publish on their media websites. However, in addition to the various journalists, many representatives from attending companies and invited guests also had numerous inquiries. Lei Jun raised his hand. "All right, let's go with Mr. Lei. What questions do you have?" Wu Chen asked with a smile. Taking the microphone, Lei Jun inquired, "I am particularly concerned about two matters: the production capacity of the Longshin battery and its pricing. Could you share some insights?" Many representatives from other companies nodded in agreement. Price and production capacity are invariably of paramount importance. Despite the compact size of the Longshin battery, its remarkable capacity clearly indicates the presence of extraordinary technology. Although BYD had announced that it could achieve mass production, it remained unclear whether this was on a small or large scale. Moreover, if the price were exorbitant, its cost-effectiveness would be adversely impacted. Electric vehicles are a different story. Batteries for electric cars are inherently expensive, and as long as the performance is outstanding, consumers are willing to invest more. However, the situation is not the same for smartphones, where domestic manufacturers engage in fierce competition by stacking configurations and slashing prices, even undercutting their own family members. If the costs are high, the implications would be quite different. Wu Chen chuckled. "Mr. Lei has indeed posed a challenging question. Since you inquired, I believe this is a matter of great concern for many enterprises." After a brief pause, he continued, "We currently have 3 production lines with a monthly output exceeding 100 million units. The figure stunned many attendees, particularly the president of Tesla's Asia-Pacific division, who sank back in shock. A monthly production capacity of 100 million units indicated that BYD was not engaging in small-scale production, but rather true large-scale manufacturing. Provided the pricing is reasonable, such a product, which would not struggle to find buyers, could be sold in any quantity. Coupled with the substantial profit margins of the world's leading manufacturer, it is easy to imagine how swiftly BYD would expand its production lines. In fact, they have already begun constructing new ones." Lei Jun smiled and nodded. "A monthly output of 100 million units is neither excessive nor insufficient, and given Xiaomi's position, they should be able to secure a significant market share. As for the price," Wu Chen raised the Longshin battery in his hand and stated, "The factory price for this Longshin battery is tentatively set at 15 yuan. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the audience. "Is that for real? 15 yuan each?" Many could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Numerous electric vehicle manufacturers wore expressions of dismay, sensing that BYD was adopting a ruthless approach. "Impossible. How could it be so inexpensive?" The Tesla Asia-Pacific president cried out again. "With such high capacity and range, how can the price be so low? How much does a single 18650 battery cost?" The cost of the Longshin battery surpasses that of its competitors. However, it boasts a larger capacity while maintaining a compact size, allowing for a greater number of batteries to be stacked within the same volume. Its superiority in all aspects, coupled with a more affordable price, suggests that the Longshin battery is poised to dominate not only the domestic market, but potentially the global landscape as well. While the electric vehicle industry treads cautiously, other sectors exhibit palpable enthusiasm. BYD, primarily engaged in the electric vehicle market, does not consider them a rival. The remarkably economical and efficient Longshin battery is destined to revolutionize the industry. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lei Jun's eyes as he turned to the camera and addressed the audience, proclaiming that it would not be long before they witnessed the launch of an ultra-capacious Xiaomi smartphone. After his announcement, Lei Jun sat down and retrieved his phone, promptly messaging the company's executives. He instructed them to revise the design plan, replacing the existing battery with the Longshin battery, while also redesigning the battery compartment to minimize its space. He urged them to expedite the development of a new design. In that moment, Lei Jun was filled with exhilaration. Beyond the cost, he was particularly enamored with the compactness of the Longshin battery. Given the limited space within a smartphone, every inch is invaluable. Yet, a conventional battery occupies nearly a third of the compartment. The Longshin battery, however, could reduce this space requirement to that of a mere chip. The liberated space could be utilized for significant enhancements, eliminating the need for compromises or reduced specifications. Setting down his phone, Lei Jun glanced towards Yu Changhong, who was also engaged in a phone call. Lei Jun believed that the transformation within the smartphone industry would be far more profound than that of the electric vehicle sector. In the following moments, Wu Chun addressed additional inquiries regarding the Longxin battery, such as charging efficiency. The atmosphere was electric, resembling a jubilant industry celebration, while Zhou Yang found himself utterly bored. To him, this press conference seemed unnecessary. A simple announcement on the official website or a PowerPoint presentation would suffice. Nearby, Yu Changhong was on a call, seemingly speaking directly with Wang Haoning. Mr. Wang, 1 million units per month is far too little. It simply won't suffice. What if we adjust the price to 17 per unit? Yu Changhong's request was met with disappointment. Zhou Yang could not help but interject. Shall I assist you in this matter? Yu Changhong was momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. Mr. Zhou knows Mr. Wang? Realizing the implication of Zhou Yang's prominent position at the press conference, Yu Changhong expressed his gratitude, eagerly handing over his phone. Not a problem. Zhou Yang took the phone and said, Mr. Wang, this is Zhou Yang. By the way, how many units do you require each month? Zhou Yang then inquired of Yu Changhong, who promptly replied, at least 3 million. Ideally, we could negotiate for 5 million units. Given Huawei's shipment volume, even 5 million may not be sufficient. Although the capacity of the single-chip Longxin battery has reached an impressive 8,000 mAh, its diminutive size raises the question of whether it is appropriate to not include several pieces. A single mobile phone may necessitate multiple units, and with a monthly shipment of 1 million devices, it might not even suffice. Zhou Yang smiled and addressed Wang Haoning, stating, Mr. Wang, let us arrange for 10 million pieces for Huawei each month, and let us offer a favorable price of 14 yuan apiece. Upon finishing, Zhou Yang returned the phone to Yu Changhong, who widened his eyes in disbelief. Was that it? He had anticipated Zhou Yang would engage in a more cordial exchange with Wang Haoning, perhaps appealing to him in a more personal manner. After all, it was evident to all that the Longxin battery was in no danger of being unsold. The supply was ready to match the demand. Yet, with a single command-like statement, Zhou Yang had secured 10 million pieces for Huawei, which seemed rather exaggerated, leading Yu Changhong to suspect he was jesting. However, when he picked up the phone to listen, Wang Haoning's voice on the other end chuckled. I didn't realize Mr. Yu and Mr. Zhou were acquainted. Very well, 10 million pieces each month. And we shall adhere to the price proposed by Mr. Zhou, 14 yuan per piece. Given the current shipment volume, with plans to expand production lines, the cost price of 10 yuan would likely decrease further. Even at 15 yuan, BYD would still find profit. Moreover, as Zhou Yang was aware, the price of 15 yuan was likely a government decision. Otherwise, in the spirit of business, BYD could easily sell each piece for 20 or 30 yuan without anyone deeming it expensive. Yu Changhong set down the phone, staring blankly at Zhou Yang, his mind racing with a singular question. Who exactly was Zhou Yang, so young yet wielding such formidable influence? Thank you, Mr. Zhou. You have been immensely helpful. Yu Changhong promptly expressed, even resorting to formalities. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, replying, there is no need for such formality. It's merely a small matter. I have other commitments, so I shall take my leave. I will reach out to you, Mr. Yu, when I visit SC. Yu Changhong quickly rose to escort Zhou Yang out. As he watched Zhou Yang depart, flanked by Chun Ryun and several bodyguards, his curiosity regarding Zhou Yang's identity only deepened. In the subsequent segment, Wu Chun introduced additional characteristics of the Longxin battery, along with other battery products centered around it. Yet, no one paid attention. The focus had shifted to the potential impact of the Longxin battery on the world. Major media platforms rushed to report the news, a monumental breakthrough in battery technology. The Longxin battery emerges, compact yet powerful, heralding the arrival of future technology, proclaimed Penguin News. BYD has dedicated years to research. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformation. Introducing the Longxin battery, a sci-fi vision realized. A battery from the future, reported Sina News. Similar reports proliferated astonishingly, all heralding the dawn of future technology. Indeed, for those who attended the press conference or learned about the Longxin battery through reports, it was akin to a marvel of cutting-edge technology. Who would dare believe that a battery the size of a button could possess an astounding capacity of over 8,000 mAh? Dedicated threads discussing the implications of the Longxin battery's emergence for various industries proliferated on technology forums. Notably, the most discussed applications, aside from electric vehicles, were mobile phones. The reaction from major domestic smartphone manufacturers has been remarkably swift. Following the conclusion of the press conference, Lei Jun posted a Weibo update, announcing that a special edition of the Mi 10 would be unveiled in a month. This remarkable device is set to feature a battery pack composed of 16 Longshin batteries, boasting an astonishing capacity of 130,000 mAh. Xiaomi stands tall, and Lei Jun exudes charisma. A capacity of 130,000 mAh implies that a single charge could last an entire month without the need for a recharge. No longer will my mother need to worry about my phone running out of power. I sense that the power bank industry may soon face its demise. With such immense capacity, who needs a power bank? However, this notion is flawed. Considering the size of a power bank, one can only imagine how many Longshin batteries could fit inside. Picture a power bank with 1,000,000 mAh of capacity, capable of lasting an entire year. In the future, power banks may be regulated items. 1,000,000 mAh is akin to a small bomb. Moreover, with capacities of 100,000 mAh, smartphones might as well be explosive devices. In the past, Samsung batteries, with merely a few thousand mAh, caused injuries due to explosions. With capacities exceeding 100,000 mAh, the potential for disaster is no laughing matter. Has anyone from upstairs watched the press conference? Please search for the video. BYD has already conducted safety tests, demonstrating that breaking the Longshin batteries or puncturing them with a knife does not lead to short circuits, likely due to the unique materials used. So safety should not be a concern. What I would like to know is how long it takes to fully charge a smartphone with such a colossal capacity. Frankly, holding my 800 mAh iPhone 12 feels underwhelming now. In the wake of Xiaomi's announcement, other smartphone manufacturers are not idle. They have hastily issued statements regarding the imminent launch of high-capacity new models. Among them, Huawei's announcement stands out with particular audacity. The statement expressed gratitude for BYD's support, enabling Huawei to secure a monthly allocation of 10 million Longshin batteries. Furthermore, the Mate 40 launch event, originally scheduled for the 18th of this month, will be postponed to the 1st of next month, during which an entirely new Mate 40 series will be unveiled. Huawei has directly integrated Longshin batteries into their yet-to-be-released flagship model. This news sent fans of various smartphone brands into a frenzy. Conversely, other manufacturers found themselves in a state of frustration. The revelation that Huawei secured 10 million units sparked intense envy, as they had painstakingly managed to acquire only 1 million units per month from BYD. Huawei's allocation was tenfold that of their competitors, leaving the other companies at a severe disadvantage. Chapter 36. Expanding production capacity, similar to the smartphone industry. The electric vehicle sector exhibited a profound reaction. Stocks of major electric vehicle companies plummeted in response. Notably, the shares of new automotive forces like NIO and XPeng fell sharply following the press conference. In stark contrast, BYD's stock soared, demonstrating a remarkable divergence. One stock surged while another fell. It was a striking juxtaposition. Previously, after BYD announced the division of its battery business in collaboration with Matrix Energy, its stock experienced a consecutive decline, leading numerous retail investors to liquidate their holdings, incurring significant losses. Who could have anticipated that merely 3 months later, BYD would orchestrate such a remarkable turn of events? All financial channels are rife with speculation that BYD's stock is poised for an astonishing surge. Those who are astute and well-informed began acquiring BYD shares during the press conference itself. By the time the majority of investors caught on, BYD stock had already commenced its meteoric rise. Those who had previously divested their BYD shares now lament their decisions, filled with regret. Meanwhile, some savvy individuals seized the opportunity to buy in when BYD stock was at its nadir, now reaping substantial rewards as the prices soared. However, the true victor remains Wang Haoning. When the stock value was plummeting, BYD had already initiated a share repurchase program, acquiring a significant portion of its own shares. At that time, financial experts speculated that this move was merely an effort to stabilize its market value. Yet now, with this impressive announcement, no one dares to critique BYD. Instead, they are calculating the profits to be gained from the impending rise in stock prices. Amidst the online discussions and stock fluctuations, the paramount concern for major enterprises today lies in securing the production volume of Longshin batteries. BYD itself disclosed at the press conference that its monthly output stands at an astonishing 100 million units. It remains unclear what connections Huawei leveraged to secure a staggering 10% of this production. As BYD is also a significant vehicle manufacturer, its consumption of batteries will undoubtedly be substantial. Furthermore, once the new vehicles utilizing Longshin batteries hit the market, sales are expected to skyrocket, consequently increasing BYD's own usage of these batteries. A monthly output of 100 million units is simply insufficient. Currently, various enterprises are fervently leveraging connections, seeking ways to procure batteries from BYD. Yet, after numerous inquiries, the consensus remains there are no supplies available for at least the next 3 months. Acquiring even a small quantity is out of the question. At BYD headquarters, General Lee, I assure you it is not a matter of disrespect. You are well aware of our long-standing relationship. How could I possibly disregard you? The truth is, we have no stock. 200,000 units is genuinely the limit. You cannot fathom the number of companies vying for supplies, yet unable to secure any. Thus, in 3 months, I can commit to providing you with 10 million units per month. Wang Haoning hung up the phone, his face etched with concern. Across from him sat a young officer, a mere middle-aged colonel, who smiled and remarked, "Mr. Wang, you should be the happiest one at this moment. Why the long face?" Wang Haoning glanced at the young officer, expressing his vexation. "How can I not be troubled? The demand is overwhelming, yet I lack inventory. The new production line will take at least another month or 2 to be operational, hence my distress." The young officer stifled a smile, thinking to himself that Wang was worried about not making money quickly enough. "Mr. Wang, I do not concern myself with other companies, but you must ensure that our military's initial order of 50 million units is completed with both quality and quantity guaranteed." Wang Haoning nodded, still troubled. This time, the largest purchaser of Longshin batteries is indeed the military. Lithium batteries find extensive application in military contexts, including communication systems, underwater robots, and drones, among others. When the product was taken offline, Gao Jianjun made his appearance to inspect the finished goods and prepare for an order. Fortunately, the price offered to the military was set at 15 yuan per piece. Otherwise, Wang Haoning would have been quite distressed. Nonetheless, even with this arrangement, the monthly production was limited, and the military's acquisition of half the output weighed heavily on Wang Haoning's heart. He was still ambitious, aiming to dominate the electric vehicle sector. But the inadequate battery production would directly impact the output of electric vehicles. The young officer rose to take his leave. After escorting him out, Wang Haoning did not sit for long before his assistant approached to report on business invitations. Countless CEOs were eager to treat Wang Haoning to dinner in hopes of securing supplies. "Decline all of them. Just inform them that we have no stock and that they must wait," Wang Haoning replied, feeling disheartened. He had anticipated the popularity of Longshin batteries, but never expected such overwhelming demand. The assistant nodded and added, "By the way, Mr. Wang, someone from Tianai Chemical wishes to meet with you to discuss potential collaboration on carbon nanotubes." "Who?" Wang Haoning inquired, momentarily taken aback. He recognized the name Tianai Chemical. Initially, Zhou Yang had intended to collaborate with them to utilize their cost-effective methods for producing carbon nanotubes, ensuring that Longshin batteries could employ affordable raw materials. However, Tianai Chemical had unexpectedly declined Zhou Yang's proposal, deeming it unnecessary. Consequently, Matrix Energy took the initiative to invest in constructing a carbon nanotube factory, producing a large volume of inexpensive carbon nanotubes exclusively for BYD. The success of Longshin battery mass production was significantly attributed to this factory. Thus, Wang Haoning had a vivid impression of Tianai Chemical, which had turned down Zhou Yang. "Where is this person? Bring him to me," Wang Haoning commanded, curious to see the individual bold enough to refuse Zhou Yang. Soon, a young man was ushered into Wang Haoning's office. If Zhou Yang had been present, he would have recognized this young man as the one who had cut in line at the press conference. "Hello, Mr. Wang. My name is Zheng Yun, the Deputy General Manager of Tianai Chemical. By the way, my father is the chairman of Tianai Chemical." The young man introduced himself, extending his hand. Wang Haoning did not reciprocate the handshake, instead quietly appraising him. Zheng Yun awkwardly withdrew his hand and hastily continued, "Mr. Wang, I attended the press conference and learned that our Longshin batteries are made using carbon nanotubes. Therefore, I believe we can collaborate, as Tianai Chemical is the industry leader in domestic carbon nanotube production." Wang Haoning secretly chuckled, as he suspected Tianai Chemical had indeed come seeking carbon nanotubes. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had the foresight to establish a factory, or else they would have been at the mercy of others regarding this essential raw material. "By the way, since we announced the Longshin battery, your Tianai Chemical stock must have risen significantly," Wang Haoning inquired suddenly. "Oh no, it only increased a little," Zheng Yun modestly replied, though inwardly he felt quite proud. This time, taking advantage of the momentum from Longshin batteries, not only had Tianai Chemical benefited, but all related companies involved in carbon nanotubes had experienced a substantial surge. As the industry leader, Tianai Chemical has seen consecutive days of stock price surges. Wang Haoning let out a cold laugh and waved his hand at his assistant, instructing, "Go, find a few journalists and issue a statement." Inform them that we, BYD, have constructed a carbon nanotube factory. However, to meet the production demands of Longshin batteries, we will be expanding our capacity to produce 5,000 tons per month. Any surplus will be sold externally at a price of 81,000 per ton. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yun was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 37. The Great Ones of the Nation. Zheng Yun abruptly stood up. Mr. Wang, are you jesting? 81,000 per ton? You would incur massive losses. The current market price for carbon nanotubes stands at approximately 550,000 per ton for high-quality imports, while domestically produced ones, of lesser quality, typically sell for around 400,000. Yet now, Wang Haoning proposed to sell at 81,000 per ton, which would result in a loss exceeding 300,000 for each ton sold, and 5,000 tons in a month? Mr. Wang, this is no joking matter. Carbon nanotubes are a novel material, notoriously difficult to produce with a low yield, which keeps prices elevated. Furthermore, domestic demand is scarce. As the industry frontrunner, Tiannai Chemical possesses the most comprehensive understanding of domestic needs. Last year, the total domestic transaction volume for carbon nanotubes was merely over 1,000 tons, with all manufacturers combined producing only around 2,000 tons. Yet now, Wang Haoning audaciously asserts a production target of 5,000 tons in just 1 month. This is sheer nonsense. Joking? Wang Haoning cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Yun and retorted sharply, "What do you, a mere youth, think you are? Do you truly believe I would jest with you? Even if your father were here, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner." In the domestic business realm, Wang Haoning is a well-known magnate. His fury alone rendered Zheng Yun pale with fear. "Mr. Wang, please calm down. I meant no offense. But this approach seems destined for losses." Zheng Yun hastily defended himself. Wang Haoning snorted, "Losses? How can you presume we would suffer losses? Let me make it clear. Our self-produced carbon nanotubes have an ex-factory price of 61,000 per ton." "What?" Zheng Yun exclaimed in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. 61,000 per ton for carbon nanotubes? How could this be possible? If that were indeed the price, it would allow us to dominate not only the domestic market, but the global one as well. Wang Haoning continued, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhou previously extended an opportunity to you, proposing collaboration to produce affordable carbon nanotubes, yet you rejected him. Do you comprehend whom you turned down? That was Mr. Zhou. Humph, a mere Tiannai Chemical. Do you think you have the right to refuse someone like Mr. Zhou? Let me make it unequivocally clear, starting tomorrow, our BYD subsidiary's carbon nanotube factory will expand its production capacity to 5,000 tons per month, selling at 81,000 per ton. Consider the implications of that." "Assistant, show our guest out." Wang Haoning waved dismissively, his impatience palpable. Had Tiannai Chemical not previously rebuffed Zhou Yang, Wang Haoning would have been disinclined to even meet with Zheng Yun. As for the expansion of production capacity, it had long been determined due to the overwhelming demand for Longshin batteries, necessitating a corresponding increase in the output of carbon nanotubes. Zheng Yun emerged from the office, despondent, his countenance ashen. With a monthly output of 5,000 tons, at a staggering 81,000 per ton, the implications of these figures weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him chilled to the bone. If this were indeed true, the repercussions for Tiannai Chemical would be catastrophic. Within 2 months, Tiannai Chemical would either have to pivot to another industry or face certain bankruptcy. "Mr. Zhou?" Zheng Yun muttered, hastily inquiring of his assistant, Su. "I simply wish to know who this Mr. Zhou is." The assistant glanced at Zheng Yun, flashed a smile, gestured towards the elevator, and departed. How could this be? Zheng Yun was on the verge of tears, utterly bewildered as to how he had offended this Mr. Zhou to incur such fierce opposition from BYD. Wang Haoning mentioned that Tiannai Chemical had rebuffed Mr. Zhou, yet Zheng Yun could not recall a single instance of Tiannai Chemical having refused anything from this Mr. Zhou. The influence of Longshin batteries continued to escalate. The day following the press conference, the news broadcast dedicated a full 10 minutes to introducing the Longshin battery, a groundbreaking event. Consequently, the entire nation became aware of the Longshin battery's existence. The advertising impact was undeniable, but more crucial was the official endorsement and support. In the report, the authorities did not skimp on praise, asserting that the advent of the Longshin battery would usher in astonishing transformations for both the nation and the world. Initially, there were skeptics regarding the authenticity of the Longshin battery, despite BYD's grand press conference and various certification documents. Nonetheless, such things could be fabricated. After all, the Longshin battery was astounding, so diminutive, akin to a chip, yet possessing such immense capacity, akin to extraterrestrial technology. However, following the news broadcast, the voices of skepticism vanished. An endorsement of this magnitude from the authorities rendered its authenticity indisputable. Furthermore, the report stated that this was a collaborative effort between BYD's research team and the team of academician Qin Tiankai from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In no time, the Longxin battery became the most talked about term. On the internet, in the media, even among the elderly on street corners, conversations revolved around the Longxin battery. This fervor ensured that news of the Longxin battery spread globally at lightning speed. All media outlets reported that a mysterious Eastern nation had made a breakthrough in battery technology. Some skeptics claimed that the research capabilities of Country C were subpar, asserting it was impossible for them to achieve such a technological leap. While numerous internationally renowned research institutions and energy experts vehemently criticized Country C for alleged deception, declaring that it was inconceivable for such a battery to be developed there. These voices predominantly emanated from the mainstream Western media, which, dismissive of Country C's research capabilities, could not fathom that such a groundbreaking technology could originate from there. Regrettably, there were few countries providing impartial reporting. Fortunately, domestic netizens were oblivious to the foreign narratives. Otherwise, the outrage would have been overwhelming. Moreover, a pivotal aspect to consider is that, at present, BYD has merely convened a press conference. Although state media has covered the event, the most significant product has yet to roll off the production line. It is only when electric vehicles boasting a range of 3,000 kilometers are on the roads, and mobile phones equipped with capacities exceeding 100,000 mAh are in use, that one might genuinely believe that the Longxin battery has integrated itself into their daily lives. Mr. Zhou Yang has also seen the report from CCTV. Mr. Zhou, I believe you remain too modest, whispered Chen Ryun, who accompanied him. This news coverage entirely omitted any mention of Zhou Yang, attributing the development of the Longxin battery solely to BYD and Qin Tiankai. However, Chen Ryun was aware that the Longxin battery was solely the brainchild of Zhou Yang, who single-handedly resolved the challenges of mass production. Certainly, Qin Tiankai's team contributed, but their share of the credit might not even amount to 1%. Yet, at this moment, all accolades have been bestowed upon Qin Tiankai, leaving Zhou Yang still in obscurity. Modesty? Zhou Yang glanced at Chen Ryun and remarked, "What do you suggest I do? As you propose, should I be more ostentatious? Allowing the entire nation to know that I developed the Longxin battery? What would that change? Would my meals taste any better? Or would my life be extended as a result?" Zhou Yang switched off the television and stood up, declaring, "I do not seek the admiration of others. Their opinions of me are of no consequence. I simply wish to dedicate myself to the endeavors I am passionate about, striving for a clear conscience." Chen Ryun was instantly moved, murmuring, "Mr. Zhou, you are truly a man of great integrity. A man of integrity, a figure of national significance, is not a title one can bear lightly."